Twice in this over, the stumps have been shaked, rattled, and rolled. And Alan Lacan will be very happy with what he's seeing out there. Good fire from the Red Force team to start.
Yeah, Johnson Charles just going at a wild swing there, and Shannon Gabriel just uprooting that stump. Stump went a long way back though. This goes to show the pace at which he's bowling at here. He's been really fiery at the top of Shannon Gabriel. We've spoken a lot throughout this competition about his fitness.
He certainly has shown up in this tournament. Played all the games with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well. And of course, Hams, it shows the difference between genuine pace and what we consider as fast medium. Because this is genuine pace, and you can see the difference in just 4 deliveries already.
That's punch straight to that man at Gully. And yeah, as even in that game where Romario Shepherd was going all guns blazing, they brought back in Shannon Gabriel. He didn't bowl out in that game. He only bowled 9 overs. And even when he came, there was a drop chance. I think it was Darren Bravo was the man feeling on the boundary. So he created an opportunity, and he bowled really well around the bowlers that was getting licked. So even in those pressure situations, he showed up there as well. So really showing his worth here in this competition is Shannon Gabriel. That sliced away really nicely from Johnson Charles. Another boundary from Windward Island. So at the end of 2 overs, the score now 16 for 1. Successful over for Shannon Gabriel.
Getting a bit of width on this one, just maybe back of a length by Shannon Gabriel, and on Johnson Charles with fast hands and no feet movement, slicing that over cover nicely for 4. So it's been a fiery start here, you have to say. An expensive over to start from Aki Hosein. That went for 10. Shannon Gabriel pegged the Windward Islands Volcanoes back with that wicket, but he still went for 6 runs as well in that over. So after 2 overs, 16 for 1, it really is shaping up to be a fiery contest here, Hamza, in the heat of Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, the sun coming out really nicely, and who would have thought that about just half an hour before the game started, we had, well, about 45 minutes before, we had showers, then we had the drizzles, very overcast conditions. I left home in a storm, basically, second time so far. And it was almost as though I was bringing the rains to Brian Lara Stadium, and that's a quick call there for Johnson Charles, as he's going to be in some trouble here. And he's been given out, but horrible scenes here from a Windward Islands perspective. Johnson Charles, he is shocked as he finally makes his way up from the ground. Not a happy man at all, and that was not good at all from Windward Islands. As we can see there, Athanaze just ball watching. Johnson Charles nowhere in that frame. It was a good throw as well from that man at short square leg.
Yeah, as we see this here, Athanaze did the right thing, but you're quite right, he was ball watching. Johnson Charles not taking on his partner at all and careening down the pitch. And that's an unfortunate end for his very short stay. He's just gone for 8. And the Windward Volcanoes slip into further trouble here. 16 for 2. I really don't think that run was on at all. It might have been touch and go. But a good pickup by the fielder. And certainly good awareness, you have to say, from the fielder to throw to the bowler's end. Because he would have looked up and he could have gone to the keeper's end, where Athanaze would have been quite safe. As Kavim Hodge comes out to join Alec Athanaze.
And these were the 2 guys who really had huge partnerships for this Windward Islands team. Remember, in that second game, Athanaze would have made 140 and Hodge would have remained not out on 106. It was a good 100 at the Queen's Park Oval, but
Yeah, the Cricket Academy here in the Taruba in the Southlands has not been a happy hunting ground for the Windwards Volcanoes. And of course, the Trinidad boys, Red Force, are on home turf still. And certainly they are in the ascendancy with that big wicket of Johnson Charles. That's a wide down the leg side, and that will run down to the fine leg boundary. And it should get there for 4. Freebie there from Hosein.
But he's done that on a few occasions so far in this competition, and I'm not sure if it's the left-right combinations at time, but he just needs to get his reader correctly here, because it's been a really good start for Trinidad and Tobago. After Hosein, we went for 10 in that first over, but yet they picked up 2 wickets here, Trinidad and Tobago team, so they wouldn't really mind that per se, but Hosein will really need to be on point here. And that's a huge appeal. Umpire not interested at all, but was there a bit of inside edge there, Chang?
Certainly a good stride forward by Athanaze. May have been struck outside the line, or as it was going outside the line, that one certainly going on with the arm. But Hosein, when he slows on the deliveries, he's very, very good. That was a slow delivery, and certainly seems when he's trying to send in the faster ones, that he may lose his trajectory a little bit. Another slow delivery. Just turn to the mid-wicket region there. And there is no run. Nicholas Puran there. Very bright orange shoes. This one he turns and he's able to get the single down to fine leg. 2 umpires out in the middle, Jacqueline Sampson and Gregory Braffett, overseeing this game here for Windies cricket. Jacqueline Williams, my apologies.
So it's really good that we've seen a second slip come into play here for the right-handed Hodge. I'd love to see Hosein just give that ball a bit of air and just pitch that wrong middle and off.
Certainly with the left-handers, they'll get that natural delivery coming back into the right hand, and if he gets it to spin away, that's when he's in business. Puran crouching very low there. Hodge riding the bounce on that one and finishing the over quite nicely. It's a Nelson at the end of 3, 22 for 2.
Yeah, 6 runs coming off that Hosein over, and 5 of those 6 was 5 wides. So we've seen a number of games where extras really separated the teams.
Already 7 extras in this game, which is very poor from Hosein and Red Force's perspective. And he's already gone for 16, so he'll really want to settle down here. Shannon Gabriel is certainly turning up the heat from the southern end of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Full delivery just outside the off stump there, so a line that we've seen Shannon Gabriel be very consistent with in his first spell. Even though the shorter deliveries was just still outside, on and above outside that off stump. Hasn't really seen a lot of short ball into the body, but he started with one here today. We all know he has an excellent shorter delivery because of that fiery pace of him.
Really brilliant bowling here by Shannon Gabriel. And you could see in the warm-ups, Hamza, he was doing the sort of sidestep hip rotation as he was running up and down with the football. And you could see that he was moving very, very freely. And you can see that he's definitely getting into his work here, because Shannon, more than anybody else, is really a rhythm bowler. And if he doesn't get his rhythm right, he really looks very, very scratchy. as he did at the beginning of this tournament. The raw pace was still there, but now we're seeing the raw pace with excellent control.
That's driven handsomely there from Athanaze. So another boundary for the Windward Islands Volcano. First for Athanaze. That was a beautiful shot.
Certainly by Athanaze there. Getting a bit of width there, and he didn't try to overhit it, just use the pace and drive it through that extra cover region. And we see the replay on it here. He certainly got into position. Maybe didn't move his feet as much as he would have liked. Our erstwhile director Ronnie Bikramdans will pull up that replay shortly for us. Or maybe not. Certainly it's good to have Nisha Mohammed back in the scoring position and doing the other work as necessary. And our two cameramen, Aldwin Borneo and Matthew Rajaram, picking up all the views for you.
That's much better there by Shannon Gabriel. That's really good by Athanaze so far. He doesn't really look too bothered there by the piece of Shannon Gabriel so far. And that's good, knowing that he's a man who was in form at the beginning, led away a bit, and he's trying to just get back that form, especially in this stage of the competition.
They're both very good compact players, Athanaze and Kevin Hodge.
That's good again, just not timing it on this occasion. It's a good piece of feeling there as well to back that up.
But Athanaze just needs to find back that form that had him in such good stead at the start of this tournament. And it is there, he's a quality player. Kevin Hodge has proven himself as an all-rounder as well. And it certainly is an opportunity for both of them to put down another marker.
As you can see, Shannon Gabriel just wiping that ball on that end. We were mentioning before, the outfield is still a bit wet, and we noticed it, how that ball slowed up from that cover drive earlier on in the over. So as the sun is out here, the ground will dry up, and expect the outfield to get much quicker.
As to let all the fans know, at the end of this over, 26 for 2 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, after the Red Force won the toss and elected to bowl against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. At the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Guyana were bowled out for 266, and the combined campuses and colleges in response are now 87 for 2. In the 18th over, they need a further 180 runs for victory. Now, it certainly seems that the way things are positioned in this group, whoever wins this game between the Red Force and Volcanoes will go through. And if certainly if Guyana Harpy Eagles beat the CCC, then they will certainly go through as well. So this is a winner-takes-all game here. At least, well, winner takes the semi-final all here, as Akil Hosein continues. Nicely covered by Hodge. So Dinesh Ramden is in at the wicket. Kyle Ripchan starting quite nicely with 21 of 41. Navin Bidesi 9 of 20. Gudakesh Moti already taking a wicket. Actually, Kyle Ripchan was retired, not out, so we'll have to get some information as to what happened there. Kirsten Kalicharan started quite well again, 32 of 25. Bidesi and Ramden are the not out batters in the middle. Jonathan Drake's falling for just 6. Nice push down by Hodge down to long off.
Yeah, you spoke about Guyana winning that game. If CCC was to win that game, these two teams here would go through. It would certainly be an upset if CCC were to win that game, the way how things have been for them in this competition. Just not clicking at all. Have that man Dinesh Ramdin, he's been captaining that team. So they'll definitely need to go back to the drawing boards for the next competition.
I certainly think that team is lacking experience other than the form of Ramdin, and I think that's the problem with that squad. Ramdin is the only one with experience, and while he does have a wealth of experience, turned nicely by Athanaze down to fine leg, and that will run away for another 4. So Akil Hosein, really expensive here, and his line is just not right, Hamza.
Yeah, not for the first time we've seen this in this competition from Hosein. He's had a couple good games, but he's really not shown that consistency throughout. So he'll really want to be working on that here. He's played a lot of shorter versions lately, is Akil Hosein. Could that be a factor? Certainly something we'd love to hear from Mr. Anil Lakan when he comes on. So you see there, that's nicely turning that on. They only got one, though. A good piece of work there for the man on the boundary. It looks like that's Shannon Gabriel actually on the boundary there. Certainly looks like a different Shannon Gabriel than what we've known and seen these past couple of years. So kudos to him. But yet, yeah, we'll really love to get a word in from Mr. Anil Lakan more on that. See Hosein continuing much better. All know the capabilities of this young man. So after 5 overs, he scored 32 for 2.
And I'll step away from the commentary, and Mr. Anil Lakan, aka Mr. Dungi, will take over for the next 5 overs with Mr. Hamza Mohammed.
Yeah, and as Mr. Anil Lakan makes his way into the commentary box, we're also seeing a change in bowling. We have Mr. Jid Cooley, he's going to be coming from that far end. Welcome, Mr. Lakan.
Yeah, pleasant good afternoon to you, Hamza. So just looking back at what transpired in the first 5 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes being asked to bat by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at 32 for 2. But, you know, I've been listening to you guys, and I must admit that
So that's a good start there from Cooley, immediately beating the bat.
yeah, and I must admit, Hamza, that it's a plan by Trinidad and Tobago to bowl Athanaze on his pads. That ball went through skipper Nick Puran, that went down to the boundary. So it's not bad bowling, it's a tactical move from the TNT Red Force. So you've got to look at these permutations that exist as to what is happening outside in the middle.
So there you have it, a bit more from the expert there. This is a good start from Cooley.
So Jed Cooley getting his opportunity in the last game against the Guyana Happy Eagles, and in 1.2 overs he had closed out that innings for TNT Red Force, getting rid of the number 11 Clinton Pastano.
Cooley has really been one of those young guys coming through the ranks, really working hard, trying to make a breakthrough in this team. He already has a couple centuries, the longer versions.
Well, I honestly believe that innings that he played against the Guyana Happy Eagles, getting 50 odd, you know, really inked his name here, you know, to continue for a very long time in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup. He has shown what a quality player he is, and he has also shown his ability when called upon to play that power innings. You know, he's got that in his armory as well. So, many congratulations to this young man. He has been working extremely hard as Jed Gooley, and it's great to see him
Oh, is that a drop catch there? That's Sunil Narayan, that slip. I just have to wait and see there. But a good start here from Gooley. But is that a chance going down? You see there, yeah, Narayan not expecting that at all. He got up really fast.
Well, to all outside there, he was sweeping from outside the line of the leg stump. That ball took the bat of the bat. That's how it ended up past Sunil Narayan at first slip. So he must have been blinded, Sunil Narayan. But excellent work here from Jed Gooley, getting into his work very, very early indeed. So, we can't, there's not enough adjectives to describe what a wonderful cricketer Jed Gooley is. And I really want to wish him well in terms of his continuation where his development is as a player. But more so, love to see him playing more regularly and really establishing himself in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force setup.
Yeah, the score though, after 6 overs, 35 for 2. Just a slight recap on that innings where you were talking about. They would have bowled out Guyana for 182 in that innings, and he, along with skipper Nicholas Puran, they would have met up at the wicket at 88 for 4. So some 94 runs partnership there between the two. Gooley, he made 58 of 58, a runnable 58, excellent. 5 tower and 6s as well. That's the power game you were talking about.
So just as I was alluding to earlier, you see Nick Puran is into that short backward square position there.
And it's excellent. You called it. And no wonder we have you here on commentary, sharing your expertise with us as well, Mr. Adil Lakan. Excellent work there from skipper Nicholas Puran. That is almost as though this was pre-called here from the man himself, Mr. Adil Lakan. Thoughts on that?
Well, just as I predicted, we were you guys were bashing Akil Hosein in terms of his line and length, but clearly the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they knew exactly how they wanted to bowl to the like of Athanaze, and they put the plan into place. Unfortunately, at the first instance, Nick Puran wasn't able to hold on, but this second occasion, he took a really smart catch, moving to his right and picking up that ball millimeters away from the ground. So Windward Islands definitely under the skids here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, losing their 3rd wicket. And what an important scout, is Alec Athanaze. He has been very prolific at the inception of this year's tournament, scoring 3 consecutive hundreds, one against the Red Force, 120, and he had 2 other consecutive hundreds. But here it is that, having played in the tournament, the think tank and all the people affiliated with the setup, those guys have come up with a plan as to how they want to dismiss him. And, it's really wonderful from a bowling perspective to see that when you put a bowling plan into place and it's come to fruition. So excellent work again from, skipper Nick Puran, really setting it up nicely for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at this early stage.
Yeah, the new man strolling out to the middle there. Another man with a lot of experience, a lot of international experience as well. And Sunil Ambris. Saw him out there in the training session. He wasn't feeling too well initially, but it's good to see he was out there training with the team, and he's out here playing today, so that's good signs for Windward Islands.
So Sunil Ambris and Captain Hodge, they have a lot of work to do to resurrect this Windward Islands Volcanoes innings.
See Puran now, he's coming to a second slip here. And immediately a big swipe from Sunil Ambris. Some unconventional stroke played here. But he gets off the mark, it's only 1.
So we see in Shannon Ambris trying to make a statement, very, very early with this first ball he had received. He's showing a lot of intent, but what is required at this stage is situational cricket from both these batters, and it's important that both these batters really sit down, and make valuable contributions to this team.
Oh, and that's gone! Another wicket for Akil Hosein, just getting a bit of bounce on that occasion. So the two players we were hoping to rebuild there has gone in quick succession. This time, it's Kavim Hodge. He goes for 2 of 7 deliveries. This is excellent comeback from Akil Hosein.
So what a wonderful delivery from Akil Hosein. It was the arm ball, the quicker ball that went onto the arm. Kavim Hodge was trying to punch that ball through the offside. Sunil Narayan punched it on the second occasion, and I tell you what, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're smelling blood here at the Brown Cricket Academy. They're running riot against this Windward Island Volcanoes batting lineup.
Yeah,
but this is good. This is going to bring out the skipper, Andre Fletcher.
See, Andre Fletcher to join Sunil Ambris. And if ever they needed a partnership, it was now with these two out there. We all know the big hitting of Andre Fletcher, but it'll take a much more sedate innings here. He'll need to get into a partnership. We only had 6.3 overs being bowled. Scored 36, already losing 4 wickets. So when Trinidad and Tobago would have sent in Windward Islands to bat, this was definitely what they were looking at. Excellent from the Trinidad and Tobago team.
So excellent teamwork there. Everybody working together to ensure that they continue to make inroads into this Windward Islands Volcanoes battle lineup. But Andre Fletcher, he's a dangerous customer, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they wouldn't be taking anything for granted because he hasn't fired just yet.
That's a huge appeal there, but umpire not phased at all. That's a little inside edge there. So he's off the mark as well, is Andre Fletcher.
So just as we were having this conversation, Hamza, Andre Fletcher is due. He hasn't had a good tournament thus far, but he has the capacity on any day, to take any bowling lineup apart. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they will want to send him back to the sheds as quickly as possible.
No, that's much more like Sunil Ambris that we have accustomed seeing over the years. Yeah, very happy to defend that delivery on that occasion. So they just need, again, to just see things off it, but more importantly, spend time out there, displaying Fletcher and Ambris. So this is good work here from Akil Hosein at the end of 7 overs now. The score 37 for 4. Excellent over there. Successful double wicket over.
And this is why the likes of Akil Hosein is, so well, thought of around the West Indies setup, because he's got that wicket taking ability, and when he's on song, he's almost impossible to play. And we've seen with that double wicket in this over, he's really, really put a lot of pressure on the likes of Sunil Ambris, and I'm sure Andre Fletcher, he would be trying his endeavor best to try and stitch a partnership together with the likes of Shannon Ambris. But I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy peasy here at the Brown Cricket Academy. It's going to be very, very hard work. And as we speak, the king himself is going to be brought into the attack here, no other than Sunil Narayan. So Trinidad and Tobago, they're smelling blood. Skipper Nick Puran, he's going for the jugular here. He wants to bowl out the Windward Islands Volcanoes here as quick as possible. And if Sunil Narayan could have an impact immediately,
yeah, he's talking about going for the kill, and who better to do it than this man on your screen who is bowling number 24 himself.
Yeah, a man who has done it around the globe successfully, may I admit.
I was just stuck in that there. So Narayan, man who can move the ball both ways, same arm action, faster delivery, slower delivery. He has everything up his arsenal.
Yeah, skipper Nick Puran ensuring that both Andrew Fletcher and Sunil Ambris doesn't get any easy runs. You're going to have to work very hard against the likes of Sunil Narayan.
Oh, this is good from Narayan. He's
So
keeping it a bit flatter.
So excellent leadership here from skipper Nick Puran. Really reading the game expertly here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
Fletcher looks like he wants to spend some time there, and which is good.
Well, he hasn't had the production in terms of runs just yet in this tournament, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they will be looking forward to that.
Oh, that's gone just over the man here, that slip. Looks like that man is Jason Mohammed, but they only pick up 2. Not the most convincing of cut shots there from the skipper.
So Andrew Fletcher living dangerously during the early stages of the innings here, trying to cut the likes of Sunil Narayan. It's not advisable at all with that ball, that delivery that he's got that could, really spun sharply back into the right hander. That cut shot is very well ill advised at this stage of this innings of Andrew Fletcher.
That's much better there. At the end of 8 overs, the score now 41 for 4.
So the scoring has been just around that 5.1 mark, which is excellent during the early stages of this batting power play. But when you look at 4 wickets already back in the shed, that's a huge setback for the likes of the Windward Islands Volcano batting lineup. And both Sunil Ambris, Andrew Fletcher, the captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they have a really huge task on their hands to bring Windward Islands back into this contest here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. I'd like to say a pleasant good afternoon to the South Young Warriors family.
The 2 fielders out there. Man at deep mid wicket and a long one for Sunil Ambris. For Fletcher, man at long off. Looks like a man at deep mid wicket there. So that's excellent from Hosein. He's really come back well after that first over. That's just the quality of the young man.
Yeah, Akil Hosein has been doing extremely well in this white ball format, representing both West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, and he just continues to develop. So another wicket here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and the Windward Islands would really be up against it here.
This is really good here, and the thing about it is he's getting through his overs so quickly, not leaving the batsman to settle at all.
So I'm predicting the likes of Yannick Araya should be coming on very shortly as well, to add that pressure to this Windward Islands batting lineup.
Conditions just improving here. It's really good. Nice sunny weather out there now. Hope it remains so for the remainder of this. Oh, it's cut away again. So Fletcher has been trying to cut those deliveries very close to his body, At the end of 9 overs, 42 for 4. Looks like he's done a bit of damage to his left leg there.
So we're going to see the reintroduction of Shannon Gabriel. So skipper Nick Puran is asking his one of his main strikers here to come back and try and pry out another wicket inside the batting power play. So excellent aggressive leadership here from skipper Nick Puran. Really ringing the changes here, and they won't allow any of these Windward Island batters to get acquainted with any bowler, should I say. What he'll try to do is rotate his bowlers and try and mix it up as much as possible to get the desired results.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel, he's bowled 2 overs so far, 10 runs, 1 wicket. Chid Cooley just that solitary over going for 3 runs. Narayan same as well. Akil Hussain, he's bowled 5 overs, 26 runs, 2 wickets. 4 bowlers already being used. We just had 9 overs here.
So Shannon Gabriel bowling with a slip, a gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short fine leg, and a deep backward square on the boundary.
Yeah, and there's also that man, a third man there as well.
So the 2 boundary riders inside this batting power play would be the deep backward square in position and the fine leg protecting that third man region. I mean the third man protecting that region. So Shannon Gabriel getting all the support that he needs here from skipper Nick Puran. Very aggressive in terms of his field placing. He's giving Shannon Gabriel every opportunity here to pry out another Windward Islands Volcano wicket here. So we've seen a change here. Jed Gooley is going to go into square leg, and the deep and the fine leg is now being stationed. Yannick Karai is picking up duties there at the fine leg position.
Oh, that's really fiery again.
So Shannon Gabriel continues to prove to all his detractors, in terms of, is he fit? When will he get fit? I'm telling you, Shannon Gabriel now is really pelting down. He's really let going some thunderbolts here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Now we spoke in the past of senior men trying to gain form here and help their team through
And
those crucial moments, and we've seen it earlier on. Leon Johnson getting that 50 odd that last couple games Guyana would have played, so they'll be hoping from a Windward Islands perspective that these 2 guys could go on to make a big score. And that's cut away really nicely. The outfield is a bit slow due to the rain that fell, so good piece of work there. Pick up 2 runs.
So Kian Otley there doing chasing there at that cover boundary. They're making an excellent start, just inches away from the boundary and saving his team a valuable 2 runs. But Ambris on to 6. So Shannon Gabriel just short and wide, and that was cut away through that cover point region.
This is really good, just squaring them up there.
Shannon Gabriel back on target there, asking a lot, testing his defense. And what I really love about Shannon Gabriel is that he's really testing the defenses of both Andrew Fletcher and the likes of Sunil Ambris. He's bowling wicket to wicket. He's getting that ball to shape out with just a tad, which you would expect would not last, But whatever is on offer, he's really trying to get as much out of this new ball as possible.
Oh, that's pulled away nicely. And that ball raced into the boundary there. The fielder didn't have much room to move to get that delivery, but that ball was like lightning there. So a good boundary from Sunil Ambris. He came out looking really aggressive from ball one, and he's not going to let the pace of Shannon Gabriel bother him here at all.
So Shannon Gabriel just missing his line there a bit, and Sunil Ambris pivoted into his wicket and got a lot of bat onto that delivery. Got it fine as well. Yannick Correa at that fine leg position weren't able to hold it in.
Well, that's played really nicely. It's got high in the air, and it will just trickle into the boundary. So back-to-back boundaries here for Sunil Ambris to end the 10th over. The score now 54 for 4. And with that, I'll welcome back Mr. Andrew Chang.
So what a wonderful lofted drive from Sunil Ambris there, taking Shannon Gabriel down for a maximum. So at the end of the power play, Windward Islands Volcanoes being asked to bat by the TNT Red Force. They are 54 for 4. Out in the middle is Sunil Ambris on 16, and Andrew Fletcher, the captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, he's on 3. So welcome back, Mr. Andrew Chan.
Good afternoon once again, viewers. Good afternoon, Mr. Lacan. And it seems like you are the good luck charm for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, because as soon as you started your commentary stint, the boys started taking up wickets and really put in a stop to whatever progress the Windward Volcanoes were making. Good little rebuild here by Ambris and Fletcher. Just 18 runs into this partnership as Akil Hosein continues. Till 2 slips in operation. Beaten all ends up by that one. Fantastic delivery, just touching down and turning away just maybe a little bit.
Akil Hosein continues to wheel away here at the Brandon Cricket Academy, asking a lot of questions of skipper Andrew Fletcher. So we look at the replay here. Just touching down between middle and leg and just punning past the outside edge.
Back live again, and Hosein is beating that outside edge of Fletcher. That one maybe going in a little fast, a little bit of zip there to Amir Django behind the stumps. So he started off very expensive, Akil Hosein. His first 2 overs going for about 16 runs. Ever since then, he's really got into his groove with the help of some excellent slip fielding. He has 2 wickets in the column as well. Back is Fletcher for this one. And he gets a drive and he gets a single.
So I wouldn't really say that Akil Hosein has been, expensive. What I would say is that Akil Hosein is being used by his skipper Nick Puran in a very attacking option. And what has happened is that you look at the manner in which they got Alec Athanaze out. It was clear, a very clear plan that went into work, and it brought fruition. So it's just Akil Hosein being.
Good drive there by Ambris this time.
Yeah, so the cricket is being played with a plan here, Andrew Chan. So sometimes you see things are happening outside, and you've got to be a bit careful to analyze what's taking place.
Certainly, thank you very much for your thoughts there, Anil, as Hosein continues. Good delivery. Fletcher now just jamming his bat down on that one. Maybe an arm ball coming through a little bit faster. And then you'd expect the spinners going through the overs very quickly. Bit of an outside edge there to end the over. And at the end of 11, the Windwards Volcanoes 56 for 4.
So the Windward Islands Volcanoes losing the toss and being asked to bat by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team has been excellent in this batting power play, prying out 4 top order batters from the batting lineup. And at this stage of the innings, it's just about being patient. Andrew Chan, the TNT Red Force, they're not going to blast out the entire team, in every over. They're not going to blast out wickets. So what they're going to be very patient. They're going to be working towards, what their plans are to each specific batter, and just remain patient and not give away, those boundary balls.
Sunil Narayan will continue his first over, just going for 3 runs. Shannon Gabriel came back in for, I think it was 1 or 2 overs, and he's been taken out once again. But certainly the Volcanoes have the 2 batters in the middle here who will do the business for them if they need it done. Turned into the leg side. Puran is very, very quick there at short mid-wicket. Then that fire back into Amir Jangu, and there's no run.
So Nick Puran ringing the changes here out in the middle of the Brownlow Cricket Academy here.
Again trying to turn that delivery is Ambris, and there's no run. Now, at least on the Volcano side here, Anilakan, they do have a lot of time left in the game. It's still just the 12th over. So the bit of effort, this one is pushed up to mid-off, and there is a quick single, finally getting a single from a Narayan delivery. And Narayan will have 3 deliveries at the Spiceman. So certainly these 2 batters out here have to do the business here, because Windwards Volcanoes lower order really not doing much of a job with the bat. And then of course the options that the Red Force have in terms of bowling really are quite a varied and good bowling attack.
Yeah, so they have a lot of variation in their bowling armory as a Red Force. But skipper Nick Puran ensuring the likes of Andrew Fletcher does not get away. And if TNT Red Force were to pry the likes of Andrew Fletcher now.
Last delivery from Narayan for this over, and he goes for just 1 run in the over after 12 overs. Windwards Volcanoes playing Sunil Narayan very, very carefully, as you'd expect, 57 for 4.
So basically in a 50-over contest with the likes of Sunil Narayan playing in any 50-over team, what they normally do, the think tank of the teams, they normally will cater to score anywhere between 20 to 25 from his 10 overs, and they would ideally want to not allow him to pick any wickets. So it's basically looking after the other 40 overs to get that score that you would really look to set yourself up as a team.
Akil Hosein will continue from the northern end of this ground. And I would like to ask you for an insight on the relationship between Akil Hosein and Kari Peer, because they're very similar bowlers in terms of their actions, as Hosein comes in for this first delivery. And that one is tugged down to long on by Ambris. So they're both similar left-arm spinners, both sort of competing for the same position, and they're also friends as well, close friends. So,
well, I know they are very good friends, and they both extremely talented left-arm orthodox spinners. It's unfortunate that the likes of Kari Peer, is out of the team, but that's just the composition of the team. Sometimes hard decisions like that, have to be made. But both these left-arm orthodox spinners, they've both represented West Indies, and they're both very highly talented indeed.
And certainly Akil Hosein in the ascendancy in terms of his call-up to West Indies, almost a regular in the white ball sides. Kari Peer knocking on the door continuously.
So Kari Peer is the kind of young man who works extremely hard at his game. Does a lot of work in practice, both physically and with his technical stuff. So
good delivery by Hosein. And Hosein has also, I think Hosein always had some skill with the bat, but he's certainly showing that he has a little bit more than skill, and certainly bordering on prowess with the bat.
Well, history would have shown that the likes of Caripia, he does have a regional 100 at the 40 level, so he's no mug with the bat as well.
Turn down to the short third man, and they'll get a single here. Ambris.
Akil Hosein continues to just get a hint of spin here. The ball is just biting a bit here because there's still the possibility of a little bit of preparation moisture on that pitch, and he's getting that ball to fizz past the right-handers off stump.
This one, Fletcher turns this nicely to mid-wicket. They're pushing for two, and they'll get it quite comfortably. Well, it was a bit tight there. Good pick-up and throw by that fielder on the mid-wicket boundary. But Fletcher is very fast between the wickets, and he was running to the danger and was able to get in comfortably.
So both Fletcher and Sunil Ambris, they're very quick between the sticks, but Kian Otley did a magnificent job covering about 20 meters to his right to ensure that that third run was known.
And last delivery of Hosein's over is a good one. Asking questions here, almost squared up Fletcher, almost getting him to spoon one into the offside. And at the end of 13 overs, it's very sedate here. The Red Force, you'll have to say, in control at 62 for 4, the Windwards Volcanoes, after being asked to bat.
So Windward Islands losing the toss here and being asked to bat by skipper Nick Puran up the Trinidad Tobago Red Force continues to put a lot of pressure on the Windward Island batters, and Sunil Narain working in tandem with Akil Hosein is doing a wonderful job.
Narain continuing. This one is driven up to long on by Sunil Ambris. And he'll feel very happy about getting a run of the first delivery of a Sunil Narain over.
So pitched up delivery from Sunil Narain. This ball is just punched down to long on for a single.
Fletcher, the back of a length, guided down into the gully region, and there is no run.
So Ambris attempting an impossible single there. Andrew Fletcher had to really scream at him.
Certainly don't want to lose another wicket via the run-out route. The Windwards Volcanoes beaten all ends up there. Excellent take by Amir Django behind the stumps.
So we're just looking. It's the one that goes the other way.
And the Red Force, of course, have lost three major players off the West Indies duty as Narain comes into this one. Fletcher turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. And in the form of Joshua De Silva, Jaden Seals, and Anderson Phillip, what's the feel in the dressing room now with those three players gone here?
Well, this dressing room continues to be in high spirits because the replacements are just as good as the players who left our shores to go down under to play into that two-test series against Australia. So, the likes of Ami Django, Jed Gooley, and these guys, and they are very able indeed. The strength of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, is very good indeed.
Trying to cut in that over Andrew Fletcher, nothing doing there. Another wonderful over by the champion spinner Sunil Narain, just one run again off that. Windward Islands Volcanoes 63 for 4 after 14.
So Trinidad Tobago Red Force continues to dominate here at the Brian Cricket Academy, but they wouldn't want to become complacent at no time or any stage of this game, Andrew Chan, because the winner of this game guarantees themselves a place in the semi-finals, traveling to Antigua. So a lot to play for here between both these teams here. A winner will take themselves into the semi-finals. So just having a look at what transpired thus far, we just missed it there, the scorecard. But after 14 overs, the Windward Island Volcanoes being asked to bat by the TNT Red Force. They are 63 for 4. So it's going to be Yannick Correa to bowl his leg spin.
Yeah, Nicholas Puran exercising his bowling bench strength. And there was a bit of an issue with Yannick Correa. He seemed to have twisted his ankle in the football warm-up. And there was a question as to whether he would play today. But it's good to see that he is out there. And he has his first delivery. Ambris is forward and just stabbing that down there into the offside, and there's no run.
Yannick Correa just recently came back from the World Cup with the West Indies senior team.
This one is a nice drive off to cover by Ambris. Ambris looks quite comfortable here. He's run a ball 22. Very good given the circumstances. And of course the quality of bowling that he's facing.
Yes, and Ambris continues to dominate the regional competitions, but whenever Trust gets that opportunity at the West Indies level, he just seems to be out of depth.
Certainly a big step from regional up to that test level. Ambris is screaming down the pitch for this one. And he apologizes to Fletcher because Fletcher was not going anywhere for that one. Just dabbed that one into the offside. Ambris was halfway down the pitch.
So Terence Hines moving smartly in there.
This one, Fletcher gets an outside edge. This will run down to third man. Nicholas Puran is after that. But a little bit of a moral victory here for Yannick Correa, but gets an outside edge, and Fletcher gets 4.
Yeah, so Fletcher just poking at that ball there outside the line of the off stump. That it's a leg spinner there, just taking the edge. And had it been a gully in position, Andrew Chan, that would have fallen in his lap very, very easily indeed. So possibly Nick Puran could look at the option of getting that additional fielder at that gully position there when Yannick Correa is in operation.
Fielder out at cover and mid-wicket. The two fielders outside the circle, as well as long off as he drills this one to wide long off Fletcher. And will come back for a second as Mohammed comes around. There's also a fielder at long on as well. So
Andrew Fletcher just leaning on that delivery there, caressing that through extra cover, and he was able to pick up 2 easy runs here. That takes the score into 68 for 4. Andrew Fletcher is into double figures. He's on 11.
Bit of outside leg stump line there, turning back into that leg stump line, and Fletcher is able to work that away for a single at the end of 15 overs. The Windwards Volcanoes 71 for 4. Some final comments from Mr. Anil Lakan before he vacates his warm seat for the dulcet tones of Mr. Hamza Mohammed.
So Sullivan Ambris and Andrew Fletcher has gone about the repair job extremely well, adding an invaluable partnership of 33 thus far, and Windward Island Volcanoes will want them to continue for an extended period of time.
Thank you very much for your stint, Mr. Anil Lakan. Sunil Narayan continues from the southern end of the ground to Andrew Fletcher. Gets a delivery that is played up into the gully region, just to the right of the gully, and he is able to get a single. Mr. Hamza Mohammed settles in next to me. Sunil Narayan wearing number 24 on his back. He usually goes with the number 74. Well, I'm going to finish this over then. Cut by Ambris into the point region, and there is no run. Good afternoon, Mr. Hamza Mohammed, and how are you feeling?
Yeah, good afternoon, Andrew. Just went and got a bit of water. I'm feeling a bit refreshed right now.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Yes, keep that water flowing. Ambris flicks this one into mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, some really good weather conditions. I walked outside there for 2 minutes, and
I was telling Mr. Lakan that he's the lucky charm for the Red Force, because as soon as he started commentating, they got a stranglehold in this game. This one is stabbed down by Ambris, just bringing his bat down on one and dribbles into the mid-wicket region, square leg region for a single. So Anil Lakan, certainly the lucky charm here for the Red Force, in addition to his coaching duties.
yeah, Sunil Narayan, what's important right now? That's got away really nicely. Man at backward point there, but what is really important from the Windward Islands perspective that Sunil Narayan has bowled 3.5 overs. Yes, he's gone for only 8 runs, but he hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. It's very important that these two batsmen, they just continue in this rhythm. Yes, Narayan was always going to cause problems.
Last delivery of Narayan's 4th over. And he stares that down into the gully region, and there is no run. And at the end of 16, it's 74 for 4. Some comments from Mr. Hamza Mohammed before Mr. Vinud Mamchan replaces yours truly.
Yes, Narayan continuing nicely here again. So it's going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting to see how they use Narayan here. And so at the end of 16 overs, we have a bit of a water break here. So we'll be back in a couple moments to continue coverage here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
No, but I want all the fellas to get better and better and better.
Okay.
So when I have the opportunity,
Yeah.
I will come on with the just observe.
Right. Okay.
Just observe.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
How's it doing? Right? So this is TV commentary. This is not radio. Although, see the way I take in a radio feed. Thanks a lot, Andrew Chan, and welcome back to the action at the Branagh Cricket Academy. And after the first water break, and a water break is so essential in this sort of climate, it's been very wet in Trinidad and very hot at times. As I say, a good afternoon to Hamza Mohammed.
Yeah, it's a term we use as the bipolar weather here. Really, really mixed weather conditions, but it's good that the cricket is playing, and that's
Good
what matters.
delivery and giving that one some flight. Good loop. Asking Fletcher to drive without license, and with the purchase on this track here, Hamza, it's always going to be a dangerous proposition with 2 slips in place. That gives it away, really. This time he starts 2 straight, and the experience there of Fletcher, not trying to hit it too hard, but timing it just slowly enough, getting it away just slowly enough from him so that they could have gotten 2, because the fielder down at the boundary, which it seems to be Terence Hines, down at deep backward square, he's right back on the boundary.
Correa, I think he just needs to. It's not a bad line. See that ball turning again. It's not a bad line on that leg stump, judging that he has those fielders back on the boundary. But rather than bowl flat, I would love to see a bit more air being given, especially we know Fletcher, he tends to play those tenacious shots out of the blue.
Yeah, but that last delivery was a better line. He adopted a better line, and that's a line. Probably it was a bit too short. Fletcher was able to read him off the track. This is it. This is better, but again, the line too straight. And you can see Fletcher just easing the pressure a bit by getting a single. Strike rotation eases pressure.
And I think these 2 guys here, they again, guys who have some international experience under their belt, have been around the regional circuit for a really long time, especially that skipper. They'll want to use this experience, especially these guys who hasn't had the best of tournaments at all. We're basically the last game of the group stage here at the Brown Arrow Cricket Academy. So if there was ever a time you need to build form, it's now, heading into that semi-final stage.
Well, this is basically a quarter-final. Who wins here goes through. That's an ugly, ungainly shot there by Ambris, losing his shape altogether, head in the air.
Yeah, one has to figure out how fit is Ambris out there. He wasn't too well. He went out to the training, still didn't look too well walking back in. And since he's came out, he's looked to play some very ugly shots at uncanny times right now.
Still too short, and it goes back to him on the bounce. Luckily for Correa, he got away with that. It's the end of the over. And at the end of over number 17, the latest score at the Puran Cricket Academy, the Windward Volcanoes asked to take first strike. They're 77 for 4.
Yeah, playing on this pitch immediately. The first game that played on this pitch here, we saw a swing, we saw a lot of turn as compared to that first pitch. So having these spinners in their lineup, it's no surprise at all from the Trinidad and Tobago team. And we've already seen that they've gotten some purchase. Shannon Gabriel has done lovely using the swing of that new ball on this pitch, those few games that he's played. So that's really good signs from the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack.
Obviously, the ball would have been hard. Pitch fresh, he would have gotten that assistance. It will not be the same when he comes back for his second spell, though. Then Narayan going down the leg side. Narayan has been almost unplayable in this tournament so far. He continues to be. He's in his 5th over, none for 8.
What Shannon Gabriel has done really well in that second spell, he uses his bounce. So I'll continue. Yeah, I was saying he uses his bounce really well in that second spell, particularly getting that ball to kick on a short of a length, which just goes to show the hard work that these groundsmen are doing to try and get these pitches ready and well for this entire competition, well, at least for this leg here in Trinidad and Tobago.
So this is the final round here in Trinidad and Tobago before the teams, well, not all the teams, they'll have 2 teams heading to Antigua. Good running. Fletcher, just delaying the shot, getting it to backward point. Gets 2. And Sunil Narayan leaks a red double. And number 24 on his back, Anil Lakan, one of our commentators, likes to call him the king. But 24 in playway here in Trinidad is really queen. Have you noticed that, Hamza?
To be honest with you, no, I don't really know much about playway system, but I mean, we learn every day, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that number adapts to his play here.
Now, Fletcher has not grabbed the headlines in this tournament so far. If he does it today and can lead his team to a score that they can fight with and possibly win, all will be forgotten. So he has all right before him to play for. Narayan.
Since he's come out there, he's really showed some patience, and that is exactly what the Windward Islands team need. It's a good sign from their perspective, but Sunil Ambris on the other end, he's really played some very uncanny shots out there, especially in the circumstance of the game. So with Fletcher batting, it's probably just a cool head talking to him to get through this period and go to the end.
But if you look at it, 23 from 26, he's injured, and more often than not, injured players tend to go after the bowling because it makes up for some other deficiency. Could be running between the tracks. If you're nursing, let's say, an ankle injury, a leg injury. Narayan bowls a no ball, by the way, so a free hit is coming up. And he's able to change the field because there's a new batsman on strike. And that's Andrew Fletcher. So you can judge that from his run rate. 23 of the strike rate, 23 of 28. Fletcher has been more measured, 22 of 41. But I think this ball gives him the opportunity to get it away. He does. It's caught by Gully, but of course it's a free hit.
So at the end of over number 18, the score now 83 for 4. And just to add to that point about teams qualifying for that second round, Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval, they were bowled out earlier for 266 and 47.3 overs. CCC, after being at one stage 96 for 3 after 22.4 overs, they're currently at 127 for 8 after 32.4 overs. Just goes to show how their season has been.
So should Guyana win there, they will be going to Antigua.
And the winner of this team
Will
will
join
join.
them. Yes.
So as you said before, and rightfully said, practically a final for both teams here.
Well, it's a quarter final. If you want to look at it like that, whoever wins this will get into the semi-finals. $18 overs gone, 83 for 4. Ken Purchase helping on that occasion.
Yeah, real loose drive there from Andrew Fletcher. But what's a bit of concern currently is the running between the wickets of these two. Since they've been out there, there have been a lot of miscommunication.
Excellent delivery. Fletcher can't come forward or back. He just hangs back. Plays it off the pitch. So he's reading him off the pitch. I've noticed a change in the bowling action of Carrier. Let's have a look. It seems to come down from a higher release point. Ever since he got into that senior setup with the West Indies team, Roddy Eswick might have spoken to him. He releases from a higher point, so he gets that little extra bounce. And when Anil Lakan comes back in shortly, he will go further into that.
Yeah, the Windward Islands team, they just shuffled a bit with their batting order today. It didn't really work out in their favor. They lost 4 early wickets. Thus far, this partnership has been doing really well in consolidating that.
Again, you can see Ambris. He's not going to hang around. He's going to play his shots. It provides an opportunity for TNT. Looking a bit flat out there now. You can see Darren Bravo just trying to G them up. Good line.
So Trinidad Tobago throughout this competition, I think that's probably what they need to work on a little more. Just keep that energy levels high in the field. They've had instances where they've picked up a few wickets quickly and then the energy level drops. Teams build partnership and then that wicket comes, it gets back high again.
Almost premeditated that shot. Gets Ambris off strike. You can see Ambris is nursing his injury. He's not himself. At the end of 19, the latest score at the Brown Cricket Academy, the Volcanoes are 85 for 4.
Yeah, partnership 49 currently. So good little rebuilding stage here from the two senior batsmen, but some nervous times so far for Sunil Ambris, and again, probably because he's not 100% out there. Certainly showing in the way that they've been running as well. Maybe what would have prompted that change in the batting lineup as well. Maybe would have been hoping that he could have gone out there and just go all guns blazing, especially since they would have been in that power play over when he came out. But importantly for them, he's still out there with the captain.
So Terence Hines gets his first opportunity. Comes from the southern end. It's pretty still out there. Not very windy, as we have grown accustomed to in the afternoon period here at the Brown Cricket Academy. You look across to the apple trees and hardly any movement. Here's Hines. Starts with a wide.
So Terence Hines earlier this year would have played in a couple of the Dream 11 T10 competitions. He had a good outing, but what he needed to work on, he bowled a lot of wides during that competition. Between those wides was just perfect from him. So if he can work on that, he started here with a wide. So what he really needs to go back to the drawing board and correct that. But in that competition, he bowled a lot from the commentary end, and he was getting the ball to move away a lot from the left-handed batsman, and he drifted really plenty on that leg stump to the right-handers as well. So he would be hoping for his perspective as well as the Trinidad Tobago team as well. He'll want to stay into the setup. There's a lot of players just knocking on the doors, waiting to grab their opportunities. So when you get it, you just have to take it and go with it. So he'll be looking to get a good performance here for this team.
Hines has served Trinidad and Tobago well, especially in the 4-day format. So 86 for 4. This is a worrying partnership now. It's actually 50.
Yeah, he's one of those bowlers who doesn't seem as a very quick bowler, but through the air, and he uses a lot of shoulder power. He runs up nice and smoothly, very gentle run up, but he's a lot more quicker than you expect, is Terence Hines. He got a lot of swing as well from this end when he bowled earlier on this year. So but I mean, it's a different ball game altogether here. A longer version in this day and age, Mr. Mamchan.
Yeah, and when you go to a 50-over game now, it seems like a test match, because we have been fed a diet of T20 cricket, T10 cricket. Speaking about T10, the Dream 11 starts a couple days after this tournament ends, and there'll be 14 days of cricket consecutively here, edged, and it's going to bring a welcome boundary. It's pushing out, and Hines finding the edge, 4 runs.
Yeah, a boundary there against the run of play. It wasn't a bad delivery at all, but it just goes to show how nicely the ground here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is drying up, and the outfield is getting a lot more quicker. So a welcome boundary there for the Volcanoes. Partnership really going along nicely now. Some 55 runs. So the Ambris is on 26. Andre Fletcher is on 28.
Just one delivery to go, and the run rate at the moment is not bad at all. Take it back, take it back, take it back.
So at the end of 20 overs, the Volcanoes, they're 91 for 4.
We can have a double change in the commentary position with Athanaze coming back with Andrew Chan. Of course, Athanaze will feature in Dream 11. He's decked off today in a red 4-stop and pants. Always a sharp dresser. It's Athanaze, and he brings with him Andrew Chan, the man from the West.
So excellent recovery here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Both Ambris and skipper Andre Fletcher stitching a partnership of 55.
Yes, certainly good afternoon again, Mr. Lacan. Your Red Force boys are doing quite well. I don't know what you're doing with them on the training field, but they're certainly up for this game today.
Well, Andrew Chan, this game is a virtual final, if you ask me. Winner takes all. So there's a lot on offer in terms of what's at stake.
Karaya continuing from the northern end of the ground. A nice drive to the extra cover region. The fielder coming around will pick that up, and there is just one run. So this partnership grows to 56. And the Windward Islands, after a stuttering start, you have to say, Mr. Lacan, are progressing quite nicely. They're definitely putting up a fight here. Just before the quarter-way mark, we're into the 21st over. Karaya doing well so far. Fast action, and that one is a fast delivery outside the line of the off stump, and Fletcher was flirting with that one, feeling for that one, putting his bat out to dry like a pants on the line. Anulakan.
So excellent bowling from Yannick Karaya, asking a lot of questions and how well his bowling has developed.
Fast arm action, and Fletcher jabs the bat down on this one. No run. Nicholas Puran marshalling the troops there from short extra cover. He's an excellent outfielder, Nicholas Puran. I mean, of course, you expect keepers to be good, but he's very good without the gloves. Excellent fielder. Took a wonderful catch at leg slip earlier. And here he is again in the frame with those resplendent orange boots.
So excellent recovery from the Windward Islands Volcanoes here. Stitching a partnership of 56 between Ambris and skipper Andre Fletcher, and it has been a difference in this innings thus far. It's been a measured innings from both Andre Fletcher and the likes of Sunil Ambris.
So one turn down to short third man, and there is no run. And that will complete the 21st over with the Windwards Volcanoes 92 for 4. Sunil Ambris started quite briskly, slowed down a little bit with the spinners of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force doing the business in the middle order. And Andre Fletcher has been very sedate. It's not your typical Andre Fletcher innings, but certainly playing according to what his team needs.
Well, skipper Andre Fletcher playing what we'll call situational cricket, reading, assessing what's happening out in the middle, and trying to measure his innings, but he's been excellent thus far, mixing aggression with very good song defense as well. So Andrew Fletcher and Sunil Ambris, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they need both of these batters to take them deep into this 50-over contest in order to put up a total that they believe that they could defend. in the second half of this encounter against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Terence Hines to continue here from the southern end of the ground. I'll ask Anna Lacan to give us an insight into the preparation of this game because, as he mentioned, it's a winner-takes-all trip to Antigua for the semi-finals of the CG United Super 50. So there would have been, of course, special preparations for this game as Hines comes in to Ambris, played into the cover region, and there's no run.
So there's absolutely no special practice. It's normal practice with the level of intensity and purpose. These players are professionals and they know themselves better than anyone else. So it's more about, the players preparing themselves, and putting together that formula that they believe could bring the results of Trinidad and Tobago collectively as a team.
Hines to continue with this delivery. Plays up to the long on region for Ambris, and there's a single. But certainly, in terms of the plans for specific players, who would that come from? Would that come from management, or would that come from the players themselves? How do you approach Sunil Ambris? How do you approach Andrew Fletcher? How do you approach Athanaze and Hodge?
Well, we do have a analyst on board with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, so he would be doing a lot of background checks, marrying the stats with the technical aspects of the game as well. So he will be providing some useful information to the think tank of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Flicked nicely there by Fletcher, although it may have struck him a little bit on the inside of the leg. Maybe ball onto leg. He's just feeling his left leg there.
So when you look at someone like the analyst and what he does, like let's just use Hosein for instance, he will pull up his pitch map, and show him exactly, in the previous game where he's possibly aired in terms of his length or line. And Hosein being the ultimate professional that he is, I'm sure he would have worked out exactly what he needs to do in order to come back stronger in terms of his groupings where his deliveries has been pitched. So it's not just turning up and playing. There's a lot that takes place behind the scenes in terms of the prep.
Certainly good insight from Lacan here. Fletcher is set to continue at the non-striker's end. Hines comes in to Ambris. Flicked to the mid-wicket region. There is no run yet again.
So Terence Hines do have a huge responsibility as well as part of this bowling armory of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. His role is to come on here, keep things quiet, but as well, try and chip away at the wickets.
Aborting his run there, didn't feel comfortable with that. And of course, as you mentioned, Anil, the players are professionals. So I want to ask you, how do they approach, let's say, constructive criticism or working on their skills? For example, we know Sunil Narayan wasn't one of the best fielders around, and he certainly worked on that and certainly become a very good fielder. So how do these players, even though they're professionals, approach constructive criticism as Hines continues here? Again, the push into the cover region. Well, I would say...
I wouldn't want to refer it as constructive criticism, Andrew Chan. What I would say is that, once it's brought to the attention that, improvements can be made, and of course, every player ambition, is to become a better player. So when information are provided, they go back and, put in the hard miles, that we would say, to try and be the best version of themselves.
Terence Hines, not the fastest run-up in the world, but certainly uses that shoulder, almost a sling as he delivers that one. Again, another push into the cover region by Fletcher, and there is no run at the end of 22. It's 95 for 4. The Windward Islands staging a bit of a recovery, but the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force spinners really holding firm here in the middle overs.
So the TNT Red Force spinners have been doing a fantastic job for skipper Nick Puran and the entire Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. They've really put the skids on all the teams that they've played thus far. But what is required now is for the likes of Yannick Carrier, to continue to make further inroads into this Windward Island Volcanoes batting lineup. And with the dangerous Andrew Fletcher, the skipper of the Windward Islands team, still out in the middle, skipper Nick Puran and this entire team, they'll be very wary of his presence out in the middle.
Karaya to continue. Of course, we just saw the St. Lucia batting scorecard. It's a good starting attack here from the Red Force, but of course they would consider that not much batting to come. Just Justin Greaves and Tevin Walcott in terms of the recognized batters. Tevin Walcott, the wicket-keeper batsman. Justin Greaves, the all-rounder, both from Barbados. So certainly this is a partnership here the Red Force would want to break, and Anilaka, you have to ask the question, like, how are they going to break it? Where do you think the X factor is going to come in today?
Well, it's not a matter of having an X factor. It's all about being patient and working away in terms of your plans against the various batters.
All right, to continue. Big sweep here, and that will just over the fielder at backward square leg. A valiant dive there by Shannon Gabriel, the big man getting down. He was a bit hesitant, slow moving in that one. Stepped outside the line, Ambris, and tried to sweep that one. Didn't quite get the connection on it. Good attempt there by Gabriel.
Yeah, excellent attempt there from the big man, Shannon Gabriel there. Making a valiant attempt indeed, to take that catch. So looking at the St. Ambris getting outside the line of the off stump, trying to hoik that ball in that backward square region, only succeeded in getting a top edge.
Playing a more conventional forward defensive shot here to cover, the short extra cover, and there's no run.
So based on what we have seen thus far, the likes of Karaya, they've really kept the screws on the batters, and the pressure is starting to tell on the likes of St. Ambris. He's trying to break the shackles here as we speak.
31 or 45 is Ambris. Touched into the cover region, and he'll get a single here. Karaya, none for 17 or 4.5 overs.
So Ambris just coming onto the front foot there, breaking his wrist and bisecting the fielder between cover and backward point there for an easy single.
But you're quite right, Ambris has slowed down. I think he was runner ball 22, and he's gone to 32 or 46. Being put under some pressure by the spinners here. Karaya making an adjustment in his field, bringing Nicholas Puran in short cover. A little bit more of a V position there. Ambris flicks this one into mid-wicket, came across his stumps quite a lot. Really a horizontal bat position to get that single. And at the end of 23, the Windward Islands Volcanoes recovering quite nicely, 99 for 4.
So the partnership continues to grow between Sunil Ambris and skipper Andrew Fletcher. And based on what we've witnessed thus far, from the likes of Andrew Fletcher in this tournament, it has been his best innings thus far. But if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were to make some further inroads, it would really expose the middle and lower order of this Windward Islands team. And I'm sure if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were to pry out a wicket or two now, they would fancy themselves of bowling out the Windward Islands Volcanoes inside that 50 over mark.
Hines to continue. Slingy arm action. He gets some width there, Fletcher. Guides that down to the back point for a single.
So short and wide from Terence Hines, but Akil Hosein getting that ball quickly back into the mid of Amir Django. Amir Django coming into the team, having replaced Joshua De Silva, who is on his way to play in a 2-test series against the mighty Australians down under.
Mighty Australians were reeling after being knocked out of the T20 World Cup in their own backyard. Ambris turns his one into leg. There is no run. So certainly best wishes to Josh De Silva, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, the Trinidad and Tobago trio.
Yeah, so a big tour for the likes of Anderson Phillip, in terms of trying to establish himself into that West Indies setup. Jayden Seals, as we know, he continues to do extremely well at the test level.
Another sling there, and this one again turned into the square leg region, and there's no run. Good fielding there by Jason Mohammed. That ball came to him very, very quickly off Ambris's bat.
So Terence Hines mixing up his pace really nicely here, using the cutter delivery, to his advantage. But the TNT Red Force, they've been ruthless in this game thus far, really ticking the boxes in all the areas, and they just want to continue for as long as possible.
Hines to continue. Good delivery. Played back up to the bowler. There's no chance of a run. And before this game, I'm certain the team Red Force would have set a target of how much they wanted to limit the Windward Islands Volcanoes to. As we see some good camaraderie here. Jason Mohammed tying the shoes of Sunil Ambris.
Well, one will have to take into consideration as well. Before the start of the game, both teams would have tried to do their early assessment of what type of surface this is at the Brian Cricket Academy in terms of
Hines to continue. Cut. Lovely dive there by that fielder at short gully. Lovely attempt there again by Shannon Gabriel, but just getting enough width on it, Sunil Ambris, and it gets away for 4.
Yeah, so the big man Shannon Gabriel into the thick of things, and the ball just seems to be following the likes of Shannon Gabriel, but a valiant attempt indeed at that short third man position, really throwing his frame to the right, but unable to hold in that catch. But Terence Hines would really feel aggrieved there, having brought a full shot from the likes of Sunil Ambris, but it still cost the team a boundary.
Ambris was actually advancing on Hines in that shot. Let's see if he does it again. And here he is advancing a little bit. He plays this one down into the cover region and gets a quick single. And that's the 100 up for the Volcanoes at the end of 24 overs. They have 105 for 4.
So just at the halfway stage, the Windward Islands Volcanoes recovering really well, having been 36 for 4 when the TNT bowlers were really, running ragged this Windward Islands batting lineup. But it's been a very mature partnership between the likes of Sunil Ambris and Andre Fletcher, really reading and assessing the situation nicely and stitching together an invaluable partnership of 69 runs, and they continue this vigil.
Nicholas Puran continues to rotate his bowlers. We see Hosein coming back in. He's taken 2 wickets for 33 runs in 7 overs. Ambris is back and trying to cut point to fields, and there's no run.
So Ambris has to be very, very careful indeed. Akil Hosein does have in his armory a very potent arm ball. She's got to be careful when cutting off the stump.
Cuts again off the stumps, and Gully comes around again, and there is no run.
And how well the likes of Yannick Correa has improved his out cricket as well, by doing a lot of practice. Once the moment presents itself, Yannick Correa is out in the middle there, doing fielding, catching, whatever he can do to keep improving as a cricketer.
Good fielding there by Akil Hosein running across the pitch, and there's no run. So he starts with 3 dot balls, building that pressure on Sunil Ambris, and I think Ambris just needs to be aware that there's a lot of time in this game left still, and he needs to be batting very, very low until the 50th over. So Hosein comes in again, and this is another dot delivery. Excellent bowling. He's really into his groove here, Akil Hosein.
Yeah, they're creating a lot of pressure, both himself and Terence Hines, bowling in partnership here at the Brian Cricket Academy. And I'm hoping that the likes of Sunil Ambris do not lose his cool at this stage, and go hell for leather.
This one he pushes just wide of the gully region, and he will get that invaluable single to get him off a strike.
So Ambris pushing that ball to the left of extra cover and to the right of backward point, and getting that rotation of the strike, which is very important indeed to keep the partnership ticking, and also the scoreboard as well.
Last delivery of this Hosein over, and Fletcher is forward, plays that into the offside. Is contemplation of a single, but that certainly isn't on. After 25 overs, it's the quarterway mark of this game. The Windwards Volcanoes are 106 for 4.
So at the halfway stage, with 25 overs completed, if we were to double that score, the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
And there'll be a change in commentary again. Once again, Hamza Mohammed and Vinod Mamchan stepping in for myself and Anil Laka.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Lakan and Mr. Andrew Chang. So welcome back, Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Hamza. And at the moment, Trinidad Tobago, things just not going their way. The luck has deserted them as well. 106 for 4 at the halfway stage. If they can get up to 220-225, we can have a match on our hands here. So congratulations to Guyana. They've qualified for the semi-finals. They defeated the CCC easily, very easily at the Queen's Park Oval. I think you have the details there, Hamza.
Okay, many congratulations to the Guyana team. The Guyana earlier on, they would have been bowled out for 266 in 46.3 overs. The CCC, they were going along nicely at one stage. Only Captain Dinesh Ramdan really held his nerve at the end. He made 32 of 48 at one point. They were batting 96 for 3, and they were bowled out for 137. They've not been having a good season here at all, but for the Guyana team, Tevin Imlach and Kimoy Savory, there was a lot of talks about him coming back into the team. He made 69 of 101. Tevin Imlach, the man in form, he made 75 of 88 deliveries. So certainly those two batsmen putting on a really good partnership to held their team. A partnership which was 133 runs from some 26 overs.
Excellent. Putting Guyana in a good position and gave the bowlers a lot to work with. And again, TNT just inches away from getting a wicket. Good pick up and throw. And Ambris, who has been struggling a bit, was able to make his ground.
Yeah, and that's been the story here. Just Trinidad and Tobago have been coming so close on picking up that crucial wicket, but on certain occasions just not taking those half chances.
Chance here again, wrong end. Gabriel needed to go at the bowler's end because Ambris was on the back foot when he took off.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago just options and more options, and this man here, Jid Cooley, now is picking up the attack. We have the likes of that man, Jason Mohammed, as well.
Yeah, the man with the golden arm. I'm surprised he hasn't come into the attack just yet.
Jid Cooley just making sure his field is set to perfection here.
Well, I don't know what Fletcher was trying to do. He was trying to be cheeky, trying to play a lap shot. But that one was too full and too much outside the off stump to play the shot. Gully has been tidy, but it's a breakthrough that Trinidad Tobago needs here at the moment.
So remember, these two would have met up at a score of 36 for 4 in 6.3 overs. So they've done really nicely at the end of 26 overs to score 109 for 4.
So Ambris is on 40 of 58. He has been the one pushing TNT. And Fletcher 32 of 61, playing the captain's innings here. Very mature innings here by Fletcher. Just on the doctor order, we have been speaking over and over in this series about thinking on your feet. And that is what he's doing out there.
Yeah, they've been together some 19.3 overs now, 73 runs. So they've been going along really nice, and that's exactly what the Windwards would need.
Struck on the pad, that looks good. Umpire King says not out. We'll have a next look at that. Probably marginally outside the off stump.
Yeah, no bat involved there from the umpire's perspective, so this is going to be really close.
Well. Struck on the back leg. I think that is plumb. Leg before.
We have the opportunity of seeing the replays. So they're still there.
Umpire King thought otherwise. She's in a better position than us.
Akil Hussein, he went for 16 of his first 2 overs. Since then, he's come back really nicely.
Too short, cut away nicely. Sliding stop. Bravo. Draws applause from the dugout. Hasn't been a fan favorite in recent times, Darren Bravo. You want to produce something special for them today.
Yes, he's came up, he had a really nice half century early on in the inning in the tournament. He want to produce some match-winning knocks here for his team. He's another one of those guys full of experience out there.
Oh, beauty. Going on with the arm. Fletcher didn't know too much about that. He smiles. But again, the luck is with the Islanders. Honestly, good day to Anil Lakan, his good friend Omar Khan has come up to look for him. This time there's an appeal for caught behind. Not out, says umpire King.
Fletcher has been looking to cut a lot of deliveries in this innings, and so far he's not connecting at all with them.
That was too close to him to play the shot. So Khan and Lakan will be involved in the Dream 11 that comes up at the end of the month, 21st of November, I think. Khan being the manager of the Samp Army Kokriko Cavaliers. And Anil Lakan, the assistant coach to Boris Duki. And those guys are promising to win the title there, Hamza. At the end of 27, it's 112 for 4.
Yeah, the defending champions, the Devils, they were captained by Riyad Emrit. And they had the likes of the speedster himself, Mr. Shannon Gabriel, in that lineup.
He did very well in that tournament. The ball seems to be following him today.
Schooley's continuing here. Nicholas Puran is probably a happy campaigner out there, knowing that
Played beautifully away from Gabriel. It's running down close to the boundary, and Gabriel can't stop it. Good effort by the big man, though.
yeah, Gabriel, he's been diving about the field, and unfortunately, all has gone in vain so far. So he'll be hoping that he could probably get his hands on one, probably produce some magic in the field, as we saw there. Ball just winning the race on this occasion.
It was a beautiful shot by Ambris. He played it after it passed him, got it fine. Can't fault Gabriel for effort.
Certainly so, a man who has put in so much for this team in this tournament so far. Certainly a popular household name is Shannon Gabriel. Oh, that's a terrible misfield there.
Otley.
Yeah, how often do you see that about him? Keon Otley, usually a brilliant fielder.
That's taking his eyes off the ball at the final moment there, and it eluded him. You need to keep your eyes on the prize, Hamza.
Certainly so.
So these two have so far added 82 for this wicket.
Certainly, this is exactly what Windward Island Volcano needed, especially being in a spot of butter earlier on. Again, 36 for 4 after being sent into bat. Trinidad and Tobago would have certainly felt that they did justice to that toss at that point in time. Fletcher and
They
Ambris
were
had
vindicated at 36 for 4.
at that point in time, Fletcher and Ambris had some very nervous moments, but the key is that they're still there. They weathered that storm. One of them hopefully looking to make a big score here. Fletcher has been playing really nicely. He's on 36 of 68 so far. The score now after 28, 120 for 4.
So TNT really in desperate need of a breakthrough here. Guyana, again, as I said before, congratulations to Guyana. They've qualified for the semi-finals. Crushing victory today at the Queen's Park Oval, winning by, was it 129 runs?
Wow.
So Guyana just doing the right thing, winning and winning big. Who will be on that flight with them? To Antigua. We will wait to see. I know who will not be on the flight, and that's Anil Lakan. Because he has to prepare his team for the Dream 11.
Hosein, he's into his final over of today.
It's bowled well.
It's a bit of purchase on that occasion, just throwing Fletcher forward.
It's been a scrappy innings, if I have to describe it, from Fletcher, but it's been very good in the context of what is happening or what was happening at the time that he went out. 36 for 4. He's played a captain's hand here, and showing all his experience.
It's exactly what was needed at that moment. Certainly unlike Fletcher. Probably the maturity of his game over these past couple of years showing now. Man involved in a lot of shorter versions of the game. A lot of T20s, a lot of T10s around the world. Loves to get it on. Different circumstances here. Remember earlier on in the competition you were mentioning about batting in the situation. It's like he heard you here, especially for this game. Certainly came out with a different mindset.
Yeah, it's worked for his team. Imagine 36 for 4, a wicket then. And that of Fletcher would have been really chaos for the visiting Volcanoes. So, not a big crowd on hand if you here at the Brown Cricket Academy, but it has been so for the entire series. At the end of 29, 121 for 4.
Yeah, Hosein just finishing his quota for today. 10 overs, 2 wickets, 37 runs. Really good from the left arm spinner. Having gone for 16 runs in his first 2 overs, came back really well, picked up a double wicket in his 3rd over, and since then he's motored along really nicely. Had a lot of support from the spinners around him as well. This is the guy we spoke about earlier, the man with the golden arms, Samamchan.
I thought he should have been in a lot earlier. He normally gets wickets when he comes into bowl. Let's see what happens. I think on nearly every occasion when he's used in a situation like this, he responds.
He's a
TNT has the luck against them, but this is a guy who, when he bowls, the luck follows him. Let's see. It's coming up from the southern end. And again, Fletcher just continuing to do what he knows is required here at the moment.
Jason Mohammed is one of those guys in the space of no time gets through 4 or 5 overs very economically as well. Very handy cricketer is this guy. Been like another guy who's been around for a very long time.
Start and stop. Puran making good ground. Where's Mohammed? He's a businessman now. He's recently opened a facility in South Trinidad where you can, I think it's close to you, Hamza. It's called Ciara's Cottage.
I was about to say earlier you spoke about the weather. A guy who knows about the weather here in South Trinidad is this man. Jason Mohammed hails from Parakpo area.
Is it always rainy there?
Rainy, and the sad thing about it is the flooded situation there as well. I'm sure he knows all the back routes to reach to this game.
So are you telling me, Hamza, if Trinidad was a house, Parakpo would have been the bathroom?
Would have been the river right next, probably the beach as well. The amount of water is over there, but it's really a rich cricketing area in the country, is the Parakpo area.
You have the three Ganga brothers, Darren, Sherwin, and Sheldon. Samuel Badri. It's worked away. Rajendra Danraj also came from that area. So it's the end of the over, the end of over number 30. I leave you. There's going to be a double change as Anil Lakan and Andrew Chan comes a calling.
So after 30 overs, the Windward Island Volcanoes recovering really well here at the Brian Cricket Academy. Both Sunil Ambris and Andrew Fletcher, they've added an invaluable 89 runs to this total. They were tottering at 36 for 4. And a wonderful partnership indeed. So it's going to be the likes of Shannon Gabriel making his return from the pavilion end. And I welcome back Andrew Chan.
Good afternoon once again, viewers. Good afternoon again, Anil Lakan. And of course, this is a day-night fixture as the shadows start to lengthen across the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So, Red Force skipper Nicholas Puran continues to shuffle his pack as he tries all the bowlers available at his disposal. Certainly, while the Windwards Volcanoes have staged an excellent recovery, they have in no way gotten away from the Red Force fellows. Their run rate is still 4.2. So the changes that Nicholas Puran is making definitely not allowing the Volcanoes batters to settle. Sunil Ambris, that should be approaching a 50, just 2 runs away. So and Andrew Fletcher with a very good captain's knock, 39 of 76.
Yeah, very, very mature knock indeed from the likes of Andrew Fletcher, the skipper of the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Gabriel returning from the northern end, and this one, Ambris is back and cutting it to wide third man. He wanted a second for sure. So Gabriel coming back, his first overs were from the southern end where he picked up that early wicket of Johan Jeremiah.
So Andrew Chan, have you had the opportunity to visit our famous Apple Field?
Well, certainly it's a lovely area, and I've escorted the cameraman to the other end of the ground where Mr. Aldwin Bornew is capturing the footage for us from that end. So it really is a lovely venue here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Gabriel comes in again. Short delivery, and Fletcher turns this nicely down to fine leg. Will they come back for a second? No, they will not get a second. Well done by Amir Jangu there. Sun was certainly in his eye where he was taking that catch, but did quite well.
Shannon Gabriel just a bit short and on leg stump with this delivery, but Andrew Fletcher just stylishly getting up and pivoting that ball down to that fine leg position. But it brings a Sunil Ambris, who's on 49.
See how Ambris does here. Certainly coming in with his team in all sorts of trouble and doing quite well. 127 for 4 after 30 overs, and he will get this 50 now. Cut again down to third man, and it's an excellent knock here by Sunil Ambris. Immediately acknowledges the support from the Windwards Volcanoes dugout.
Yeah, so very mature innings as well from Shannon Ambris, playing a really mature innings and more importantly, keeping the Windward Islands Volcanoes into this contest. Had any one of these batters been removed at 36 for 4, I'm sure that the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they would have been very challenged indeed to try and bat this full allocation of 50 overs.
Gabriel comes in once again. Squared up a little bit there as Fletcher gets it down to third man. Amir Jangu behind the stumps, replacing, of course, Josh De Silva, who's on West Indies duty down under. Certainly an excellent wicketkeeper batsman, and certainly a chance for him to stake his claim here in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad. He has played, of course, in the regional 4-day series as a franchise player. So he is in and around the setup, certainly, but there is a chance for him to stake his claim further and develop his career. And he has excellent abilities with the bat as well as Gabriel comes in. Ambris, I should say, turn this into the leg side. Mid-wicket picks up, and there is a single.
So Amri Jangu being a winner this year of the CPL tournament. So he's been in sublime form in white ball cricket. Had an excellent T10 series as well, and been given the opportunity here by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team as a replacement for Joshua De Silva, as you said earlier, who departed our shores to go down under. And I'm sure Amri Jangu will repay the selectors with putting that kind of faith in him.
Gabriel last delivery this over, and this one is high up in the air, down to long on. There's no fielder there. It went higher than further. Hines is the feeling, and Fletcher trots back for 2 to end that over. A little bit of impetus shown there by Andrew Fletcher at the end of 31, 132 for 4, the Windwards Volcanoes.
Skipper Andrew Fletcher just trying to take the likes of Shannon Gabriel downtown, but getting a lot of height rather than distance. That ball was always going over the head of Terence Hines, but he made excellent ground in restricting that scoring to just a single. But the partnership here must be a worrying, a bit of a worry here for skipper Nick Puran. It's now 96 runs. So excellent partnership from both Ambris and skipper Andrew Fletcher.
Jason Mohammed will continue, the south man from the southern end of the ground. Ambris pushes this one up to long on for a single. And we certainly are blessed, I should say, in Trinidad and Tobago to have such excellent wicketkeeper batsmen, because we have Josh De Silva, Nicholas Puran, of course, who was first behind the stumps, and then, of course, Amir Jangu in the wings as well. Fletcher, this is a lovely cut by Fletcher through the cover region, and that will run away for 4. The rail just starting to come off a little bit here of the Red Force bowling attack as the Windwards Volcanoes progress quite nicely to 137 for 4.
So, looking at the replay, short and just outside the line of the off stump. It allowed the likes of Andre Fletcher to rock onto the back foot and really access that space between a backward point and extra cover, and it raced across the carpet here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy for another boundary to Andre Fletcher.
Fletcher turns this one into the leg side. Deep fine leg will have to come on all the way from the boundary and pick that one up. That's Yannick Karaya. So there are two fielders on the leg side. There's the mid-wicket fielder, and then there's the deep square leg, I should say. And then a long on and long off as well for Jason Mohammed.
So at this stage of the innings, only 4 fielders are allowed until the 40th over. But after the 40th over, the fielding team has the luxury of having 5 fielders who can patrol the boundaries.
Mohammed continues here to Ambris, turns this into the mid-wicket region. And the fielder, Darren Bravo, it looks like, comes off the mid-wicket boundary and picks that up, sends a return back into Amir Jangu.
So both these batters here just milking Jason Mohammed at this time, not really trying to be ultra aggressive, but picking up 4-5 runs over, which is very healthy at this stage of the innings.
Again, Fletcher turns this into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run. I get the feeling, though, that Sunil Narayan may come back for a couple overs just to slow down the Windwards Volcanoes, as they seem to be just pushing that run rate up to 4.4. As Mohammed comes in, and Fletcher is trying to get down the wicket to him, but Mohammed does the fielding off his own bowling, and that will end the 32nd over, 139 for 4.
Well, I'm sure that we're going to see the return of the king. When, we're not sure. But what skipper Nick Puran is doing at this stage is really trying to get away a lot of overs. He's been able to successfully do that with both the likes of Jed Gooley and Jason Mohammed. So he has assessed this pitch, really well in terms of who are the bowlers that he's going to be entrusted to get the job done for him.
Shannon Gabriel about to bowl his 5th. More than likely, Puran will hold him back for at least 4 overs at the end. But certainly wants to get a wicket now. Wants to break this partnership, as this partnership has now crossed 100 runs. It's a 103-run partnership. Good work here by these two batters. And lovely drive there by Ambris into the cover region, or square, I should say. And there's a single here for him on offer. Fletcher's back on strike, and he's on 48.
So Shannon Gabriel pitching this ball, just creating a bit of width there, full and wide outside the off stump. So Ambris just leaned into that delivery and played it crispy down to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
That's a long on and a third man, and the sweeper and mid-wicket. Those are your 4 fielders outside the circle for Mr. Gabriel as he storms in again. Turned into the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. Sunil Narayan does the fielding.
So skipper Andre Fletcher finding some form here in this encounter against the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, and how important this knock is here for Windward Islands Volcanoes to keep his team into the contest as well. He's just 2 away from a very good half-century here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
Fletcher, we all know, has a 5th gear as well, so we'll be expecting to see that sometime later on, especially if he sticks around much longer. Lovely Yorker there by Shannon Gabriel, well dug out, and there's a quick single here. Narayan shies at the non-strikers, and Fletcher was all the way gone as he responded slowly to the call from Ambris. Fletcher gets a run, a risky run, but and it's a free hit as well because it's a no ball from Mr. Shannon Gabriel.
Shannon coming in, and what a excellent Yorker from Shannon Gabriel. Just inquiring gently from the umpire exactly what had transpired, and she's indicating that he's just violated that front line. Not a very happy camper indeed is Shannon Gabriel. But had Sunil Narayan hit the sticks, he would have been a goner by a mile, Andre Fletcher.
Yeah, Fletcher was certainly gone there. Well Good work, you have to say, from Sunil Narayan, running around to his right from the mid-wicket region. It's a free hit now here for Sunil Ambris. What can he do with this one? Gabriel storms in. It's a full toss, and he pulls that down to cow corner for 4. Full toss by Gabriel, and wasted away to cow corner. That's a wonderful shot by Ambris, taking full advantage of that free hit.
So Gabriel comes in, and just a wayside full toss on off stump. Really a give to the likes of Sunil Ambris, and he cashed in by scoring a boundary. So Shannon Gabriel just possibly guilty of trying to go for that Yorker again, just missing his length, and it results in a boundary. So that takes the score on to 146 for 4. So the partnership is worth an invaluable 110.
Lovely Yorker length, and this time Narayan fields conventionally at the mid-wicket region, and there is no run.
But it's really refreshing to see the likes of Shannon Gabriel really hitting his straps there, and going for the Yorker, and is what is required at the back end of any white ball contest. He's executing those Yorkers, with consummate ease, may I say.
Nicholas Puran there at mid-off, having very close words with his pacer. Certainly wants Gabriel to be the enforcer and just mash some breaks here in the Volcanoes innings. Again, a lovely little slow. It looked like maybe a little slower ball there from Gabriel. Drilled nicely to Puran at mid-off, and there's no run.
Shannon Gabriel really showing us what a great exponent of the slower ball he's got in his armory. He's running his fingers on the seam of that ball and taking all the piece from that delivery. So the Ambris was trying to trash that ball, but didn't have the piece to execute.
To his credit, the batter checked the shot quite well. Here's Gabriel again. It was a fast delivery on the line of the off stump, played back up to the bowler. And at the end of 33, the Windwards Volcanoes progressing nicely. That recovery partnership now 110. They 146 for 4 after 33.
So we're going to take a break. The players are going to have a drink, but at the 33 over mark, the Windward Islands Volcanoes being asked to bat by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team. They are 146 for 4, making a really great recovery from the likes of Sunil Ambris and Andre Fletcher. But we're going to take a break. We're going to have a drink as well, and we're going to come back as soon as the action continues here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. But just to give you a he's batting on 58 not out from 77 deliveries. Skipper Andre Fletcher, he's on 45, just one away from an impressive half century from 85 deliveries. Alec Athanaze, he didn't stay long enough. He perished for 13. Johnson Charles needlessly run out for 8. The Trinidad Tobago Red Force bowling lineup, Akil Hosein, having completed his quota of 10 overs, 2 for 37. Shannon Gabriel just completed his 5th over, 1 for 36. Jason Mohammed, the man with the golden arm from Barrackpore, he had 2, none for 11. And Sunil Narayan, the king, has delivered 5 overs, no wickets for 14 runs. So that's where we are at the 33 over mark here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. So we will be back shortly to bring you live action here from the Brownlow Cricket Academy as soon as play resumes.
Cricket Academy here as Windwards Volcanoes continue to fight back here. 146 for 4, partnership of 110 between Sunil Ambris and Andrew Fletcher. Rails coming off a little bit for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and as expected, the man Anil Lakan calls the king is back on to give Nicholas Puran some control over this Volcanoes response.
Well, skipper Nick Puran now is asking his champion bowler to come to the bowling crease, and of course he would be delighted, to say the least, if Sunil Narayan could make an immediate impact by removing one of these two set batters.
Andrew Fletcher on 49 as well, a real captain's knock from him after his top order failed to contribute, or failed to really fire, I should say. And Narayan starts with a wide one that Fletcher cuts to the cover region and will get his 50. Excellent captain's knock from Andrew Fletcher and fully appreciated by the Volcanoes dugout.
So Andrew Fletcher scoring 50 from 87 deliveries. It hasn't been the most aggressive innings from Andrew Fletcher, but it has been a measured innings from him, knowing exactly what was required for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, the team, to stay in this contest. And the work has not been completed just yet. There's still a lot of work to do for both the Windward Island Volcanoes and the TNT Red Force, the team indeed.
There's certainly some 16 overs after this one still. Delivery down the leg side by Sunil Narayan, and that's flicked nicely by Sunil Ambris, and will run into the boundary for 4. Not often you see the king missing his line and length, but certainly that one down the leg side, and Ambris not wasting that one at all.
It just tickling that way, looking at the replay, just tickling that one. Very fine indeed. Fine leg, didn't have absolutely no chance to hold that ball in, and it goes into the boundaries. Yannick Correa trying desperately to hold that ball in.
The battle of the Sunils now out there in the middle. Ambris versus Narayan. Darren Bravo coming up to have a word with Sunil Narayan.
So umpire Gregory Brathwaite has called his colleague over. I'm not sure what the discussion is all about. But it's possible that the TNT Red Force, they are asking for a change of ball. As we all know, this ball tends to go very soft, and it's possibly that it's lost its shape as well.
Yes, certainly. The umpires are looking very, very closely at it. Gregory Breffett and Jacqueline Williams, and the third umpire is now out there with a box of balls. Good camera work there by Mr. Matthew Rajaram to pick that one up for us. The consultation continues.
So the partnership is worth an invaluable 115 from 163 deliveries. So excellent recovery here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Being reeling at 36 for 4. One would have thought that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they would have been deep into this Windward Islands Volcanoes batting lineup. But a lot of credit has to go to both Sunil Ambris and Andrew Fletcher. They've played the situation really well, and what they are doing is really setting the platform, possibly for a launch at the back end of the innings.
Sunil Narayan with a fresher ball in his hand. Let's see what difference it makes. And immediately there's an appeal for LBW. Nothing doing. So is that a psychological consideration for batters when they get a fresh change in ball? Is it something that batters have to contend with?
I don't think so. It's more about the batters keeping their concentration.
See what Narayan can do here again. Another delivery down the line of the leg stumps. Nicholas Puran is appealing, but the umpire has nothing doing and is just signaling a wide. Unique bowling run up here for Sunil Narayan, holding the ball behind his back at the very last minute. And this one again down the leg side. And Ambris gets this one fine, but he'll only get one for it. There was a contemplation of a second. I think he was interested. Andrew Fletcher ball watching a little bit. Sunil Narayan is losing his line a little bit in this over.
So that single takes the score on to 153 for 4.
This one he gets a cut. There's a cut and it's a wild throw at the bowler's end. Fletcher was short getting back in.
And excellent running from both Ambris and Andrew Fletcher. From the moment Andrew Fletcher played that ball to Shannon Gabriel, he was off and running. But had that ball hit the sticks, it could have been very, very close indeed.
This one again cut, and this one is past Gabriel, and this will run down to third man boundary. Will Gabriel haul it in? And he does not. The footwork is very, very lame from the tall fast bowler. That one runs into the boundary for 4. And that's 4 more to Ambris at the end of 34. The Windwards Volcanoes 158 for 4.
Yeah, so the big man struggling at this stage here to hold that one and trying to get that size 13 boot to make that stop. Unfortunately for him, it goes into the boundary. But that takes the Windward Islands onto 158 for 4. And 16 overs still available to the Windward Islands Volcanoes batting lineup.
It's certainly not often you see for Narayan go for double figure runs in an over. He went for at least 11 in that over, including the wide, with the 2 4s, one that maybe Shannon Gabriel could have done a bit better at. And the ball really is following Shannon Gabriel around today a little bit, as he's feeling at a short mid-on. Inspection of the ball at the northern end of the ground. Umpire Jacqueline Williams is happy with that one. Puran is still asking questions. As is his captain, it is his right to do so, of course, Anil Lakan. And your thoughts on Nicholas Puran's captaincy and his growth as a captain, as a player?
Well, he's been excellent as a leader, to say the least. He has led this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team admirable and continues to do so.
He certainly seems to have a cricketing brain about him, Nicholas Puran, in addition to his well-known abilities with the bat. Yannick Karaya comes in. A cut again by Andrew Fletcher. Again very close to the stumps, but he gets it down to square for a single. He's certainly looking a little bit more comfortable in the middle, Andrew Fletcher, because we saw that he was attempting a lot of those cut shots against the spinners, really not getting it off now. The field is spread a little bit now, so he certainly has the opportunities for run, as Shannon Gabriel is dismissed to a short fine leg position. Ambris on 67, a well-played 67 here. And he goes for the sweep this time. And that one is gone to deep square leg. And that's the 4. He tried that sweep a couple times. Didn't make connection with it. Ambris starting to open up. The Windwards Volcanoes 163 for 4.
So Karaya pitches that ball outside the line of the leg stump. And Sunil Ambris cashing in on that delivery there and getting a boundary. So the runs are starting to flow here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Both these players now are playing with some level of freedom. But skipper Nick Puran has displaced the slip now.
Karaya to continue. And he is cutting this one, and that one is to gully. And that's good fielding by that fielder. I think that's Terence Hines in that gully fielding position. Yes, it is Terence Hines. And yes, the run rate is going up to 4.7. The current run rate, 4.75. I think the exact figures, when it was hovering at about 4.1, 4.2. So certainly the Volcanoes just starting to press on the gas a little bit. Good response here by Karaya.
Yeah, Karaya continues to develop as an all-round cricketer. Every time I see him bowl, he just seems to be getting better and better And that's really good signs, not only for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but also West Indies cricket as a whole.
2 deliveries left in this over. Wide delivery, and Ambris gets this one down to cover. Cut off the back foot.
Jed Gooley doing the clean-up at the cover boundary there.
Certainly Yannick Araya not doing too badly at all. His economy rate, none for 24, 5.5. Hasn't taken a wicket here for Nicholas Puran yet, and he'd certainly want to do that. Gets a squared up Andrew Fletcher a little bit there, and at the end of 35, the Windwards Volcanoes are 164 for 4. And some comments from Hamza Mohammed, who will replace Mr. Hanil Lakan coming up very shortly here. 164 for the Windwards Volcanoes. The partnership of 128 here between Sunil Ambris and Andre Fletcher. Take a look at the bowling here for the Red Force. 2 for 37 from Akil Hosein. 1 for 36 from Shannon Gabriel. Jid Gooley, 3 overs, none for 14. Sunil Narayan, 6 overs, none for 26. Yannick Araya, 6 overs, none for 24. Terence Hines, not too bad at all. 3 overs, none for 15. And Jason Mohammed, 2 overs, none for 11. Sunil Narayan to continue with his 7th over. And as I welcome back Hamza Mohammed, the Windwards Volcanoes are racing for 2 from a flick to the leg by Sunil Ambris.
Excellent piece of running there from these two. They've been outside there for a very long time. 2 of the more senior men in this Windward Islands Volcano team. And they're certainly showing their seniority out there. The partnership now 130. If there was ever a time for a partnership like that, it was certainly now. It's a must-win situation here. Both teams kind of winning their game earlier and qualifying for that semi-final in Antigua.
Windwards Volcanoes certainly putting their hands up and being counted here. And the battle of the Sunils continues here. Hamza Mohammed, Sunil Narayan versus Sunil Ambris. And you'd have to say it's honours even. Maybe Ambris slightly better, as that he's still in the wicket.
Yeah, Ambris has certainly carried up his strike rate this past few overs. He's now on 74 of 88 deliveries. So this is an excellent hand from him. He certainly wasn't looking himself when he went out there earlier on. He's just maturing into this innings right now. Fletcher, he's on 52 of 89 deliveries.
This one turned down into the leg side. Fine leg will come off the boundary and they will get another single here. So it's very easy, you'd have to say, at this stage for the Volcanoes. They've ridden the crest of the middle overs when the Trinidad and Tobago spinners were really on top of their game. And so they're making hay while the sun shines, you have to say. And the sun is still shining at the Barnlow Cricket Academy. Fletcher touches this one thing into the offside and they get a single. A wild throw from Puran at the bowler's end. But there is no overthrow. So they continue to manipulate the strike quite well.
A lot of times we've been speaking about the runs in the middle overs, and so far the Windward Islands Volcano, they're doing a pretty decent job here. Just getting that strike over. They're getting that scoreboard continuously ticking. This last couple overs, they've got a few boundaries against the run of play, Andrew, and certainly a couple of those boundaries you felt as though the Trinidad and Tobago players should have done a bit better. But at the end of 36 overs, the score 168 for 4. Are we being set up here for an eruption at the end of the innings?
Certainly here. And we look at the Windwards Volcano scorecard here, and the top order, very hard work for them. Johan Jeremiah coming in for this game, bowled early by Shannon Gabriel. Ronson Charles unfortunately run out from some good work from Yannick Araya, who will continue bowling. Alec Athanaze, well caught by Nicholas Puran at leg slip off the bowling of Hosein. And then Kavim Hodge also caught by Narayan off the bowling of Hosein. Ambris steps across the pitch and sweeps square of the wicket. Good fielding down the boundary. And he will get 2. As Karaya continues, excellent work on that boundary there. I think that's the man, Keon Otley.
Certainly covered a lot of ground really quickly as well. That ball was swept really hard from Ambris. Just freeing his arms here a bit. He's reached up to 75. Fletcher just really playing a captain's knock here. An excellent supporting hand so far. I'm sure these two will be looking to at least carry this up to the 40 or 41st over and get that tempo up a bit. If one of these could go straight till the 50th over, I'm sure they'll have a competitive total on the board.
Driven straight back to the bowler on the bounce by Andre Fletcher. He was certainly trying to step out of his crease there, try to create some havoc. And I'm sort of wondering what score the Windwards Volcanoes will be hoping to post there. And I'm thinking at this stage they would be wanting more than 250, especially with the platform that these two have set. But of course, it remains to be seen how long they can bat for. This one, he goes big over long on, and that's a towering 6 from Andre Fletcher. Releases his hands and gets and tugs Karaya over long on for 6.
Fletcher has been known to playing this shot over the years, and he does so quite nicely again. And that's the danger of having him out there if you're a Trinidad and Tobago supporter and player. This guy could just turn up the heat in no time. Excellent shot there from the Windward Island skipper.
Yeah, the Red Force team will be very wary and very concerned about Andre Fletcher, because we all know he has a 5th gear, Hamza. And when he does go into that 5th gear, he certainly adds a little bit of nitrous oxide to that 5th gear as well. Let's see how Karaya responds with this challenge here. Another delivery outside the line of the leg stump, and good cricket here by Fletcher, just turning it down to Shannon Gabriel and a short fine leg.
And what's really good from the Windward Islands as well is that two senior men, short of runs in this competition so far, are the men who put up their hands here today and ensuring that their team gains some sort of respectability to that total. So we're into the last ball of over number 37.
And Ambris sweeps flat into cow corner. That's another 6 off the over. It's an expensive over here by Yannick Karaya. He's going for a bit. He's feeling the pain, as is all of the Red Force. Windwards Volcanoes, 183 for 4 after 37. Hamza, this shot, wonderful one.
That's excellent again from Sunil Ambris. We've spoken about how quickly he got that strike rate up, and immediately he's moved on to 81 off 91 deliveries so far. Really playing a hand here are both of these batsmen. Again, they've had some nervy times out there, but that's now long gone. What was really interesting a few overs ago after that drinks break is that they came out rejuvenated. They started running really quickly between the wickets.
The King Sunil Narayan from the southern end. And Fletcher will turn this one into short fine leg, and there's no single. So he will certainly be hoping to slow down the whatever the Volcanoes have accomplished so far. But he just has 3 overs left, 2 overs and 5 balls. There's certainly a challenge for Nicholas Puran to see who will close out this innings for him. Appeal for caught behind. Fletcher flirting with that one. Certainly no leg movement there from him, just hanging the bat out to dry. Hamza, let's have a look at the replay on this one. Narayan to continue here. And this one, he gets it down to the short fine leg position, and he will get the single this time. Does Andre Fletcher. So, short third man, my apologies.
Jason Mohammed, he has 8 overs up his sleeve still, and we all know what he can do as well. And he's bowled a lot of overs in the death as well too, so certainly an option. An
edge here by Sunil Ambris, and this is going to run down very fine. Otley is not going to pull that one back up. That's 4 more for Ambris, and he moves on swiftly to 85.
Yes, I was saying Jason Mohammed, he has 8 overs in the tank still. Terence Hines still has 7. Yannick Karaya, he has 3. Jid Cooley still has 7 overs. Shannon Gabriel, the speedster, he still has 5 overs as well. So the options are there for Nicholas Puran. But what these two batsmen have ensured is that they've still remained out there.
Narayan again. There's no run.
And after that double wicket from Akil Hussain, Trinidad Tobago, they've had a lot of half chances, I must say. Some run-out opportunities, some catches that could have gone either way.
This one turned just behind square, and they will get a single there as square leg comes around. And that is a leg by, I believe. And at the end of 38 overs, it's 189 for 4, the Windwards Volcanoes. And of course, Hamza, while Puran does have those bowling options, he isn't getting the kind of control that he would have liked to see from his bowlers. Even Narayan is going for a few runs. And when Sunil Narayan goes for a few runs, you always know that everybody else might have to step up their game just a little bit more. I think there's going to be adjustment in the bowling here. Terence Hines is going to come and try his luck from the northern end of the ground. So very interesting. Both pace bowlers started from the southern end of the ground, but they're having to close off the innings from the northern end of the ground here. And certainly the Windwards Volcanoes putting themselves in a very good platform for these last 10 overs.
Again, you would have mentioned, we would have heard from Mr. Anil Lakan about the tactics from this team. I wonder if this is just a tactical ploy here to have Terence Hines comes from this end of the ground. This is the end that you would usually see Terence Hines bowling in the T10 overs. So he would come from this end and he would get a lot of swing throughout the game. But I mean, the ball is still pretty new in that circumstance. But is it just a ploy to have him bowl from this end and especially get Shannon Gabriel from that far end? And as I'm seeing that, the rain is coming and it's drizzling really heavily out there. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen, because it's a bit of a delay with Nicholas Puran trying to get his field correct. And as he's doing that, the ground staff, they're trying to get themselves correct as well.
Yeah, so there is a slight drizzle across the ground. The umpires haven't made any indication as yet. They're hoping it's just a passing cloud. So there is a bit of a dark cloud coming from the western side of the ground and sort of hanging over a little bit. Seems very light though. It seems a very, very light sprinkle. The ground staff are ready on the eastern side of the ground. The umpire has not called for a pause in play yet. Terence Hines is still getting ready to bowl. Third man has gone out to the boundary, as well as a deep point fielder. It's a wide delivery, and that one is cut to the cover fielder. Loosener from Terence Hines. The ground staff still waiting for a signal from the umpire. There's nothing doing yet from the umpire. Miss Jacqueline Williams from the northern end of the ground. He's just checking the run up there from Terence Hines to see if the extra moisture is causing some damage to the run up.
So Andrew, if they were to go at a run-up ball from here, they'll reach at 261 at the end of the innings. I'm sure they'll want to be crossing that 280 mark if that's the case, especially with 6 wickets still in hand and the platform they've gotten so far.
Stepped across his pitch, a good Yorker length from Terence Hines, but Fletcher steps across and they're coming back for the second, and he might be close. He's in that there. He stepped across and flicked that one to mid-wicket, and they came careening back for the second. It was a good throw in by that fielder on the boundary there. And Fletcher just gets back in. It looks like that. And I think I can still see some rain, but it certainly seems a little bit lighter. A dark cloud is still hanging over the western side of the ground. Certainly in by some distance there, Andrew Fletcher. It looked a little bit closer live, but excellent work by our director, Mr. Ronnie Bikramdas, to prove me wrong with the slowed instant replay. Hines to continue. Slingy action. It's a full toss, and that's driven down to long off. Fletcher did not get a hold of that at all. Puran picks up and sends a fiery return back to Amir Django behind the stumps.
Amir Django has come into the side, and he's not done a bad job at all behind the wicket. So that's
Certainly.
good signs here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's a very handy batsman as well.
And I think that's where Amir Django needs to prove himself, because as I mentioned to Anil Lakan, Trinidad and Tobago seem to be blessed with quite a few wicket-keeper batters. Lovely drive here by Ambris down to long on. He moves on to 87. Otley does the fielding. And it certainly seems like it was just a passing cloud. I can't see any rain droplets falling over the ground again. The ground staff are still ready with the covers, because as you can see, those dark clouds above the western side of the ground are still hovering. The lights are starting to come on here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Fletcher's faced exactly 100 deliveries for his 66. A wide delivery by Terence Hines, and signaled so thusly by Miss Jacqueline Williams. So again, Hamza, the control that we saw from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the beginning of this Volcanoes innings is not showing through, certainly towards the tail end of the innings. Certainly seems that I wouldn't say the Red Force are out of ideas, but they are just going through the motions now, as Ambris and Fletcher have really settled into what they're doing here. This partnership down to 159. Excellent partnership. Hines again. A lovely Yorker dug out and struck him mid-on. Otley does the fielding.
Yeah, and beside that too, Andrew, and I mentioned it earlier, the amount of half chances that was there, it could have gone either way on any day. So, I mean, that alone could basically break spirits a bit, but it's very important. And Nicholas Puran urges his men here to continue. Darren Bravo has been trying really hard to keep this momentum and the spirit high out there.
Another straight drive here, and it ricochets off the stumps, and they'll run for a single. The throw comes back into Django. And at the end of 39, it's 197 for 4. There is still some rain about, as the Windwards Volcanoes boys, they'll get a drink here. 197 for 4 after 39.
Yeah, and just like that, there wasn't a boundary in the over, but easily they got 8 runs in that over.
As you can see, the run rate has gone above 5, I think, for the first time in this game, other than the first couple overs when they got off to a bit of a flyer.
Yeah, they would have gotten some 22 runs in those first 3 overs. And it was from then that the Trinidad and Tobago team, they clawed back in with that excellent double. Well, it was the 5th over that they got that double wicket. Shannon Gabriel has really been steamy at the start of these games. So I would really like to see him back into the attack once he's fit and raring to go. But it's going to be the guy who's been referred to as the king, Mr. Sunil Narayan. He has 2 overs left as we see those grey clouds.
Narayan continues. Ambris turns this one into the gully region, and there's a single. And as the old saying goes, it seems there's some primate nuptials around, because rain falling, sun shining, and monkeys are marrying. Hamza Mohammed, because the sun is still here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But certainly some rain is falling. It's nothing heavy. There's a lovely cut there down to deep cover, and they'll get a single. Shannon Gabriel comes off the boundary quite well, and with that strong right arm of his, sends in a good return. He's certainly better outside the circle, Shannon Gabriel, as opposed to inside the circle. Couple little faux pas in the field from the big man. Narayan continues. Beaten all ends up there. So Sunil Ambris.
If the Windward Islands team can continue in this trend with Sunil Narayan, they could probably get his 10 overs for 40 odd or so without picking up a wicket. They would think that they would have done their job against him, the way he has been bowling in this competition so far.
Cut by Ambris down against the cover region, and that shot takes him into the 90s. And also the 200 up for the Windwards Volcanoes, so 200 for 4. So excellent work here by them, and you, as you did mention, they would be expecting at least a run of ball in the last 10 overs, especially if Fletcher opens up. This time he drives up to mid-off, and they'll run a quick single there. There's a shy of the bowler stumps, but good running in between the wickets there. They get another single here.
I wonder what these guys drank at that drinks break, because since they've come out, it's like two brand new batsmen out there.
Certainly, a voice of confidence and some energy drinks with some extra sugar in it. Narayan comes in, and this last delivery of the 40th over is played back up to the bowler, and there is no run. At the end of 40, it's 201 for 4. Some comments from Hamza Mohammed before Mr. Anil Lakan replaces yours truly.
Yeah, Sunil Ambris, that last ball on that occasion there, he took a scar just outside the off stump, covered all three stumps of Sunil Narayan. As you see the scorecard here, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're 201 for 4. That's on the back of Sunil Ambris. He's on 90 not out. Fletcher is on 69 not out. Trinidad Tobago Red Force, Akil Hosein, the pick of the bowlers. He's bowled out his 10 overs, 2 wickets for 37 runs. Gabriel, he has 5 left, 1 for 36. And as you can see here, not so good signs as the ground staff gingerly coming out with the covers. One would expect a bit more urgency from them. Mr. Lakan, 201 for 4 after 40 thoughts so far.
Well, the Windward Islands, having been asked to bat here by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they were struggling at 34 for 4, but they've made an excellent recovery with a unbeaten partnership of 165, and how well the likes of Sunil Ambris together with the skipper Andrew Fletcher has played, to keep their team into contention in this contest. And with that partnership, they've really, really established themselves. And at this stage, we're just going to recap a bit the scorecard. Jeremiah Bull by Shannon Gabriel. Johnson Charles needlessly being run out for 8. Alec Athanaze out foxed by Nicholas Puran with his planning, with Akil Hosein for 13. Kevin Hodge caught by Sunil Narayan on the second attempt at that first slip position, and a double wicket in that third over really set the tone for the rest of the innings. But it was the Ambris and the skipper Andrew Fletcher show here at the Brown Cricket Academy, doing a quick assessment of how they wanted to play, and they've done so really, really well. And they've batted now for quite an extended period of time. Just recapping the bowlers, Akil Hosein finishing his allocation of 10 overs. He's conceded 37 runs for 2 wickets. Shannon Gabriel, 5 overs, 36 runs, 1 wicket. Jed Gooley getting another opportunity here at the Brown Cricket Academy, bowling 3 overs for 14 runs. He didn't get a wicket. Sunil Narayan, the king, 9 overs, 39 runs, no wicket. Yannick Correa, how often do we see him going wicketless? 7 overs, 39 runs, no wicket. Terence Hines, the all-rounder, 4 overs, 23 runs, no wicket. And Jason Mohammed, the man with the golden arm, has not really impacted this innings just yet, only having the opportunity to bowl 2 overs for 11 runs. So at this stage of the innings, the Windward Islands Volcanoes really has set the platform for both Sunil Ambris and Andrew Fletcher to really launch an attack in the last 10 overs of this innings.
Yeah, so some unfortunate scenes here. The arena's coming down a bit harder. Windward Islands Volcano, they're 201 for 4 on the back of an unbroken partnership of 165 from Sunil Ambris and Andre Fletcher. We'll be back here when the covers go off.
And welcome back to action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in the CG United Super 50 match between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Windward Islands. And after an almost 3-hour rain delay, the news from the middle is that according to the revised parameters, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have to make 243 to win this game in an allotted 40 overs. Unfortunately, the game ended at 40 overs for the Windward Islands, or their innings, that should be, ended at 40 overs. Sunil Ambris was stranded on 90 not out. Unfortunately, he couldn't get to his 100. And it was certainly building up to be a wonderful game, a wonderful finale. Unfortunately, before the rains put pay to that. And we're here with the first delivery, and it's a good bouncing delivery from Preston McSween, and Keon Otley has to leave that past the off stump. As I'm joined in the commentary booth by Mr. Hamza Mohammed.
Hey, good evening.
Night. Good night, Hamza.
Good evening to all of you locked on. We're glad you're here still. Cricket is playing here at the Brian Cricket Academy. Trinidad Tobago looking to get their runs flowing immediately.
Delivery down the leg side, and Otley is off the mark after a turn to square leg from Preston McSween. Amir Jangu will get a chance to open here.
Yeah, Jangu is into the side for Joshua De Silva, who's on international duties. Remember, the overs has been reduced to 40 overs for the Trinidad and Tobago run chase. 8 overs per bowler. The power play is overs number 1 to 8, then 8, number 9 to 24.
McSween into Jangu down the leg side. What we call a wide. Good take there by Tevin Walcott.
That should be 8 from overs 9 to 32, and then from the 33rd to the 40th over. So your power plays again, overs number 1 to 8, the second power play, number 9 to 32, and then the final power play is from the 33rd over to the 40th over. Gonna see how this wet outfield impacts this run chase here.
Here's McSween, another delivery on the middle and leg stump. Well turned by Jangu to mid-wicket, contemplating a second. And yes, certainly that dew factor and moisture factor will be a consideration for the Windward Island Volcanoes bowlers.
Yes, certainly so. And I must say, for Amir Jangu though, he would be happy to get off the mark immediately there. Had a decent time behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, he's had some good times behind the stumps there, Jangu. Want to follow it up in front of the stumps. Or delivery outside the line of the off stump. 4th or 5th stump line, flashing at that one is Keon Otley. But of course they have to get a run rate going, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The equation is currently 236 off 246. That's what's required. McSween comes in again. 50 delivery of this over. And this one is over cover, and he should get 4 for this. It's maybe a little bit more square than he would have liked, but certainly runs down to the boundary for 4. And a welcome boundary to start for Keon Otley.
Yeah, this is generally how Keon Otley starts his innings. And he's a man in a bit of form. He's gotten a few starts here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. A couple half centuries already in this competition. So he'll be looking to carry on. And he's a type of batsman who doesn't like to get tied down at all. And that was just all timing there, and you can see the ball slowed up a bit, and that's due to the wet outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Certainly a challenge for both teams ahead. McSween with the last delivery of this over, and this one is driven just a short cover, and it falls just in front of the fielder there. I think that's Johnson Charles. Good fielding effort there, and at the end of an eventful first over, the Red Force are 7 without loss.
Yeah, that man Johnson Charles, unfortunately, run out today. That was a really bad mix-up. Usually, we talk about the options Trinidad have in terms of the keeping. There's a couple keepers here as well who's in the outfield in terms of the skipper, Andre Fletcher, as well as that man who just fielded that ball there, Johnson Charles.
I think Sunil Ambris is also good behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, and at the moment he's at first slip, so sticking to behind the stumps there. It's a good field there is Ambris as well, but didn't seem 100% when he went out there to bat, so it's good to have him on the field. Fortunately, not being able to carry on his innings, made 19 not out.
Kavim Hodge will resume action from the northern end. He's really proven his worth as an all-rounder in this tournament. Doing some good work with the ball.
Hodge will be looking to extract whatever moisture he can here. Just get those kitty. He has a very, very good arm ball as well. So generally would be turning the ball into the left-hander.
And Lakan looking closely at proceedings from our position here. Shot pass is just past short mid off. Long off will come and pick it up. And Django gets off the mark.
Yeah,
actually, Django gets a run, I should say. He isn't off the mark.
So the two fielders outside the circle here is that man at deep mid wicket and a man at long on. Probably for that sweep that Otley plays. Sorry, at long off. Saying probably for that sweep shot that Otley likes to play as well.
At cover fielders right back on the edge of the 30-yard circle as well. And Lakan rehearsing that shot there from Keon Otley.
Hodge just trying that ball. He has two towels.
Oh, Bolden. And that's bowled him straight through Keon Otley. Oh, and it's not bowled. My apologies, but it beat everyone there, certainly.
That ball just bamboozled everybody, including my fellow commentator, Mr. Andrew Chang. What a delivery that was. Kavim Hodge just getting that ball to bounce a bit. How is Otley still there? Just a bit of fortune there, but at times you need that as a batsman.
Back live here.
So good start from Hodge so far. Usually you would see spinners having trouble to grip the ball. Kavim Hodge is just drying that ball mercilessly there in that towel.
Yeah, he certainly has some challenges on his hand with the moisture in the outfield on that delivery, on that ball. It's one a bit straighter, maybe straight down the leg, turned into mid wicket by Otley. There's no run. A good start by Kavim Hodge here, really building that pressure. And there's certainly a pause between every delivery. He wants to get as good as grip as possible on the ball. Nice drive there by Otley. It's pushed to mid-on and he will cheek a single. And at the end of 2 overs, a good over there from Hodge. Just 2 runs off it. 9 without loss after 2.
Yeah, the batsman will be a little more comfortable taking those singles because when they push that ball is going to keep slowing up on that outfield before it reaches the fielders as well. So it would allow the batsman to get through their singles and twos easier. Would actually allow for a 2 instead of 1 as well in some instances. So the run in between the wickets here between these two is going to be very crucial for them. Otley, he's on 5 of 10 so far. Django just a run a ball. Run a ball 2. So looks like Preston McSween is going to continue from that far end.
Beautiful delivery coming back in. Just a little touch maybe off the deck there. And Fending at that one was Keon Otley. Is swinging away to the right of keeper Tevin Walcott. Took a good take.
Yeah, we spoke about Shannon Gabriel earlier on that end, getting the ball to swing a bit. McSween certainly has the ability to swing the ball. Left arm fast bowler, tall left arm fast bowler at that as well.
Certainly isn't as express as Gabriel, I would argue. Otley coming forward, standing up tall, pushing that to mid-on.
But with this new ball, if he can control this with the new ball, he could certainly extract some swing here. Can pitch the ball in the correct areas. Just goes back to the basic line and length.
Certainly has that left arm pacer coming over the wicket to the left-handed Keon Otley. He will certainly get that one to touchdown and maybe straighten. And that's why that slip. Sunil Ambris is there. Good of Fletcher to encourage his pace bowler. And again, that's an inside edge, and that's down to fine leg for 4. Bit of luck there for Keon Otley, but 4 runs nevertheless.
Yeah, excellent delivery there again from McSween. It's a bit of luck there, and sometimes as a batsman you just need that to kickstart your innings. But how many times in this competition have we said outside edge or inside edge racing away for 4? Certainly the edges in this competition, those bats really getting a working all round. Had some excellent swing bowling so far.
McSween, this one is a good delivery on the line of the off stump, and it just shows the different sort of game that when luck really is your way, because it was a similar delivery to that got Johan Jeremiah out against Shannon Gabriel, just sort of hanging the bat out to dry, getting a bottom edge onto the stumps, or inside bottom edge onto the stump to Johan Jeremiah early in the Windwards Islands Volcanoes first innings. Instead, Keon Otley gets away with a little 4, a cheeky 4.
Yeah, talk about Shannon Gabriel just having a little more pace than McSween. Again, using that swing early on with Shannon Gabriel.
Adjustment in the field now with fine leg coming in and mid wicket as well, and this delivery is turned down to fine leg, so it'll just be a single there for Otley. Fine leg does stay back for Amir Django as well. So 2 left-handers opening here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Normally it's a left-hand, right-hand combination, but Josh De Silva, the first choice wicketkeeper batsman, is off to Australia. Of course, we wish him and the Red Force and all the West Indies players the best of luck down under on that tour. McSween comes in again. Good Yorker length delivery, well dug out by Django. And that's the end of 14 overs after 3 overs, that should be. It's 14 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Certainly not the most explosive of starts, but they would be happy to not have lost a wicket. But of course, the challenge is now, Hamza, that they just have 5 overs left in this power play. Power play shortened to 8 overs. So they'll be certainly wanting to get as much runs as possible as they can. And here goes Otley, hoiking Hodge over mid-wicket. And that's 6. High, hard and handsome from Keon Otley, getting a chance to free his arms and not wasting the opportunity at all.
Yeah, Otley isn't going to miss out on an opportunity like that. He's a man in form up the order for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And he will grab every opportunity he gets. He will actually create opportunity for himself as well to get those current opportunities. Excellent shot there. Just a touch short on that occasion, you would think, from Kavim Hodge. And that's easy pickings for a man in form.
The spinners usually run through their overs quite quickly, but Kavim Hodge is spending a lot of time trying to dry that ball. even scuffing up some room just behind the umpire in the run-up, so he can get some dry earth.
Yeah, I'm sure the umpires would be having a close look at that ball ever so often as well.
There's Hodge again. It's a delivery turned into mid-wicket. Good fielding there.
That ball would just be soaking up all that moisture on the ground, causing a bit of swelling to that ball as well. So, umpires doing a good job so far out there in the middle.
Good delivery by Hodge. Coming back nicely after being struck for 6. It's always a challenge for a bowler when you get struck for a boundary of the first delivery of the over. Hodge dealing with the challenge quite nicely.
Yeah, but beside that too, Andrew, he gets struck for a 6 earlier on. A lot of moisture, constantly drying the ball, especially as a spin bowler, using a newer ball as well. You think so much challenges against you, but now you have to rise to the occasion, help your team in a situation. And that's excellent there from Hodge. So as you said before, an excellent comeback after being struck for that 6.
Yeah, that was a fuller delivery. Tried to turn it into the leg side. Keon Otley got a leading edge. Thankfully, it was all along the ground. Point is the fielding. And Hodge will want to end strongly here. And he gets pushed down to... Oh, no, the field is very wide at long on, but they're coming back for the second. There's a bit of hesitancy. The throw comes in at the bowler's end. Hodge was saying go for the keeper's end, and they get 2 at the end of that. Good response from Hodge. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 22 without loss after 4 overs.
Yeah, Otley immediately called 2 after striking at to the fielder at long on. Jangu, he's always going to oblige. He's quick between the wickets, is Amir Jangu.
Amir Jangu with the matching gear, because when he was keeping, he had red wicketkeeper gloves, and now he's batting, and he has red to match the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force colours. Preston McSween to continue from the southern end of the ground. Tucked up by Jangu, and there's an LBW, and he gets it. It was an incoming delivery there from Preston McSween, just jagging back into Django a little bit. Struck as he was trying to turn it into leg. And the Red Force have lost their first wicket. It's the keeper batsman, Amir Django, going LBW to McSween for 2. 22 for 1.
Yeah, I mentioned that length from Shannon Gabriel earlier being just a touch fuller on this occasion. McSween getting the ball a bit fuller, and the ball just a little bit of in swing to Django, who was actually a long way across the stumps. Umpire Brathwaite there having a long look at that and eventually deciding Django was in front and was plumb. Looks dejected walking back there as Django. He goes for 2 or 4 deliveries, but a good wicket there from McSween, and you could sense that was coming. He was bowling really well, beaten the batsman on a few occasions. This is good thinking here from him. And because he can get that in swing, I would like to see just stay on that off stump, just outside off stump line. As we see the new batsman, the very experienced Jason Mohammed, walking out to the middle. And if you want a calm head at the wicket, it's this guy here.
Certainly, and we'll see how Preston McSween adjusts for the right-handed Jason Mohammed. He wears the number 3 on his back, and he certainly is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's choice at number 3, and has played some good innings so far in this tournament when his team needed it. Hasn't really pushed on. We know that he's very capable of doing a lot more in terms of output, run output. McSween comes in, adjusts the line well, play down into gully region, and there's no run for Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed, he will take his time and go about his innings. He's a guy that doesn't get flustered out there too fast, but he can't play the big shot as well. like I say, a guy who has a lot of experience in this format. Some international experience as well.
Fielder coming in from cover off the boundary, or outside fielders, a third man and mid wicket. And this one is driven, and that fielder cover kind of slipped at there and was able to make a very good stop, but it dropped just in front of him. He couldn't come up with a catch, unfortunately for him. And Mohammed gets away with 2 through the cover region.
And I love that. They took off for that first one really hard. And that allowed them to come back for an easy 2 in the end. And that's what a lot of batsmen are lacking. They go through for that first run very gingerly. A bit of misfield there. So that's excellent batting from Jason Mohammed. And good call there from young Otley. Score now 24 for 1.
Nice turn into mid wickets by Jason Mohammed, showing his experience here. But of course the challenge is that the required run rate is 6.3 already, and the current run rate is 5.3. So they're already behind Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's a stiff total that they have to chase down. McSween, who troubled Otley, to Otley. Good Yorker length delivery, well dug out by Keon Otley, and he digs it out to long on for the single. At the end of 5 overs, it's a 1 delivery left in the 5th over. Of course, under this night sky, Preston McSween will get that little bit of swing with his left arm bowling. If he can get that line right to Jason Mohammed. Just get it right. But Jason Mohammed still pushes it up to mid-on for a single. They run that cheeky single. And it is the end of the 5th over now. After 5 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 27 for 1. Some comments from Hamza Mohammed before Anna Lakan replaces yours truly.
Yeah, so a good start here. Good even start, I should say, from both teams. McSween really bowling a tidy line and length here. It's 1 for 16 off his 3 so far. Certainly extracting a bit of swing out there. So I welcome into the commentary box man who has a lot of knowledge on these guys. Mr. Anil Lakan, thoughts on the start so far after 5 overs?
Pleasant good night to you, Hamza. Pleasant good night to all our listeners and viewers, wherever you may be around the globe. Trinidad and Tobago have been asked to score 243 for victory in 40 overs. They are 27 for 1, having just lost Amichangu LBW to a ball that was seaming back sharply into him.
That's cut away, and cut away nicely. He played that really late as Jason Mohammed, and he has the ability to do that. That's excellent from him. But again, some turn on offer here.
So Jason Mohammed just camping on the back foot, allowing that ball to come on to him there and getting it past that slip. And he picks up 2 runs. So Jason Mohammed, very busy indeed in this innings.
Oh, this ball is sounding lovely off Jason Mohammed's bat there, Anil.
Yeah, he's in sublime touch thus far in the tournament. He hasn't really carried on, and tonight might be the night that we'll see the best of Jason Mohammed in this tournament. Short and wide. Just probably think that he missed out there, Jason Mohammed. Cutting that ball to backward point. There's no run. Trinidad and Tobago. They're staying just within striking distance of their asking run rate.
And again, something really nice, and they go for a quick single. Shy at the stumps there, but Jason Mohammed, he was always going to be home.
Yeah, so a lot of urgency here in the batting. There's no need to really go extremely hard at this stage of the innings. It's important. Their first total will be to get to 87 after 20 overs. So that's going to be the first order of business for Trinidad and Tobago.
We talk about the way the ball is coming off Jason Mohammed's bat for this entire season. What about the bat of Keon Otley? Really impressive is this man.
Yeah, Keon Otley is a very pugnacious player, very unassuming indeed, but he does get the ball away.
See Hodge continuing here. Again, played really late off the back foot. So at the end of 6 overs, the score 31 for 1. Hodge, he's bowled 3 overs for 14 runs. And Anil, we've spoken about guys and fitness. Otley certainly one of the fittest guys out there in the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, this entire Trinidad and Tobago outfit has been doing a lot of work in terms of their fitness, and the man in charge of preparing these guys is no other than Clinton Jeremiah, who has been doing a tremendous job, not only with Trinidad and Tobago, but he's plied his trade around the region as well. So he's very experienced and he knows exactly how to get these guys up to full fitness. So McSween using the deck there, hitting the ball hard into the deck. Just getting a bit of bounce with this new ball. But it's not going to last very long because this ball has a tendency to go very soft quickly, Hamza.
Especially with all the moisture around as well. Moisture will be absorbed in that ball. Oh, that's an inside edge there. But a good piece of work there from the keeper. So McSween, he's causing a bit of trouble, but I'd still like to see just carry up that ball a little bit. And when he did that in the last over, he picked up the all-important wicket. The new man in the squad, Amir Jangu. Certainly a good addition in the playing 11. A guy who always willing to grasp the opportunity. Unfortunately, didn't make much today. But a really bright prospect in the Trinidad and Tobago team is Amir Jangu. That's got away, and that's got away really nicely. Bit of a top edge in that as well. But that ball raced into the boundary there.
So Preston McSween just going a bit short and wide there, allowing the likes of Keon Otley to extend his arms and cut that ball up. He did. He cut that ball deliberately over the slip region there, that gully region there, for 4 runs. With the third man inside the circle, from the moment it passed those feelers, it had 4 written all over it.
And that's driven handsomely through the covers. Keon Otley, a man on a mission.
Well, it's a vintage Keon Otley, may I say. That ball wasn't there, but he just extended that left foot out and hit through the line of the delivery, and it sped past that extra cover region and it goes into the boundary for 4. So Keon Otley really taking a liking to Preston McSween here now.
See McSween want to finish this over good. And that's a wide delivery there. Oh, probably just brushed something on the way because it wasn't called.
Well, Keon Otley was just taking a stride down the pitch there, possibly just brushing the pads on the way to wicketkeeper. So McSween will want to finish well here, Hamza.
And that's a huge shout there, but not interested in all, and rightfully so. So that's the end of McSween's fourth over. He's going on a run of ball right now. 24 runs, 1 wicket. So after 7 overs, the score 39 for 1. Otley, he's on 28 of 29. Jason Mohammed, 7 of 9 deliveries. Partnerships, probably the partnership would rebuilding the Trinidad and Tobago innings after that early start. After the loss of that early wicket, I should say. Thoughts on continuing here with Hodge, Anil?
Yeah, well, Hodge is one of their main strike bowlers, so skipper
It's pulled away, but there's protection there.
Skipper Andrew Fletcher, he will want Kevin Hodge to make some kind of impression here. But Trinidad move on to 40 for 1, just keeping within that striking rate of the required run rate, which is hovering just over that 6 run mark. So it's important for the batters, especially when they get the opportunity with the bad balls, to hit it away to the boundary, and for the rest of the over they could just play normally.
It's also something very important to note. You said that Kavim Hodge is a strike bowler and they would want to bowl out the Trinidad and Tobago team. Remember, Windwards need to win this game if they stand a chance of qualifying. That's driven handsomely! Probably the shot of the day, Anil Lakan. Excellent there from Keon Otley.
My word.
Wow.
What a glorious extra cover drive there from Keon Otley. Hodge just possibly going up a bit too full here, just outside the line of the off stump. But what an execution of that extra cover drive from Keon Otley.
That's driven handsomely! That's driven handsomely!
Admirov had absolutely no chance. He was diving away to his right, but it was past him even before he could have moved a muscle.
Hodge just over pitching there on that delivery, but what a shot again. Worth mentioning. So Otley, he moves on to 32 with that boundary. Hodge continues. So he's having some trouble there gripping that ball, is Hodge.
And it's something that we've grown accustomed to at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. A lot of dew.
It's a bit flat on that occasion, yes. Dew, the moisture around. We had some rain earlier as well.
So very challenging indeed for the bowlers, to keep that ball dry.
Oh, this is much better from Hodge, just short of a length there. Anytime he over pitches, Otley will take him to the cleaners, will try to take him to the cleaners, and he's done it brilliantly in the first ball so far.
So what he has done, Otley, he has set up the over really nicely by getting that boundary.
And that's again hitting back to the bowler there, but good piece of work, Kavim Hodge. Good fielding of his own bowling, but again, a pitched up delivery and Otley eyes lit up there for a second.
Yeah, just not, the timing wasn't there from Otley.
Good piece of fielding there. Looks like Johnson Charles, senior man on the side. So at the end of 8 overs, the score now 44 for 1.
And that brings the conclusion of the power play over. So Trinidad and Tobago maintaining that run rate just around that 5.5 mark, Hamza, which is important to stay within striking distance. Because remember, this run rate has to be maintained over an extended period of time. So once the batters are able to get that boundary ball early in the innings, they could more or less just work the rest of the deliveries and maintain that strike rate.
So we're going to see spin from both ends now. That's cut away again nicely. And that's a quick single there. Oh, a better throw needed. New bowler Denver.
So we've seen that level of aggression and intent from both Jason Mohammed and Kian Otley. It's important to put the fielders inside that 30-yard circle under a tremendous pressure. And what normally happens, they start coming a bit tighter. And if you're able to penetrate, then you could really get that boundary ball as well.
Well, that's a huge appeal there.
So Denver just making a gentle inquiry, possibly indicating to the umpire it was pad first before bat. But umpire Gregory Brathwaite, he's having none of it.
Gregory Brathwaite, a man has a lot of experience himself. Situations like this.
Yeah, someone who has played straight at the international level.
So Denver continues. This is good from Denver, just keeping very steady line and length there, targeting the stumps. Good start here from him. Jason Mohammed isn't going to be bothered too much. It's a gentle push there.
So Denver just going onto the legs of Jason Mohammed there. He just easily punched that ball down to long on. So Trinidad Tobago 47 for 1, and they'll have to maintain that run rate just around that 5.5 mark.
This is good from Denver. Looks like he's not afraid to give the ball a bit of air, and that's good. Remember, he's allowed those extra fielders outside the circle, who is currently at extra cover, long on, long off, deep mid wicket. And this is good from Otley, and I like that. He can't get the boundaries away, rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. And at the end of 9 overs, the score now 48 for 1. Otley, he's looking really solid here.
Yeah, and important for Trinidad Tobago Red Force as well. Both Kian Otley and Jason Mohammed, they bat deep into this innings as well, Hamza. Both of them have the ability to score at a rapid rate. And with the likes of Kian Otley already established out in the middle, having gotten a start, Trinidad Tobago will want the likes of Kian Otley to come not out during the course of this innings and really, be the pillar by which the other batters, if required, could bat around.
You talk about experience and you talk about team experience, and you see that guy who just ran out there. He's not playing at the moment, but to have an asset like Imran Khan in your bench, how does that make you feel?
Well, it just shows the strength of this Trinidad Tobago Red Force team. You have the likes of Carrie Pierre, Mark Dial, and of course Imran Khan, who continues, to perform at every opportunity that's presented to him. Unfortunately for him, it's difficult to get into this Trinidad Tobago Red Force team.
Oh, that's good there again from Kavim Hodge.
So Kavim Hodge trying to spear that ball into the pads of Otley.
And that's pulled away nicely. There's protection out there.
So Hodge just pulling down this delivery, but Otley, being in the sublime form that he is at the moment, played that nicely down to the backward square. There's only a single on offer.
Windward Islands desperately looking for a breakthrough here. Jason Mohammed just trying to cut a delivery that's a bit too close to him, but he's a guy who loves playing spin late. It's brought him a lot of success in the past. It's good. This is really good from Jason Mohammed.
And Jason desperately needs once to get a score that would really put the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team.
That's pulled away nice. Oh, that's a valiant effort there. Excellent feeling there. Unfortunately, not being able to hold on to that.
But that was travelling at a rate of knots on Jason Mohammed. He rocked it to the back foot and was pulling that ball through mid-wicket. And here we see it again. A lot of power went into that shot.
Talking about having Imran Khan in your lineup, Jason Mohammed, the leading run scorer in last editions, 50 overs. So at the end of 10 overs now, as I take my leave, welcome Mr. Back and welcome back into the commentary section, Mr. Andrew Chan, to continue with Mr. Anil Lakan.
So I say a special good night to Mr. Andrew Chan.
Good night, Mr. Dungi. Pleasure to be back here with you. Just 5 runs and over to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 50 for 1. Duckworth Lewis par score. It says 55 on the board, so they're a little behind the 8 ball, as it will. But good recovery here from Yannick Otley and Keon Otley, that should be, and Jason Mohammed after the early loss of Amir Jangu.
Yeah, so both these players continue to consolidate this innings. And
Denver to continue. Pushed down to long on by Jason Mohammed. You were saying, Mr. Lakan.
yeah, it's important for both these batters to bat deep into this innings here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Both of these players could change gears when required, but what's required at this stage is for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to stay within striking distance of the runs required per over.
Yannick Otley on 35. Pushed down to long off. Some classy shots from Yannick Otley in this innings already, but of course you'd want to see him. Sorry, Keon Otley. I keep saying Yannick Otley, but of course you want to see Keon Otley push deep and far into this innings here, Anil.
Well, I think it's important with the likes of Keon Otley, who has a start to continue and possibly take this team to victory.
Demba. Well worked to wide long on by Jason Mohammed, and he continues to do well. His experience is really showing here, and he's I think he's calling for something from the dressing room. It looks like bats or gloves or something like that. Something he's unhappy with.
It's pretty warm outside there, so you'd expect that the batters.
Sweep by Keon Otley. It's down the leg side and it's wide. So an extra delivery and an extra run for the Red Force.
So Denver just trying a bit too hard there, trying to go into the pads of Otley, but just compensating a bit too much.
Not a bad start by the spinner though. Pushed back and he was aiming for that long off position again, Keon Otley, to get that single. Denver trots across, does the fielding. So I would say honours even at this stage, wouldn't you? As Denver comes in, and this time Otley gets the push down to long off. Yeah, I would say honours even at this stage.
Yeah, more or less even Stevens at this stage. Trinidad and Tobago losing 1 wicket thus far, and placed at 55 for 1. But this vigil need to be continued for an extended period of time.
Nice cut through the covers. That's a wonderful half stop by that fielder there. That was probably heading for the boundary there at extra cover. Mohammed probably hangs his head in disgust at that excellent fielding effort there. At the end of 11 overs, 56 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, so the field at extra cover, they definitely saved his team at least 2 runs. Had that gone past him, Trinidad could have profited even more than the single that they got. But more importantly, they were able to still get 6 runs from the over, which is the required rate at this stage.
Right, we're climbing a little bit actually to 6.7. We have a long on and a long off as Hodge continues, as well as a field at cover and mid-wicket. Hook pulled into the mid-wicket region, short mid-wicket does the fielding, and that's the form of Andrew Fletcher. He certainly stopped another good, powerful shot there from Jason Mohammed.
But that shot definitely stung his hands there. You could see him. Hodge. Looking at the replay, Hodge, short, and Jason Mohammed really climbed into that. But excellent fielding from skipper Andrew Fletcher at that important mid-wicket position.
Pushed down to long on by Keon Otley. Justin Greaves comes off the boundary, does the fielding. Of course, that run rate continues to climb. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force maybe a run and a half behind the required rate. Hodge into his 6th over. Of course, with the revisions here, no bowler can bowl more than 8 overs. Not bad bowling by Hodge. Wide delivery. Crack through the covers. Jason Mohammed has the fielder running around, and they'll come back for a lovely 2. Good shot by Jason Mohammed through that extra cover region.
Hodge just pulling this delivery down short and wide outside the off stump. It allowed Jason Mohammed to crash that ball through that extra cover region, but excellent fielding from the cover boundary only resulted in 2 runs.
Yeah, that's Johnson Charles on that cover boundary, and we all know he has a rocket of an arm. Very fast across the turf as well. Again, turned into square, trying to get that one behind square. Jason Mohammed didn't get any runs there. 1 delivery left in the 12th.
So Jason Mohammed showing excellent intent, and with both players trying to keep the tempo up. It's important.
This one is pushed down to long on. He'll get a single, and that will end the 12th over. And after 12 overs, the Red Force, the scorecard at the ground, it says 62 for 1. The Duckworth Lewis par is 59. And the required run rate is 6.7, while the current run rate is 5.2.
So Trinidad and Tobago continuing to maintain just a total of 5 runs for over, which is required, and it's important over a 40 over a contest as well, that both these players carry this innings deep as possible and keep maintaining that required run rate.
Kenneth Demba to continue. Sweep shot there by Jason Mohammed. Didn't get the full connection on that. He would have liked to get past short fine leg. Certainly there was acreages of space after that short fine leg fielder. Demba hopping a skip in again. Tucks up Jason Mohammed. No run. And certainly these two, they have a platform to lay for the likes of Darren Bravo and Mr. Nicholas Puran to come and blaze later on, should it be required. And they certainly want to keep the scoreboard ticking and not put any undue pressure on the batters to follow, as well as their partners. Coming forward to that one is Jason Mohammed, and this is a good over so far from Demba.
Jason Mohammed advancing a few paces down the pitch, but Demba seen exactly what he wanted to do, push that ball wide. So all Jason could have done was to get behind the line and play it.
3 deliveries in this over, no run. But that's actually 5 deliveries and no run now.
So
We have-
Denver doing an excellent job.
Yeah, it would be a valuable maiden if he does get one here. And he does finish with a maiden here, Kenneth. But that's a very, very valuable maiden. At the end of 13 overs, the Red Force remain at 61 for 1.
Yeah, so Jason Mohammed batting out a maiden there, but at this stage of the innings, both Jason and the likes of Keon Otley, they wouldn't be too bothered about batting out a maiden. If the bowler is bowling extremely well, then you've got to pay respect. And having batted a maiden here, it will not change the context of anything, because both these players have the ability to change gears.
Hodge to continue. Turned into the leg side, all the way down to square leg for a single by Keon Otley. So he looks a little bit more adept at getting those singles there. And give us an insight, Anna Lakan, as to the discussions, of course, prior to the Red Force coming out to bat, what would have been said in the dressing room in terms of this very stiff run chase.
Well, I wasn't privy to that information, but what I could tell you is the batters are very well aware of what is required.
Pulled down short by Hodge and cracked nicely into the covers again by Jason Mohammed, and just a single. In terms of mini targets, would any mini targets have been set as well?
Well, remember, the targets would have been set by the umpires in terms of where you've got to be at a certain over. So they would be guided by that guideline from the umpires. So I believe that with the loss of 1 wicket, Trinidad Tobago, there must be at least 93 for the loss, 93 runs for the loss of 1 to stay on par with Duckworth Lewis.
And that's after 20 overs.
20 overs, yeah.
He's certainly doing quite well in terms of that. Nice push down again by Otley. Looking very adept at working that ball around Keon Otley. Looks like he's really settling into a groove here. Of course, he had a couple streaky shots early in the innings, but certainly very fluid when he is on song.
But we've got to remember that 20 overs do constitute a game, so that target, will always be at the forefront of the chase.
Certainly a good guiding platform. And I'm assuming the team analyst would be the one that works out those figures and announces it to the team as necessary.
No, the umpires are charged with that responsibility, Andrew Chan.
Okay.
Because they are the custodians of the game. They will determine what the scenario is.
Good delivery there by Hodge, keeping low, and Jason Mohammed little fishing at that one outside the off stump. Trying to damp it down to third man for a single, not getting anything on it. It's a cut again into the cover region. Jason Mohammed will get one. And he will retain the strike after 14 overs. The Red Force 65 for 1.
So the run rate now has just gone up a bit over 7. So I'm sure that the TNT Red Force batters, they will be keeping a keen eye on the scoreboard as well. And I'm sure that they will discuss at some stage, who they would want to target in terms of bringing that run rate back down. So at some stage, they will determine which bowler or bowlers that they will want to take on, if it's required at any stage of their innings.
Well, Kenneth Demba certainly seems to be a thorn in their side, and he continues 3 overs with 10 runs. One of those a maiden as well. And again, Jason Mohammed is trying to get down the pitch to him. Only play that one back to him.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see the likes of Jason Mohammed trying to sweep Demba at some stage in this over.
He goes down this one, heads it up to wide long on. Fielder slips a little bit, but still gets the throw in, and it's a streaky second there for Keon Otley, but he gets in at the non-strikers end. Two good runs to Jason Mohammed.
Excellent running between the wickets between Jason and Keon there. He called immediately for 2. And the reason he was able to do that because that ball went over mid-wicket and not to that long on position.
This time it's a push down to long on, all along the turf there for Jason Mohammed. So good cricket from him.
And again, one's got to consider that this pitch here at the Brian Cricket Academy, is one that is extremely good for batting. So to pick up the scoring rate at the back end of the innings, it would not be much of a challenge, but they will want to continue to maintain 5-6 runs and over.
And in terms of discussions of bowlers to target here at the Windwards Islands Volcanoes, as Demba comes in, have the Red Force identify those players that they would be looking to target? Because
it's up to the discretion of the batters. They will know their game best.
And at the end of 15 overs, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 68 for 1. Please continue your point, Mr. Anilaka.
Yeah, so they would be guided by what they are seeing and what is happening out in the middle, and of course the think tank from time to time they will be sending messages as well as to if they believe that they need to step it up, or one of these guys need to possibly take a bit more responsibility in terms of being a bit more aggressive and showing a lot more intent. So I'd like to make way for the likes of Hamza Mohammed, who's going to be joining Andrew Chan.
Thank you very much for your very wise insights into. You can call Mr. Anil Lakan Mr. Anil behind the scenes Lakan for this tournament, of course, doing his duty here with the Red Force. National duty, his civic duty, his public duty. Gavin Hodge continues 7 overs on the trot, and this will be his final over as we welcome back Hamza Mohammed. Yeah. Salam alaikum, my friend.
Alaikum assalam.
Again pushed into the covers by Jason Mohammed, and there is no run.
I just want to say thank you again to Mr. Anil Lakan. He's not done for the night as yet, so man with a lot of insight, a lot of knowledge in this game, and that's brilliantly driven there. A bit of a misfeel, but there's protection out there. It's really good stuff here from Keon Utley, the experienced Jason Mohammed, going along quite nicely here.
Keon Utley is going quite well. I think Mohammed is just a little bit slow. He's hitting the ball quite well. You can hear when he strikes the ball, there's a lovely sound on the bat. No sign of rain in the atmosphere. It seems to be staying away a little bit. Utley again into... Oh, that's Hodge into Utley, and Utley pushes down to long on for another single. That's what I'm saying. Utley is turning over the strike quite well. He seems to be getting the deliveries and turning it on. Jason, on the other hand, Mr. Mohammed, seems to be soaking up maybe a couple more dot balls than he should. But of course, we know that the Red Force have explosive batters out there in the hutch.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. This is typical Jason Mohammed, if you were to ask me. But situation of the game just needs to show that little more urgency in his batting. And you're not talking about anything too extravagant, but at least rotating the strike, keeping that scoreboard ticking, allowing Utley to get back on strike, because what Utley can do, a boundary in the over sets it up nicely for your team.
Yeah, you're quite right there. And as we see, the Duckworth-Lewis par score is up to 77 now. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 7 runs behind that, but Jason Mohammed still manages to pinch the strike with the last delivery of the 16th over. Hodge is bowled out, none for 33 off his 8 overs. Good bowling. And after 16 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force progressing maybe a little bit slower than they would have liked. 71 for 1.
None for 33 off 8 overs. Kavim Hodge. As mentioned, genuine all-rounder in this Windward Islands team.
We're going to see a changing bowling from the southern end now. Justin Greaves, the pacer, is going to replace Kenneth Demba. Now this should be an interesting adjustment here because the Trinidadian batters may very well like the pace on the ball a little bit more. And the Windwards Volcanoes are immediately employing that third man, that fellow at deep cover. They have a fielder long on, and then that fielder at mid-wicket as well. And all the circles, all the fielders on the inside of the 30-yard circle are just about right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Here's Greaves coming in to Jason Mohammed. Jason Mohammed immediately hoiks that one to mid-wicket, and that's the end of Jason Mohammed. He's been struggling. Johnson Charles takes an easy, simple catch, and that's the end of Jason Mohammed, putting this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team in further strife at 71 for 2.
Yeah, Greaves immediately striking there. What a way to start your spell. And that's a huge wicket in Jason Mohammed. But I would tell you something though. From a Trinidad and Tobago's perspective, maybe that's not a bad thing as well. Because with that now, you have... So we see just a bit of hesitation there with the new batsman going out. You see Jason Mohammed, he goes for 25 of 43 deliveries. Strike rate of 58.1, and in a situation like this, you would have thought it would have been a bit more. But I was saying, it's going to be interesting to see who goes out there, and they're sticking to their plan. It's going to be Darren Bravo striding out in the middle right now. He's carrying that Michael on his back, 46. He's built a bit of form in the competition so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about his innings here tonight. One would have thought maybe, just maybe, they were thinking of just a slight change. There's the firepower. Sunil Narayan, Akil Hussain could strike the ball as well. There's also Jit Cooley in the Hodge as well. He could hit the ball a far distance. But they're sticking to their guns here. Darren Bravo is coming out. They require another 178 for victory of 143 deliveries.
And the problem is, of course, while Jason Mohammed's wicket falling in the long term might be a good idea, in the short term, the Duckworth-Lewis par has jumped to 91 now. So it's a bit of a challenge here. I certainly would have put in maybe Nicholas Puran because he has the ability to knock the ball around and get the single. Darren Bravo takes a little bit of a time to get started, and sometimes he soaks up some good deliveries. We'll see how he starts here as Justin Greaves comes in. It's a good delivery on the line and off stump, and the batter has no choice but to play it back up to the bowler.
Not just that as well, Andrew, Nicholas Puran can come out there and go into fifth gear immediately as well, and we've seen him done that in the past. So
and he's done that on the international level as well.
So I totally agree with your point, and I thought maybe with his experience as of lately as well, might have been the ideal candidate here, but we'll see how Darren Bravo goes.
And that's a delivery down the leg side. Bravo may have gotten a tickle on it. We'll wait for the umpire signal. Yes, he does. And that's a very fine four to get Bravo started.
So after picking up that wicket of the first ball, Greaves, as we see here on this occasion, just straying in line a bit. And Bravo, that's easy pickings for that man, Darren Bravo.
The finest and cutest of tickles indeed from Darren Bravo to get him off and running. And he does get off and running with a boundary. Let's see how Greaves responds. It's a wide delivery outside the line of the off stump. Not called wide by the umpire. It started very wide and went even wider. But clearly within that red line, which is the guidance.
It looked a bit slow as well, almost enticing Bravo to hit play the big drive there, but just let it go at the last second.
Certainly that was a delivery that if Bravo flung his hands at that one, you wouldn't have blamed him at all. But Greaves is deceptive in pace as well. That's a better line delivery, just bouncing, passing about. It would have knocked. If there was a fourth and fifth stump, it would have certainly taken that fourth and fifth bail out.
So let me ask you a question here. That shot that Darren Bravo shadowed after, do you think he could have played it and tried to get a single there?
I think that last delivery, that was probably too good of a delivery for that one because it was bouncing as it passed him. Maybe rising a little bit and maybe a bit of swing in the night air as well. Maybe the delivery before that. And this one he goes over cover. And this one he smacks into the extra cover boundary for 4. Lovely shot, Darren Bravo. Good dive. Good attempt by Johnson Charles there. But Darren Bravo got enough connection on that. At the end of 17, Darren Bravo is on the chart. 79 for 2.
Some beautiful cover drive there. And if there's somebody who is going to come out and match the class of Otley at the moment, it's going to be this man who has literally all the shots in the books. He drives beautifully on the offside and plays one of the best on drives as well. So I think Darren Bravo needs to continue here. He needs to go a bit faster than how Jason Mohammed is going about. But what that has done, it has taken Keon Otley off the strike for some time now.
Certainly has. Keon Otley has been a spectator with his 41 of 50. A very valuable 41 opening up the top of the order. And it seems like Alec Athanaze will turn his arm over. He starts on the leg side. He starts with a delivery down the leg side, and Otley is able to turn that into square leg for just a single. Now, of course, Anil Lakan did mention about the batters in the middle picking and choosing which bowler to target, and I feel Athanaze might be a contender for that because, of course, he's more of a part-time. He's not a full all-round, I would say, like Kavem Hodge. And while he can impart some spin on the ball, he's certainly a player, a bowler that I think Red Force could target.
If you could put him under the pump early here.
Darren Bravo almost spooning that to mid-wicket. Too casual a flick there. Johnson Charles with the forward dive there, almost pulling it up.
How often have we seen part-timers come on and immediately pick up a wicket? Almost happening on that occasion there for Athanaze.
This time he goes over mid-wicket and will get it down to the boundary. The fielder comes around and they're coming back for the second. It could be a tight second. No, the throw is a little bit short. And Bravo gets back in quite comfortably.
Athanaze almost trying a short ball of his own there. Aaron Bravo just being caught by surprise. Ended up playing it with one hand in the end.
I certainly didn't get that clean Darren Bravo connection we all know about. And you know when Darren Bravo hits it, it's out of the park. This time he's dragging this one past the bowler. Baseball style, flat batted down to long on.
So Athanaze, he's just happy to just hit the ball into the deck there. Not really looking for too much spin. Probably just a ploy to just bring him on and just get through some movers really quickly. Just hustle this Trinidad and Tobago run chase a bit, and not a bad ploy at all.
Lovely drive to the covers here by Otley, but there'll just be a single here. He hit that so well that fielder off the cover boundary just had to run in a little bit and collect that one. Otley going about his business quite nicely here, you have to say. 43 or 52. He's really provided the platform here for the other batters to just come out and maybe express themselves a little more. Otley certainly playing the long game. See what Darren Bravo does against Alec Athanaze, and it's a push into the cover region. Good running around there by that fielder. Prevents any thought of a single. 5 runs off the over after 18. The Red Force 84 for 2.
Yeah, that fielder looks like the skipper himself, Mr. Andre Fletcher.
Darren Bravo, one of those batters who likes to give the 12th man a lot of work, running off with his cap for the spinner and then running back on with the helmet for the pace bowler, Justin Greaves, who will continue from the southern end. Imran Khan, it looks like, getting a little bit of extra exercise. Not that he needs it, of course. Anil Lakan assures me that he's a very fit gentleman. Justin Greaves for Keon Otley. And he's bowled him. That's the off stump gone, and that's the end of Keon Otley. It's been a good innings by the Red Force opener, but unfortunately he has to go. Red Force slip into further trouble, 84 for 3.
Talk about a peach of a delivery there. Justin Greaves. That ball just a hint of swing back in. Otley had no answer for that. So Greaves, he picks up his second wicket in consecutive overs. What a change this has been for Andre Fletcher and the Windward Island Volcanoes. We were talking about earlier, maybe they were happy that a bit of pace on as we see Otley walks off for 43 or 53. Another start for this Trinidad and Tobago opener. He's probably knocking himself asking, what does he have to do to convert here, Andrew? As we see the man who you were talking about earlier on, Nicholas Puran. And one might think this probably has to be the key partnership. Not just going about their business building an innings, but in the rate of which they build this innings as well will definitely be the key for this run chase.
Yes, certainly Keon Otley will feel aggrieved that he wasn't able to continue and put on that lovely score that he would have liked. But certainly, if you get beaten by a delivery like that, certainly from Justin Greaves, I don't think you can feel too aggrieved by that one. But yeah, you're quite right in terms of the fact that this is the partnership that will need to take Red Force across the line, or at least do the bulk of the work to take them across the line. Bravo started quite brightly, as we know Darren Bravo can. And let's see how Nicholas Puran deals with Justin Greaves. Good delivery. Similar delivery to the one that got Keon Otley, but I think Puran just playing that one a little bit later, maybe just underneath his eyes. And no run.
Yeah, another left-handed batsman on this Trinidad and Tobago top order.
But I have to commend Andre Fletcher for his bowling changes here. Wide delivery, and he's cut that nicely down to third man for a single Puran, and he's off the mark. Yeah, I have to commend Andre Fletcher for his bowling adjustments. Because certainly the spinners, Kenneth Demba, Kavem Hodge, doing a good job in the middle order in terms of controlling the run rate. And I thought bringing back Justin Greaves would have been a grave mistake, actually, because I thought the Trinidad and Tobago batters would have liked the runs on the ball, or the pace on the ball, I should say. But Greaves has done his team proud and his captain proud. Comes in again to Bravo. It's a short delivery, and he's hooked that well in front of square. That should run close to the boundary. A diving effort by the fielder, but Bravo gets 4 through mid-wicket.
Yeah, valiant effort in the field by that fielder there. An excellent shot from Darren Bravo. Anything short, or anything slightly short, he will pull. It's a custom play in that shot, Darren Bravo. And he picks up his third boundary of the night. Moves on to 15 now.
The Duckworth-Lewis par has gone up to 111, while Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 89 for 3. Back of a length delivery played into the offside, and there is no run. So at about the 11th over stage, when Trinidad and Tobago Red Force had lost just 1 wicket, I would have set his honours even. But I think Volcanoes might be just climbing into the ascendancy here, Hamza Mohammed, as we close in on the 19th over. Red Force 89 for 3. A good delivery, tucking up Bravo probably just heading down the leg a little bit. There is no run, and at the end of 19, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 89 for 3.
Yeah, I think this Red Force team, they'll have to try and find that big over from somewhere. And I think you were quite right by saying probably try targeting that part-time as we see. Otley, another start for him. He went for 43. Rijanko came into the side. He didn't make much. He went for 2. And Jason Mohammed, the experienced Jason Mohammed, he went off 25 of 43 deliveries. In the batsman there right now, we have Darren Bravo. He's on 15 of 12. And Nicholas Puran, who's just showed into the middle there. He's on 1 of 2 deliveries. This is probably the bowler, as you were mentioning, that they'll want to target. If they could get one big over here from this end, and probably boost their confidence a bit, a boundary or 2 in the next over, certainly they could get back up to that Duckwood Lewis par score. But it's important that they don't lose a wicket as well.
He starts with a wide delivery. Athanaze down the leg side, and Puran is able to swing it behind for 4. So certainly Athanaze will not help his cause, and he's helping the Red Force causes instead.
They're very poor there from Athanaze. Just pared that down to the leg side. That was very easy for Nicholas Puran. Just held that on its way and showed that he got enough bat on that though.
He certainly flung his bat at that one.
See, Athanaze continuing from this commentary end.
Push down to long on for a single. Good cricket here from the Red Force captain. Already 5 runs in this over. Bravo has been out there for a little bit. He may chance his arm on a delivery here from Athanaze. See if he can turn this over into a big one.
I think anything flighted, he might look to go down the ground. Darren Bravo.
He does drive nicely down the ground to wide, long off. Long off comes around, and he hits it so well that he can only get a single. Certainly a lovely sound off the bat there.
Nicholas Puran loves to play the sweep shot against these spinners. See if he could get at his arsenal as well.
Tries to push it down past the bowler again, and there's no run. Good comeback from Athanaze after that loose first delivery. 2 runs on a dot ball. Down the pitch, Puran managed to turn it into a full delivery. Half stopped by Athanaze, diving to his right. Long off does the feeling, and there's just a single.
Almost like he stopped mid-air there for a second.
The 1 delivery left, so whatever happens after this delivery, a game will be constituted. At this point, the Red Force would be on the losing side. We certainly hope the rains stay away. This time, Bravo cracks that wide of long off through the extra cover. Full extension of the arms. He brings up the 100 with that. After 20 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 100 for 3. Some comments from Hamza Mohammed before Anil Lakan replaces yours truly.
Yeah, we all know it was anticipated. Anything that was given a bit of air, whether it be outside the off stump or straight, Darren Bravo was always going to chance his arms. Didn't miss out on that there at all. An excellent shot to end the 20th over. It's going to be interesting to see if Fletcher continues with Athanaze from this end. So far, Greaves, he's doing a wonderful job from that far end as I welcome back Mr. Anil Lakan to commentary. 100 for 3, Anil, after 20 overs. Trinidad, you just need to up the pace a little bit here.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with both skipper Nick Puran and Darren Bravo in sublime form here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. It's important for both these batters, to bat possibly another 10 overs in this game.
See Greaves continuing here. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. It's almost like that ball slowed up off the pitch there.
Yeah, Nick Puran possibly just playing a bit too early there. But beaten outside the line of the off stump by a lovely delivery from Justin Greaves. So Nick Puran will want to settle as quick as possible.
Oh, that's lovely from Greaves. Greaves is showing some variation here as well, and I think that's brilliant so far. Hence the reason why he picked up those 2 wickets. He's really mixing it up, but he's keeping that line and length just outside the off stump. And when he bowls that quicker delivery, it's just on that middle stump line.
Yeah, so Darren Bravo just possibly giving some encouragement there to his skipper. Just settling him down a bit there.
Oh, that's driven uppishly. No harm done. They go through for an easy single. But it is almost though like you sense that one of these guys has to take the responsibility of stepping on the gas here, trying to find the boundaries.
Well, I don't honestly think that at this stage they really need to go crazy, as we'd say. But they need to maintain at least that run rate that's required.
Well, that's a good run there in the end. The direct hit would have said something different.
Yeah, but again, good running from Nick Puran and Darren Bravo. So we're just gonna have a look here in the replay.
Oh, Darren Bravo would have been gone there by a mile.
Yeah, he would have been a goner.
That's driven handsomely there. Sunil Ambris, that's excellent stuff. Patrolling that third man boundary. Good piece of work there in the end. It's feeling like that, Anil, would raise the spirits of your teammates out there, saving 2 sure runs.
Yeah, 2 valuable runs saved there by the likes of Sunil Ambris, diving across there, sliding on the third man boundary.
Oh, this is really good from Greaves. So at the end of 21, the score now 104 for 3.
And that required run rate just hovering around that 7.5 per over. But it's going to be drinks here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. TNT Red Force requiring 243 for victory of 40 overs. They are now 104 for 3 with Darren Bravo on 21 and skipper Nick Puran on 10. So we're going to have a drink as well, and we're going to be back here. But just giving you a recap of what transpired thus far in this game. Windward Islands losing their toss and being asked to bat by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team. They closed on 201 for 4 after 40 overs. Sunil Ambris playing a wonderful innings of 90 from 101 ball. And skipper Andrew Fletcher, possibly the best innings we have seen from him in a very long time, with a very mature innings of 69 from 103 balls. Alec Athanaze getting a start, but getting out a very smart piece of leadership from skipper Nick Puran, setting him up and getting him out caught at the leg gully. Johnson Charles needlessly was run out for 8. Bowling for Red Force, Akil Hosein 2 for 37 from 10. Shannon Gabriel 1 for 36 from 5. Jason Mohammed none from 11. Not for 11 from 2 overs. And Jed Gully 3 overs for 14. Trinidad Tobago Red Force, having been asked to score 243 for victory, they are 104 for 3. Kean Otley was bowled all over the shop for a well-played 43 from 53 delivery. Jason Mohammed, when we just thought that, he was kicking into 5th gear, he lost his wicket, scoring 25 from 43 deliveries. But Darren Bravo, he has really brought something refreshing to the TNT Red Force batting lineup really making a statement there, scoring 21. He's 21 not out from 15 deliveries, and with him partnering him is Nick Puran, the captain of TNT Red Force, 10 from 11 deliveries. But Justin Greaves has been very impressive indeed. His 3 overs, getting 2 scalps was 17 runs, and Preston McSween, he swung the ball sharply at the top of the innings here, getting that ball to seam back sharply from outside the line of the off stump to the left-handers. He got 1 for 24 from 4 overs. Kenneth Demba just having the 4 overs, not for 13, and Alec Athanaze 2 overs for 16 runs. So TNT needs another 145 runs from 114 balls. So still a lot of work to do for both teams.
$36 for 4 and 6.3 overs, and then that partnership of 165 between Sunil Ambris and the captain Andre Fletcher really put things nicely for them at 201 for 4. But the rain fell here for a period of time, and then we had some lightning as well. So concerns for the players' safety, they were brought out, and at the revised target now, 249.
So that's the situation here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Skipper Andrew Fletcher floating with the idea of having Alec Athanaze bowl 2 overs, but that has changed now. He's bring back one of his main striker in Demba back to the bowling crease here from the pavilion, and Kenneth Demba, the off spinner.
Yeah, Denver, he's bowled 4 overs, 13 runs, no wickets so far. Also has a maiden inside there, and that's a bit shorter. Denver, one of those taller spinners. Anil. That's pulled away nicely indeed from Darren Bravo. So a good boundary there just after the drinks break.
Demba in. Short. And Darren Bravo really executing it to perfection, muscling that ball behind backward of square for 4 runs. So Darren Bravo continues his sublime form here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, batting really well here, putting away any delivery that's offline, and immediately he's put the likes of Demba under pressure, and skipper Andrew Fletcher is having a conversation with him, and I'm sure it would be to tighten up his line and also his length.
Yeah, that's Bravo's 5th boundary of the innings so far. 5th of his 25 runs. What's he done by just trying that ball there? A lot of moisture on this surface here. That's a much better delivery, angling in.
So Demba getting that ball to angle into the left-hander there, Darren Bravo. Just prodding forward, just trying to take the pace of the ball so that he could try and have that rotation going with his skipper, Nick Puran.
Another wide delivery there this time. But just trying to go a little flat out that occasion, but he's getting his radar wrong. Easy call there for the umpire. Oh, that's a good delivery there. Just flicking that off the fingertips there was Demba showing some variation.
So excellent comeback from Demba, having just gone down the leg side for Sangri.
Just trying the carambole there.
And this one is played to that short fine leg position where Ambris does the feeling. So Denver will want to finish off this over without too much harm.
Oh, it's a wide delivery there. It's flirting with that wide line. It's a little too wide on that occasion. Can see the intention. Not bad intentions though, but not just not getting the execution correct on that occasion was Denver. So he tries to finish off this over here. And that's muscled high, but it hasn't gone far. And that's just dropped there. It was the captain himself. Andre Fletcher made a lot of ground. But Mr. Lacan, do you think that was the feeler on the boundaries catch?
Well, the guys coming in will always fancy themselves to come in and get that catch. But skipper Andre Fletcher taking the responsibility and looking at the replay, they were far away from it. So it's understandable that skipper Andre Fletcher, he was trying to cover the ground and take the catch, but this is a moment in the game that we have to take notice of, Hamza.
Yes,
Nick Puran being put down by skipper Andre Fletcher.
Yeah, chance going big in there as Denver comes to the end of his 5th over. It's none for 22 so far. And that's also the end of the 22nd over. Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they're 113 for 3. Nicholas Puran just getting a life there.
And how costly that chance is going to be, we'll just only have to wait and see what happens. But skipper Andre Fletcher, he's still on the ground. With that effort that he had, I'm sure that he possibly, with the impact, his body impacting on the ground there, will have some kind of effect on him. So we are seeing more and more players going across to him, but he's up on his legs now.
Yeah, Fletcher, the Spice Man as he's fondly called, is one of those guys. He gives it all out there, whatever circumstances it is. Had a good knock earlier with the bat. It's 68 not out. So Ambris 90. It's a bit unfortunate though when you reach that score. Rain comes and you're unable to push on probably to get close to that 100 mark landmark there. And as we're seeing that, Fletcher looks like he's going to come off. The substitute fielder there.
So that effort has definitely impacted on skipper Andre Fletcher, possibly just going off for a couple of overs, to have some running repairs done, because the physio is accompanying him off the field.
Yeah,
but
that's the substitute fielder. There's Ryan John.
So how important a moment that catch going on there is going to play in the final chapter of this game. We'll only have to wait and see.
That's to add further insult to injury there. Fletcher is also the skipper of this Volcanoes team, as we mentioned before.
But the Windward Islands team does have the like of Johnson Charles, who has a vast amount of experience playing at this level. So I'm sure Johnson Charles will possibly take over the reins while skipper Andre Fletcher is off the field.
Yeah, and he's also really supported well by Arsenal Ambris as well, who's on the field and who has some experience under his belt as well. As we see Greaves continuing here at Shriven Lovely. And as you talk about that man Johnson Charles here, he's really in the field here. Really saved a lot of runs in that position here tonight. Salakan.
Yeah, and every run save does affect the required run rate as well.
Yeah, so the current vice captain of this Windward Islands team is Athanaze.
So young Alec Athanaze with a big responsibility there out in the middle to continue from where skipper Andrew Fletcher.
And that's hit handsomely. One bounce into the boundary there. Nicholas Puran getting in his stride now. Greaves on that occasion. Just a bit shorter in length, and Nicholas Puran just oblige. Easy pickings there for the Red Force skipper. He moves on to 16 now with that boundary. He's continuing from that far end. Ambris does well again in the ball.
So skipper Nicholas Puran and Darren Bravo seizing the opportunity to get that second run. And immediately Nick Puran, the skipper, called two. And they got back very easily indeed. So we've seen a lot of intent from the TNT Red Force batters here. Nick Puran, the skipper, and Darren Bravo leading the way here.
Well, it's a full toss, but a slower full toss on that occasion. Picks up an outside edge, and that man comes into play again, Sunil Ambris. So at the end of 23 overs, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 121 for 3. They require a further 128 from 102 deliveries. Puran, he's on 19 of 15. Bravo, he's on 27 of 23 deliveries.
So TNT Red Force requiring another 128 runs for victory and 102 balls. And Bravo batting extremely well here. He's in sublime form. And accompanying him is the skipper of the TNT Red Force team, Nick Puran. So TNT Red Force will require both these batters to bat deep into this innings, with the likes of Jed Gooley, Sunil Narayan and company to come.
And a shot handsomely. That ball racing into the boundary there. It's 4 more for the skipper.
Flight to delivery, looking at the replay here. Flight to delivery. Denver in. Flight to delivery. And Nick Puran really climbed into that delivery. And it goes into the long off boundary.
So an excellent start for this over for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Easy single there for Nicholas Puran.
So deft touch from the skipper, just breaking his wrist and ensuring that he got the single there. Acreage of space down at that square leg position.
Good piece of feeling there.
Darren Bravo going for the square drive there, but smart fielding from the fielder at backward point. There's no run.
This is good bowling here from Denver. He went for a boundary earlier on. Conceded just 2 runs off his other 3 deliveries. Corrected his line. Oh, just missing everything there. Much faster delivery.
So Nick Puran trying to leak out that delivery. Missing altogether. The wicketkeeper, he struggled to gather it in as well. Nick Puran just taking a second here to compose himself.
And it's pulled away really nicely. A badly lined delivery there to finish the over. So just like it started, a boundary to finish off things here in over number 24. The score now 131 for 3.
Denver comes into Puran. This ball is badly lined. Puran swivels and hit it through that backward square region, and it goes into the boundary. So that takes the score onto 131 for 3. Darren Bravo, 28 from 25 deliveries. But skipper Nick Puran, he's going at more than a run a ball, having scored 28 from 19 deliveries. So he's brought a welcome impetus to this TNT Red Force batting team. So TNT Red Force requires another 118 runs from 96 deliveries. So it's going to be Justin Greaves from the southern end.
That's a good slow delivery there to start things off. The 25th over here.
This ball is worked neatly on the leg side for a single. Darren Bravo getting off strike immediately with the first ball from this over. It brings back the skipper Nick Puran into strike. And earlier today, Nick Puran was giving some very encouraging words to some young ladies.
Oh, it's an outside edge. And that's going to fly into the boundary. So that boundary takes Puran to 32. The score now is 136 for 3. And also that boundary brings up the 50 partnership.
Full delivery, Nick Puran driving that ball, taking the outside edge, but the wicketkeeper had absolutely no chance whatsoever. And a welcome boundary here for the TNT Red Force. And I'd like to say a special good night to the likes of Amelia, Shan, Tamika, and all the girls who at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy taking in this wonderful encounter between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Windward Islands, Volcanoes. These girls are aspiring cricketers here in Trinidad and Tobago, and they've taken the time out from their busy schedule with their school commitments to come here and lend that kind of support to the TNT Red Force team.
Yeah, Bravo, he's on 30 now with that single. So a good partnership developing here, Anil, and I mean, we said this was the partnership that could put some impetus into this innings, and it's done that so far. 54 of 39.
Yeah, so good acceleration from both Darren Bravo and skipper Nick Puran. And if you ask me, they've brought down that run rate now, just hovering around that 7 mark. So they've done this in extremely quick time. But it's important for TNT Red Force and Nick Puran and they to continue to bat on.
Sounds good there. Puran, he's been watching that bat very closely. See the members here. Taking in the cricket. It's one of the boxes.
Yeah, so some spectators enjoying that lovely viewpoint from the suite area.
He agrees to finish the 25th over. This is good. So at the end of the 25th over, the score now 139 for 3. And as Nicholas Puran tries to get a bat here, make my way for Mr. Andrew Chang to join Mr. Anil Lakan.
So I welcome back Andrew Chan. Andrew Chan, what we have seen with the introduction of Nick Puran out to the middle, he has brought a lot of impetus to the TNT Red Force team, and he's scoring rate at this stage here now. He's scoring 34 from 23 deliveries, just what the doctor ordered when they were just struggling a bit to keep up that required run rate. In comes Nick Puran, and from the moment go, he's been able to assess himself here out in the middle.
Certainly, and good night once again, viewers, and we're setting up for what could be a very fantastic finish here. Darren Bravo and Nicholas Puran doing what they do best. 110 required in 90 balls, according to what is the required situation here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And you have to think, Anilak, if these two are here for another 10 overs, this game could be in the bag for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, both these batters, they know themselves well, and they would have assessed what's required.
Demba to continue into his 7th over. You were saying?
Yeah, both these batters, they would be keeping a keen look on the scoreboard, and as the rate that's required comes into play, they would continue to assess and also make the relative adjustment in terms of trying to up the scoring whenever the opportunity presents itself.
And they've done well to get up in terms of the Duckworth-Lewis pass score, just 2 runs behind it now. Full delivery, and Nicholas Puran had a big heave-ho at that one. Squirted out into the square leg region. Gets a single.
So Demba just giving that ball some generous flight, asking Nick Puran to go through the offside. Just getting the inside edge, possibly losing his shape here a bit, skipper Nick Puran, but nevertheless it results in a single, and that's what matters at this stage.
Bravo, and Bravo drives that nicely to the cover region. Fielder comes off the boundaries, just a single for him.
So Darren Bravo continues to really bat beautifully here at the Brown Cricket Academy, and I must say that it's a Darren Bravo that we've grown accustomed to over the years. He seems to be back to his best here now, Andrew Chan.
Certainly a very classy player, Darren Bravo. And the thing is, he can take a part on attack. We all know that, but he does that in such a classy way. It's not It's not the beating power of, say, a Nicholas Puran or even maybe a Chris Gale or Kyron Pollard. Very classy shots indeed. Here's Puran again. And this time he gets the outside edge. A short third man will run around and they'll get a single there. He didn't get good connection on that one at all.
But excellent feeling from that third man position.
And at the end of 26, my apologies, Mr. Lacan, it's 142 for 3. Please continue with your point.
Yeah, so just about 100 required here now, Andrew Chan, for victory in 14 overs. So the equation as it stands now for the TNT Red Force, 107 runs required from 84 balls. And I tell you now, it's ominous time for this Windward Islands Volcano team. If this PA is allowed to continue for any extended period of time, they could really take this game away from the Windward Islands team.
Now we see a changing bowling as Mr. Shadrach Descartes will take over the duties from the southern end of the ground. A little bit of pace on the ball. We saw that Justin Graves, when he came back into the attack, certainly gave the Windward Islands Volcanoes a little bit of a boost with 2 wickets here.
But I'm sure it's not going to be long before we see the likes of Preston McSween coming back into the attack. Because if this pair is allowed to continue, it could be ominous signs here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They would need to try and pry out a wicket within the next 5 overs to kind of stem the flow of the scoring rate.
So McSween sticking with a long on, a third man and a fielder at cover, and this one is hooked nicely. Excellent feeling by that fielder at mid-wicket. That was very flat and very fast and headed to the boundary, but excellent feeling by that fellow at mid-wicket there. Just a single there for Nicholas Puran. A little bit short to start from the cart.
So Captain Hodge really doing tremendous work at the backward square boundary, moving smartly about 10 meters to his left. And that ball was travelling by Nick Puran. And we see Nick is signaling to the dressing room that he needs a change of bat.
Well, if Nicholas Puran isn't getting the connection that he needs off his bat, certainly he has the option to change it. Here's Descartes to Darren Bravo. Tucked up delivery, and he turns that into the mid-wicket region. There is no run. Sunil Ambris does the fielding. Unfortunate for Sunil Ambris that rain paid his chances to get a well-deserved 100. He was on 90 before the rain came.
And how well both of those players, skipper Andrew Fletcher and Sunil Ambris, batted. They stitched together a partnership of 156.
Descartes in, and Darren Bravo is swinging, and that's one outside the off. Some good delivery by Descartes. Yes, certainly. I don't think the Duckworth Lewis that the Red Force has to face at this current time would have happened without that partnership from Fletcher and Ambris, just giving that Windward Islands Volcanoes innings that momentum towards the end, and well, throughout the middle as well, you'd have to say, as they came together quite early. Bravo driving through the cover region. He'll get a single.
So looking at the equation now on the scoreboard, Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they just within striking distance of what the Duckworth Lewis pass score would be, and they were quite behind, possibly by as much as 20 runs. And this pair has done a tremendous job in repairing the damage and bringing them back into contention here.
Yeah. A very sedate innings of 25 or 43 from Jason Mohammed sort of slowed down the Trinidad and Tobago innings, even while Keon Otley was going decently on the other end. They caught into Puran, and he gets the hook again this time, pulls it in front of square on the leg side, and he will get another run.
So this partnership now is worth an invaluable 61 runs, and it has indeed come in a very quick time as well.
Last delivery of the over, and Bravo gets a tucked up delivery, and the bowler does the fielding at mid wicket, short mid wicket, and there is no run. And at the end of that over, it's a good over there from Descartes, just going for 3 runs off it. 145 for 3 after 27.
So the partnership is now with 61 runs on 53 deliveries, and it's just what the doctor ordered at that stage. But the required run rate has now climbed to 8 runs and over, and I'm sure both Darren Bravo and skipper Nick Puran, they would be keeping a keen eye on what the required run rate are at this stage.
Duckworth Lewis par remains at 147, 104 off 78, and Director Ronnie Bikramnas has the current and required run rate up on the screen there for you. I'm not sure what to say about the state of this game. I think that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has the momentum, but of course you feel that at 1 wicket here could change the complexion of this game completely, as Kenneth Demba will continue and bowl his 8th and final over of this innings.
Well, the next 5 overs of this contest is really going to tell us exactly where this contest is going to go.
Puran is forward. I think he was aiming to launch Kenneth Demba down into the Gasparilla area, but Demba pulled back his line a little bit when he saw Puran advancing, and there's no run. And he gets the sweep this time, and he'll get that down to the boundary. The fielder coming around from forward square leg will come around, or that should be about a mid-wicket position, will come around, and they'll come back for 2. Good running there by Puran. He's really setting the pace here. It's an excellent captain's knock here, 40 of 32, and taking the pressure of Darren Bravo as well.
Indeed, taking the pressure of Darren Bravo, but Demba continues to struggle a bit with the amount of kicking in here at the Brahma Cricket Academy. Sometimes he's struggling to grip that ball.
So he does on this occasion. Puran gets the drive, only up to extra cover, short extra cover, and there's no run.
So no timing from Puran. Possibly just trying to overhit that delivery, losing his shape a bit.
He did request a change of bat in the last over. I don't know if he got that change. He's retaking his guard now. New plan of attack against the spinner from the Windward Island Volcanoes. And this time he drives nicely. 2 bounces down to long off. But just a run.
So 101 run required.
Still a good partnership here from these two. 64 unbroken. And I think you can feel the tension in the crowd on the Lakan as we have the windows open, and you can hear the noises from the crowd and the little murmurs around the ground. Wide delivery. Bravo gets the sweep on, but short fine leg does an excellent job of fielding in that corner there. I think that's Shadrach Descartes.
So Darren Bravo missing out here with that sweep shot.
You get a push down to long on here for a single to end the 28th over. After 28 overs, the Red Force 149 for 3. The partnership continues to grow, 65 or 59. 28 overs gone, exactly 100 needed off 72 deliveries.
Yeah, so still a lot of work to do for the TNT Red Force batters, and they would try possibly in the next 4 or 5 overs to try and get in, a big over to try and bring them back onto possibly even keel, where runs and balls, is not out of the equation.
Certainly, they'll be looking to get at least 20 runs in these next 12 deliveries, I would say, to take it down to 80 or 60 maybe, something like that. But credit to Andrew Fletcher. He's rotated his bowlers quite nicely here. The batters haven't gotten a chance to get really accustomed to anyone. I think they might have to chance the arm coming up here, and that's a wide delivery to start from Shadrach Descartes. And certainly, and now the Red Force need less than 100 runs, 99 of 72.
So Descartes possibly just trying a bit too hard there and losing his way with his direction. So every run here is vital in this run chase.
Good delivery, tucking up Darren Bravo, played out into the point region, and there's no run. Admittedly, Darren Bravo picked out that point fielder to perfection. Because behind that point fielder, there's acres of space. There's a third man. The deep cover.
So a message has been sent from the dugout of the Windward Island Volcanoes team.
Tucked up again is Darren Bravo. Point comes around again, and there's no run. Again, tensions growing here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Of course, this is a winner takes all, and whoever wins this game, their tickets will be booked for Antigua for the semi-finals of the CG United Super 50.
So a lot to play for here tonight at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Both teams.
70 deliveries left. Another good delivery by Descartes, and it's just a single for Darren Bravo. He pushes it out to deep extra cover.
So just one run thus far in this over. 2 runs.
So 150 up for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They won't care about that. I think they want to see 240, 249, I think it is the required score. Puran pulls, and he pulls into the mid-wicket region, and he'll only get a single. Yeah, excellent bowling by Descartes. It was the same situation when I saw Justin Graves come on. I thought Justin Graves would have gone for a bit, but it seems that the seamers, the pacers, once they hit their line and lengths and once they hit their straps at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, certainly have the batters a little bit quiet.
So Descartes doing an excellent job for his skipper. Missing his run and aborting his run up.
As of course he has every right to do so. Again, Bravo gets this one past point. He gets it down to wide third man. They'll definitely come back for the second here. And that's not the end of the over. 2 runs in that over. So 5 runs from the over so far. Not a bad one for the Red Force. But they certainly will need a boundary to just put the icing on this cake.
Yeah, I'm sure that both Bravo and skipper Nick Puran, they would be looking for a boundary to try and reduce that required run rate, which it now has gone to 8.5.
Not too bad in terms of the Duckworth Lewis, just 4 runs behind that. And that's straight, well struck into the ground, and good fielding there by Shadrach Descartes. He almost looked like a basketball player going for a dunk there as he jumped up to collect that one. 154 for 3 after 29, just 5 runs off that over. That run rate rises to 8.6, and it's a stiff task here for the Red Force if they're going to pull off victory on home soil.
Yeah, so at some stage now, they're gonna they must have a move on. A really big over is what is required now. So both Nick Puran and Darren Bravo discussing the equation out in the middle. So just about 11 overs remaining.
Preston McSween will be coming back into the attack, wearing that number 14 on his back. Certainly, Andrew Fletcher going back to his main strike bowler to see if he can do some damage. Maybe give him an over or two here. Good delivery coming back into Puran just a little bit. Plays it down softly to short the third man, and there's no run. So, of course, the two comforts for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be that A, the two batters that you want to be out there are out there, and B, that they have laid a platform here. Their partnership now with 70, and they both 42 and 38. So that's a positive there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's can these two close it down, and what can the Windwards Island Volcanoes provide? As McSween comes in again, delivery slightly down the line of the leg stump, and Puran is able to turn it into the leg side. And it's also an overstep by McSween. We look for the confirmation from Jacqueline Williams. Yes, there it is. It's a no ball. A leg by as well, so it's a free hit for Darren Bravo. A much needed free hit. Can the Red Force take advantage of it?
Well, Darren Bravo, he will try to get a maximum here for sure, or at least a boundary. Preston McSween committing that cardinal sin of giving away a free hit. But with the rotation of the strike, the fielding team does have the luxury of changing the field. And they have done so. The third man goes into position. The deep backward square comes into a square leg position.
Darren Bravo with a free hit. Connects with it quite nicely, but only down to long on, all along the ground for a single. Bit of a cross swipe at that one.
So McSween going full Yorker length there. Not much the likes of Darren Bravo could have done there. Difficult to get under those deliveries, and was able to muscle it down to long on for a single.
Nick Puran settles. Well played, 42 of 37 so far. Good captain's knock, but he has to go on. Yorker length by McSween, but it's down the leg side, and Puran flicks it fine and will get 4. That's a lovely welcome boundary here for Nicholas Puran. Badly aligned by McSween, and Puran with the finest of tickles gets it down to fine leg for 4.
So deft touch here from Nick Puran. McSween just trying to go for that leg stump Yorker, missing his line there and allowing Nick Puran to just get a tickle on that, and there's no way the short fine leg was ever going to get there. The ball goes into the boundary, but what a welcome boundary for the TNT Red Force. Good to see skipper Nick Puran.
Certainly shows Puran's skill, that shot, able to step across the line and get inside it a little bit off a Yorker length delivery and get that tickle very fine.
So it's all about, for the batters, is trying to work out exactly what the bowlers are trying to do. And based on that assessment, they would make their adjustments in terms of their movement.
Nimble footwork from Nicholas Puran. And how does he follow up? A lovely drive to mid-off, and he'll get a single there. The partnership continues to blossom. It's up to 78 now. 87 off 62. It's certainly going to be a tight chase in the last 10 overs. Daniel Lacan wearing the tension of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. McSween comes in. Bravo cuts and drives pleasantly flat-batted through the long-off region for 4. That's a lovely shot by Darren Bravo, but very baseball-esque, you'll have to say.
Yeah, Darren Bravo. McSween. Short and wide and really asking to be hit away, but Darren Bravo obliged by flat batting that shot, that ball through extra cover. And another welcome boundary here for the TNT Red Force team. Preston McSween just missing his line and length here. So it's clear he's a bit ruffled by what's taking place out in the middle. Possibly feeling the pressure as well to deliver for his team at this juncture in the run chase.
83 off 61, so not bad going in this last 2 overs by the Red Force. And Bravo drives again nicely. And there is no run up to mid-off. Bit of an expensive one so far by Sween. 8, 11 off it. And at the end of 30, that's 166 for 3. Anil Lakan will vacate the commentary position as Hamza Mohammed slides gracefully in to replace him. And certainly Hamza Mohammed, at this point, I think it's a little bit difficult to call. I think if Darren Bravo and Nicholas Puran hang around for 5 more overs, this game might be done and dusted. But the Windwards Volcanoes certainly aren't rolling over in this competition.
Yeah, Windward's one of those teams they're going to fight straight to the end. 83 required in the last 10 now. Skipper Nicholas Puran, Darren Bravo, just like the 2 senior men in that Windward Islands team, taking
the car to continue here. Puran is forward and he was actually giving himself some room to maybe go over the extra cover region. But he could only push it up to mid-off for a dot ball.
Yeah, so just like the 2 senior men in Ambris and Fletcher in that Windward Islands team, these 2 senior men now in the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team taking the responsibility on their shoulders, and they've done so quite elegantly. Nicholas Puran really flourishing here. Darren Bravo just under a run a ball. So we spoke about the rate in which these batsmen would go at it. They're certainly keeping up with it here, Andrew.
Yeah, after the slow innings of Jason Mohammed, 25 or 43, coming in at the pivotal number 3 position. Just when Trinidad and Tobago would have needed a bit of impetus. These 2 have come up quite well. They're not far behind the Duckworth-Lewis score of 170. The run rate, however, continues to climb, 8.4. The current run rate is just about 5.5. Puran settles to face the cut. Cuts nicely, and that will be his 50 as he cuts that down to third man for 4. Bit of a wide delivery there from Shadrach Dekart. Nicholas Puran brings up his 50 in style. It's really been a captain's knock from Nicholas Puran.
What a way to bring it up as well. Flair of Nicholas Puran combined with those elegant shots. Neatly cut away. Skipper playing a captain's knock here.
I certainly feel like the next 5 overs at this stage are critical, Hamza Mohammed, and I'm extremely glad and lucky to have to do this commentary with you at these pivotal 5 overs. I certainly think that something needs to give in the next 5 overs. A wide delivery from Dekart. Puran flashing on that one, not getting any connection. But I genuinely feel because Puran has gotten to his 50 now, he's going to step up a gear. He's going to maybe chance his arm a little bit. And certainly they will be hoping for one big over to just bring that run rate down to even keel. Lovely drive, but no run there by Nicholas Puran. Lovely sound off the bat, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, the partnership between these 2 now, 86 runs. They met up at his crease when the score was 84 for 3. So far, they're motoring along quite nicely here. Mentioned just that one big over required.
Oh, swing and a miss there by Nicholas Puran. Moral victory there for Shadrach Dekart. And Puran will take off his helmet and wander to square leg. Maybe think about the state of his life as Darren Bravo comes on to have a certainly not a philosophical discussion. They touch bats. It's good to see that support from the non-striker just coming down and having a word with Puran.
Yeah, a bit of a bottom edge on that occasion, just falling short of the wicketkeeper.
See how Puran responds. Wide delivery down the leg side, and a wide thusly called by umpire Gregory Braffett. Certainly one of the better umpires on the circuit, Gregory Braffett.
Man with some international experience as well under his belt.
There's Descartes. And Puran hoiks this high, hard, handsome. That's over deep square leg. That's a massive six to end the over. That's Nicholas Puran at his best. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continue to march on. 177 for 3 after 31.
Yeah, Puran on one knee. That ball went sailing over the boundary. Remember, there was a change of bats a couple overs ago. This one doing the trick here. But Nicholas Puran, he's finding a bit of form. That last game against the Guyana team, he made 56 not out, 47 deliveries. Himself and Jid Gooley both hit 5 sixes apiece. Certainly leading the way here this last couple of games. The captain of this Red Force team. And what a way to find form, Andrew, especially in the back end of a competition.
And certainly a good time to find form, you have to say, for Nicholas Puran, because should the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force go on to the semi-finals in Antigua, it will certainly send shivers down the other two teams that make it through the group. That Nicholas Puran and Darren Bravo are hitting their straps. Preston McSween to continue. This will be a big over here from him. Short delivery, a short, slower bouncer. Bravo does well to pull it down to long on for the single. And I think Darren Bravo is doing the right things here. I think Nicholas Puran is in a mood, Hamza Mohammed. So Darren Bravo, he's not been scratchy by any means, but he certainly hasn't been connecting in recent times as well as Nicholas Puran has. Nicholas Puran ruling with that 5G. Maybe Darren Bravo just in a 4G mood at the moment, or 3G.
He's going well just under around a ball 42 is Darren Bravo.
Puran's on the charge, hits McSween straight past mid-off, and mid-off dives. Andrew Fletcher tries, but that's a scintillating, and that certainly scorched the grass all the way along the ground. 4 glorious runs from Nicholas Puran.
Yeah, that ball was struck really hard. Spiceman not having the best of times in the field there. Oh, he should have done better. The captain of this Windward Island Volcanoes, I'm sure he'll be disappointed along with his teammates out there. And Nicholas Puran, he's taking the charge.
Let's see how McSween responds here. Short delivery, and Puran is helping that over square leg. That is high, that is hard, that is handsome, and that was 6 from the moment it left the bat.
Nicholas Puran, he looks like he wants to finish just in a couple overs time here. And he races to 67, but it was a bad directed delivery there. It was short, but it was on the leg side. And Nicholas Puran just swivels away with that. If he could hit a 6 in that direction on one knee, imagine what he can do standing up. And the partnership now, 104 of 81 deliveries. The rate, the most important thing here, Andrew.
And unfortunately, I think Andrew Fletcher suffered an injury trying to stop that 4 from Nicholas Puran. I think he may have injured the left shoulder, and that really would be a blow to the Windward Island Volcanoes if Andrew Fletcher is taken off, and he is going off with the physiotherapist now. That might be the end of his game tonight. We'll see if he comes back on.
Yes, some sad scenes here for the Windward Islands captain. This is the second time he's gone off the field tonight after making an effort. Both efforts in vain, unfortunately, for him. He's gone off again at a crucial time. 188 for 3. Let's
see what the Windward Island Volcanoes can do. And with that 6, The partnership has also come up, a 100-run partnership, 104 of 81 deliveries. I said Puran was in a mood, and it seemed I'm right. Let's see if Preston McSween can sour that mood. And he gets an edge. And the fielder short third man does well. Nicholas Puran would probably have liked to get a little bit more pace on that one, to get that down for maybe 2 or 4. But certainly they've gotten the runs that they would have required and needed in this over.
Yeah, some 12 runs already coming off this McSween over, the 32nd over of the Trinidad and Tobago innings.
2 deliveries left. Let's see if Darren Bravo can make it a sparkling over for the Red Force. What does McSween have in the bag? It's a short delivery. Bravo swivels and pulls nicely down to deep square leg. And a slip by the fielder. And that ball looks very close to hitting the ropes. They come back for 2. Bit of a misfield there. But I think the fielder did stop it just before. They're checking it.
Yeah, that man Johnson Charles, he's patrolling that boundary there. That looked really close to the boundary rope.
I think the umpires are checking it here. Gregory Buffett was on his radio. And it's now signal 4. I think Johnson Charles has signaled that it was a 4.
Yeah, that ball certainly looked like it trickled to the boundary. And that's 16 runs so far of this McSween over with a delivery left. He'll be looking to finish off nicely.
Unfortunate for McSween because maybe 2 of those 4 should not have been 4s. A nice guide by Darren Bravo to point to end that over. After 32 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have some momentum on the back of Nicholas Puran's flailing bat. And they're up to 193 for 3. The Duckworth Lewis Power, well, that's not even a question now. They've sailed past that. They've sailed past that 177 mark. And all of a sudden, the required run rate looks a bit more manageable.
Yeah, the Trinidad and Tobago team require another 56 runs for victory. And the last 8 overs here, the last power play of this innings. And it's going to take a lot more fielders than that to stop the mood Nicholas Puran is in. Certainly helping his team's course here and reaching to that semi-final spot. Remember, Guyana, they would have beaten the CCC earlier at the Queen's Park Oval, sealing their spot in the semi-finals. So, virtual finals here for one of those teams. Nicholas Puran, he's taken an off-stump guard.
Certainly the complexion of the game has changed in that last over. Unfortunate for McSween, 2 of those 4s should not maybe have been 4s. As Descartes continues, and it's a wide, that's a horrible wide delivery there. And it's a no ball as well, so I think Descartes has overstepped the line.
I think that
Let's see what the umpire says. And it is a free hit here for Nicholas Puran.
That bowler looks like Greaves is the bowler coming in from that far end.
And it seems that Nicholas Puran has shook the volcanoes so much that they're beginning to erupt on themselves.
Greaves so far, he's bowled 5 overs, 2 wickets, 34 runs. Not an ideal start here. So we see Anil Lakan rehearsing some bowling action. Is that what the Volcano need out there? Andrew Chang.
Certainly, I'm sure if Anil Lakan was bowling for the Windwards Volcanoes, Nicholas Puran would love that right now. This game would be ended by the end of this over.
Yeah, the umpire's having a very close look at that ball there. Not for the first time tonight.
Unfortunate for Justin Greaves because he did bowl excellently early in this game, taking 2 important wickets. Came back on and got rid of Jason Mohammed. And then I believe Keon Otley as well. But certainly there is a buzz around the ground. A couple overs ago, you could really feel the tension in the ground, even despite That gentleman who brought his Bluetooth speaker and is blasting Parang, the northeastern side of the ground. So he's certainly feeling the Christmas spirit.
Yeah, we have a bit of a crowd here.
But there certainly is a bit of more chatter, and the crowd is up for this now. Nicholas Puran has changed the complexion of this game with some extremely good power hitting, 68 or 49. Exactly what the doctor ordered, you have to say, Hamza Mohammed.
Greaves. It's a no ball here. 3 hits on.
And he gets away with that. Justin Greaves, a wide, fast bouncer. Puran threw everything and the kitchen sink and the whole kitchen at that one. Didn't even get anything on it.
It's good to see Darren Bravo constantly talking to Puran. Bravo playing a much sedate innings here, and it's gone unnoticed, but he's on 46 or 45. So going at a good pace himself is Darren Bravo.
Full delivery. Maybe going down leg a little bit. An appeal by Justin Greaves, begging the umpire. You'll have to have a look at the replay on that one to see where that struck Puran. But it certainly, he was aiming to hit that in the leg side as it spooned off into the offside.
Yeah, on real time too, it looked a bit high as well. So it's good to see these two batsmen talking. They know each other really well.
And you can see the shot he was rehearsing there. It was a Puran scoop.
But a very good comeback here from Greaves. He's been varying his pace really nicely yet.
I don't think he can shorten it like how it's Dilshan and Dil scoop, because then it'd be the poo scoop, and I don't think Nicholas Puran would appreciate his shot being called a poo scoop at all. Darren Bravo settles 46. Good delivery. Tucked him up a little bit, but Darren Bravo does what Darren Bravo is doing quite well, supporting Nicholas Puran. Gets that all-important single to get his captain back on strike. And these are, I mean, the thing is, Hamza, these are two of the more talented players, you have to say, in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force side, with international experience, not red ball experience, particularly for Puran, but certainly the two more talented players, and it's good to see them working together in tandem. Puran settles. A short, wide bounce again from Greaves, and he gets away with that one as well.
Yeah, over these past couple of seasons, Puran really finding some form. He named the captain of the West Indies white ball team. He had some stints around the world as well, gaining some invaluable experience. He's captain of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So definitely bright prospect, and he hits the ball really hard, as we've seen around the world. Seen some here tonight as well.
Drives nicely into the cover region. They're pushing hard for the first one. Puran is screaming back for the second. And he's looking at Darren Bravo saying, what? Maybe the second was on. Maybe it was a bit risky. Slight miscommunication here. Darren Bravo certainly was not interested. Hopefully they let that one get past them. Puran was asking the question, well, why weren't you looking at the second? But of course, that was Johnson Charles out there in the extra cover region, and we know he has a rocket of an arm. Maybe it was a good call by Darren Bravo.
Bravo was in no hurry at all. He was never going to take that second run. He stood his ground immediately after completing that single.
Let's see how Darren Bravo finishes off this over on 47. And he pushes again into Johnson Charles in that cover region. Are they going to think about the second? No. Johnson Charles is around very, very quickly. Just a single. Darren Bravo will retain the strike on 48. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force slowly but surely climbing up to that total. They're 198 for 3, 51 required of just 42 deliveries.
Yeah, despite giving away that boundary just now, Johnson Charles, he's saved a lot of runs for his team here tonight. 51 required of 42 deliveries now.
I hope you get your picture with Johnson Charles, Hamza Mohammed. As you said, you wanted to get one with him. He mightn't be too happy to oblige you with a snap. at the end of this game, but certainly I hope you get that photo with your hero.
I'll definitely let you know how that goes, Andrew Chang.
Let me know, I'll video capture it and we'll put it up on social media. Shadrach Descartes will try his luck from the northern end of this ground now. 7 overs left, 51 or 42.
So the 5 fielders outside the circle, long on, long off. Man at extra cover, deep extra cover, deep mid wicket, and there's a man at deep square leg. So basically a spread field here, men on the boundary.
Oh, slower ball bouncer outside the line of the off stump. Bravo swinging at that one. Loses his shape completely, and it's a valuable dot fall here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Puran will wander down the pitch and have a little word with him.
Yeah, we saw Greaves just mention something to the cut after in between overs there. And so far, both bowlers opting to take that just short of a length slower ball so far.
The backward square leg has come a little bit squarer. Actually, he's coming to forward square leg. You'll have to see. So there's that field at cow corner as well. Probably enticing that pull. This one is driven through the cover region. Flat batted again by Darren Bravo. Just a single. He's dealing purely in singles here, Darren Bravo. 49, a runner ball 49. Nicholas Puran setting the pace.
Yeah, I would just love to see Darren Bravo run that first run with a little more urgency. Almost like Nicholas Puran just trying to hustle him here, but
at the same time, you do want to give Puran more of the strike, so maybe it's a good thing that Darren Bravo isn't hustling those singles, but certainly you want to put those fielders under more pressure.
yeah, but by having lost a game earlier on in the season by just a couple runs, all know how important those 1s and 2 come in the end. As we see the umpire there just cleaning her shoes there a bit with the bails.
Removing some liquid from the bails, it looks like. Puran flat batted into that cow corner region. They will push and come for the second now. Puran will get it quite comfortably with the throw coming to the wicketkeeper's end. And that's the kind of push that you want to see from Nicholas Puran here as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force cross the 200 mark. They're 201 for 3 in the 33.3 after 33.3 overs, 33 and a half overs.
Yeah, that's much better from Darren Bravo. Pushed that first one really hard and was able to come back for 2 comfortable runs in the end.
Well, when your captain says, hey, run the first one hard now, kind of have to listen. Puran goes and he turns this one into square leg. And the square leg fielder is running around and does a very good job there. It's a little bit of a throw up and they get another valuable 2 here. Puran continues to march on. He's doing so well. 73 or 55, 203 for 3.
Yeah, Johnson Charles again, very close to that boundary there. That back foot. Yeah, that right foot, the issue there, but
Well, that certainly may be a tight one.
looks really close indeed. Johnson Charles having a lot of work to do in this game in the field.
The cut, wide delivery, smack through the cover region. Long off is running around. The slide comes in. Good job again by Puran, by that fielder, I should say. It's a very slippery outfield. So putting in the slide and getting that ball stopped quite nicely. Another 2 to Puran.
That one for sure we know did not go anywhere near the boundary, but Johnson Charles called very close. But at the end of it all, Nicholas Puran, he moves along to 75. Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they're 205 for 3 with 1 delivery left. The 34th over.
Lovely delivery by Shadrach Descartes, and he's beaten Puran's all ends up. And that will end the 34th over, 205 for 3, 44 of 36. Well ahead of the Duckworth Lewis. The required run rate 7.3. The current run rate 6.0.
Yeah, Puran, he's been asking for something a while now, and he finally Gets it. This is a change of another bat.
You're the bat expert. Will you be going for a lighter one so you could swing it a little faster, or would you be going for the heavier one to get a little more distance?
I think whether it's
Hamza Mohammed bites his fingernails as he thinks about that question.
I honestly think that Nicholas Puran will go for a heavier bat here because he has the power and the way the shots that he plays. I think connection is key here. So I think it's going to be probably a slightly heavier bat. But I saw him leaving the Brian Lara Stadium a couple of days ago. He had a couple brand new bats in his hand. He had a couple bats in his bag as well. So he's definitely not short on bats. Here's Nicholas Puran.
Well, they're all equally shiny as they come out to him. And of course, we were having this discussion earlier about this being premium grade willow. It's not going to be the grade 3 and the grade 4s that the persons like you and I would have to use.
Yeah, certainly so. Greaves, he's continuing.
Greaves to continue. Lovely push by Darren Bravo down to third man. They're contemplating the second. The second is not on. But Darren Bravo gets the well-played 50, runner ball 50. It's really been an excellent knock by Darren Michael Bravo.
Yeah, excellent. Senior man stepping up to the task. Played a similar role earlier on in this tournament. Nicholas Puran motoring along nicely on the other end.
Partnership going up to 122, and I think it's important. I think it's wonderful to see that these two classy players are showing their class. They're showing their worth, and certainly if they close out this game for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, showing what they're very capable of. A lovely drive again by Puran, very square of the wicket. Again, he runs hard. Again, Darren Bravo trots in for the single.
I love the urgency here from the skipper. See, the downfall of that is if a mistake is made in the field, Darren Bravo may have some problems going back for that second run.
Straight down the ground, flat batted. Long awful run around, and Darren Bravo, again dealing in singles, will get a single. Shock and horror here. Hamza Mohammed, the Darren Bravo gets a single.
And with 3 deliveries remaining in this Greaves over, I'm sure Puran is going to be looking for a boundary somewhere.
Umpire Gregory Brafford keeping a close eye on the front crease. Applying some sawdust that's strategically placed behind the stumps. Opens the face and runs this down to third man. There's Nicholas Puran, and he'll get a wonderful 4, vital 4. He races on to 80, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 212 for 3 in the 35th over.
We've spoken about elegant touches earlier on, and that was certainly one. He loves playing that shot, Nicholas Puran. Wasn't a bad delivery by any means at all from Greaves. Puran just better on this occasion. Certainly in some form is the Red Force skipper.
It's always lovely to see the juxtaposition of the big, massive shots and then the delicate shots that yield almost the same results. 2 deliveries left in this 35th over. Another wide delivery from Greaves, and cuts that square. Puran reaching for it.
And it's that man again, Johnson Charles.
Doing yeoman service out there on that cover boundary. Certainly an excellent fielder, Johnson Charles. And a wicket keeper as well, I believe. I think he does a little bit of. He spends some time behind the stumps as well. He's capable of that.
Yeah, Johnson Charles definitely a capable wicket keeper.
So Greaves finishes strongly. And it's off to Johnson Charles again. Darren Bravo pushes for a single. At the end of 35 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at 214 for 3. And it's very fitting that the last 5 overs will be commented on by an inside member of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Mr. Anil Lakan, alongside Hamza Mohammed, who will continue.
35 required of the last 5 overs, 7 runs per over. Mr. Anil Lakan, thoughts on the state of the game so far?
Well, this has been the Darren Bravo and Nick Puran show here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And, I'd like to say a special good night to legends of the game, Dave Tadpole Mohammed. It's nice of you to grace us here in the com box with your presence, Dave. And we know we've had a successful stint with the West Indies legends. And, we look forward to you going on and, continuing to ply your trade, wherever, the opportunity presents itself. But just 35 runs, some 30 balls with Nick Puran and Darren Bravo in full flight here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. You really fancy the TNT Red Force team here to really march on to victory here.
See the card continuing. And that's pulled away at its... The connection wasn't there properly, but he goes through for a single. But that sounded really nice off the bat though. But what it does is it gives Nicholas Puran back to strike.
Well, it's important for Darren Michael Bravo to continue to have that rotation of the strike, because the man who is really hot at the moment is skipper Nick Puran. He's really in sublime form.
So wide delivery there. So not helping their courses at the moment is the Windward Islands.
What we have seen, Hamza, in this game, once that new ball goes soft, it's almost impossible to dislodge the batters. And both teams have really cashed in when this ball has gone soft in this game. But excellent batting.
It's cut away quite nicely, and that's going to run away for 4 as well. Nicholas Puran certainly playing a captain's knock here for his side.
Nicholas Puran, you beauty, just allow that ball to come on to him and play that ball as late as he possibly can, and bisected the third man to his left and backward point to his right, and there's only one place that ball was going, into the boundary, and that takes the equation now to almost a runner ball here. 29 required from 28. 29 runs required from 28 deliveries, and I must admit, for the first time in this game, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are marching on to victory here with skipper Nick Puran playing a blind off an innings, to propel this TNT Red Force team.
That's driven handsomely again, and that's another boundary for the Red Force skipper.
So what do you expect from somebody of the likes of Nick Puran? He's showing his full range of shot selection here, really lighting up the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The sprinkling of spectators here at the Brian Lara Cricket, they have been treated to a masterclass of batting here from one of the world's most destructive white ball players on the globe.
Yeah, they talk about stepping up to the big game, shining when it matters. And certainly is the Red Force captain here.
And I tell you what, big players come to the party. Big players come to the party when it's most required.
And that's pulled away into the leg side. Johnson Charles, a bit easier on this occasion. Remember, the outfield a bit heavy there. But Nicholas Puran, again, that's 2 more added to his total. He moves on to the 90s.
Well, someone of the like of Nick Puran, Hamza Mohammed, right? They are big occasion players, and Nick Puran is showing really why that he's one of the most sought out white ball cricketers around the globe. Being paid handsomely, by the franchise owners, to be part of their teams. And here he's doing it for his country here, lead the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force chase to victory.
Oh, and that's a slow delivery there. Had a lot of variations.
and I'm sure he takes pride in representing Trinidad and Tobago, and not only takes pride in playing for Trinidad and Tobago, but being the leader of the pack here, being the captain of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. He has taken this opportunity all on his own to raise his hand and really put TNT, on course for a semi-final place in Antigua.
Just chipped on. He goes looking for two. So Bravo immediately sends him back. Probably the best call there. So at the end of 36 overs, Trinidad and Tobago, they're reeling really nicely here. They're 227 for 3. They require just 22 more runs off the final 4 overs. Nicholas Puran, he's on 92 not out. Darren Bravo, excellent supporting hand from the veteran. He's on 53.
And what a wonderful occasion it will be, Hamza Mohammed, if skipper Nick Puran were to get to that converted figure of 100. That would be the icing on the cake for this TNT Red Force team. Getting that impetus to take into Antigua. I'm sure all the teams who are looking here at this game now, they're possibly shivering because they do not want to come up against a rampant TNT Red Force team.
It's going to be the final 4 overs here now. Windward Islands Volcanoes. Probably thinking, what do they have to do to break this partnership? And that's hit really nicely. Just one bounce to that fielder there.
And the likes of Nick Puran, Hamza, he's not going to allow this game to go into the final over. So wonderful running there by both Darren Bravo and Nick Puran. And this Windward Islands teams, they've plummeted to very low confidence at this stage here now. They're really taken apart here by this batting pair.
That just goes to show the experience of Darren Bravo outside there. Just realizing he can skid through for a second run and he gets back. His captain, Nicholas Puran, that's excellent running there. Great game awareness.
Well, excellent cricket awareness from Darren Bravo there, seizing the opportunity to get that second run.
Oh, that's a good delivery there from Greaves. Swing and a miss.
So I'm sure Darren Bravo will go down and have a chat with him, and just reassure his skipper there's absolutely no reason to throw it away at this stage. Let's complete that job. Let's complete the job here that we've taken responsibility for and close off this innings here for the TNT Red Force.
Oh, that's hit away really nicely. This guy's on that deep extra point.
So that ball was square driven by skipper Nick Puran to that backward point position. There's a sweeper patrolling that boundary, but that takes Nick Puran onto 95. And how well he's played. 95 from 68 deliveries, really taking away the breath from this Windward Islands Volcanoes team here out at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
That's a wide delivery. So not what Justin Greaves would want, especially in this stage of the game.
Well, you can't fault Justin Greaves at all. He's given all that he's got here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy this evening, really bowling his heart out here for his team. But unfortunately, it seems like he's going to be coming second in this contest here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And that's swung away. That's high in the air. And that goes to the boundary to add insult to injury. A drop catch that goes for 4. The batsman aren't quite aware of it as yet. But Darren Bravo getting a life there.
So just looking at there, Bravo going for that lofted off drive over long off. It was flirting with danger there. fieldsman got both hands to it but made a hash of it, and it just goes to show, Hamza Mohammed, that you got to compete. If you want to compete at this level, you got to compete for 50 overs and nothing short of 50 overs. But this is a range shortened game, 40 overs a piece, and really a missed opportunity there from the Winning Islands team.
He has 2 deliveries left in this over. Oh, and that's hit really nicely to that man at backward point again.
And that boundary brought up the 150 partnership for the TNT Red Force. And what a sublime knock from skipper Nick Puran. And very well supported from Darren Michael Bravo. He's really announced himself here, you know, and every innings you look at from the likes of Darren Bravo, he just seems to be getting back to the old Beatle as, you know, we are accustomed to. So just about 13 runs from 18 deliveries needed. TNT Red Force really propelling themselves here to victory at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And what a wonderful game of cricket we witnessed thus far. We've seen excellent batting from both skipper Andrew Fletcher and the likes of Sunil Ambris. But this partnership, it has been the Darren Bravo and Nick Puran show here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, putting on a masterclass. You know, for those who are privileged to be here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, they've been treated to a masterclass in terms of exactly how to execute when chasing a formidable total when in a game-reduced game.
And that's just tucked away. Darren Bravo, that's the kind of role he's playing here tonight. He's rotating the strike quite nicely. He's on 59 or 56. McSween bowling this over here from the commentary end, but it brings to the fort Nicholas Puran, skipper Nicholas Puran, Nicky P as he is fondly called.
And how well, you know, how well it would be for Nick Puran to go to that converted figure of 100 by hitting a maximum.
Something teams, that's one of the reasons why he's most sorted around the world, for his big hitting. And he pulls really nicely here. And that's an excellent piece of feeling.
So this Windward Islands team, you know, they're still showing that fight, they're still showing that grit and determination, and that is what we've grown accustomed to from this Windward Islands team. You know, never say attitude, but I must tell you, Hamza, they're on course to come second in this contest.
Yeah, certainly so. They started off this competition with a bang.
I know it's going to be a heartbroken game of cricket.
That's well bowled there from McSween.
So McSween continues to battle for his team, Windward Islands Volcanoes there. And Darren Bravo and skipper Nick Puran, they will want to take this game into the final over, Hamza. They will want to close off this game in the 39th over if they possibly can.
Just tucked away. Should go back for an easy 2. Nicholas Puran, he called 2 from the moment that ball left the bat there.
But excellent placement from Darren Michael Bravo, just picking the gap there at that long on, between long on and deep mid wicket, and getting back for 2 runs. So we dog into single digits here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Just 9 required from 14 balls, and how fitting it would be for skipper Nick Puran to get to that magical figure of 100.
Again, Puran calls 2 again, but they only get 1 on this occasion.
And I tell you what, players of the likes of Nick Puran, it's not about personal milestones or achievements. It's all about taking this TNT Red Force team over the line. So getting to 100 would be special, but I think even getting over the line for the TNT Red Force team is going to be even more special indeed.
So everyone's
for Nick.
Yeah, Mr. Lakan, I know you've done a lot of work with him as well. Everyone on their feet here. He's on 96 of 70 deliveries. Last ball in over number 38. And he hits that fine. But good work there by that man. A short fine leg. So they only get one. But more importantly, Nicholas Puran, he's going to be on strike for the beginning of over number 39. The score 242 for 3. Trinidad inch closer to victory.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force marching on here at the Barangay Cricket Academy. And what a wonderful display of batsmanship we've seen from both these players. Darren Bravo has been very classical indeed. When you look at a Darren Bravo cover drive, you will pay at the turnstiles, walk back out and pay a second time to come and have another look. And that's the quality of the likes of Darren Michael Bravo. But take nothing away from Nick Puran, the skipper of the TNT Red Force team. You know, he's really set the tone here with a brilliant knock here, and it's just a matter of time now before he takes TNT over the line here.
But it also goes to show the influence guys like these have on guys like Otley at the top of the innings as well. Certainly some positive influences there.
Yeah, well, many congratulations to the likes of Kean Otley. He's been in sublime form, and more importantly, he's been very consistent. And this is something that, you know, coaches around the region, the selectors around the region, this is what they want to witness. You know, guys like Kean Otley maintaining consistently over an extended period of time. And when that happens, it really helps, you know, in terms of making it difficult for you to be left out.
Looks like Descartes is going to be bowling from that far end. He's bowling to Nicholas Puran, who's on 97. He gets a single there. He wants two, but two was never on.
So those all who are here at the Barangay Cricket Academy, the sprinkling of spectators who have stayed back here after that rain interval, you know, they're really having a time here at the Barangay Cricket Academy, cheering out every single run these spectators are cheering on. And what a moment is going to be, a momentous occasion indeed for skipper Nick Puran to get to that magical figure of 100.
So it's 6 required now, Mr. Lakan. Darren Bravo looks like he's just contented to give Puran the strike there, and he's nearing that milestone. We all know Nicholas Puran's main objective is just to get Trinidad and Tobago over the line.
Yeah, but it would be fitting for someone of the skipper of the TNT Red Force to get to that magical figure. So Darren Bravo just trying to break his wrist there and allowing skipper Nick Puran to get on strike, but unfortunately for him, he just played it straight back to Descartes.
Oh, and this is good. Oh, that ball trickles into the boundary. Darren Bravo definitely was not intended that. And Nicholas Puran just consoling him there as to tell him it's okay. Let's go for the victory. But with 2 required of 8 deliveries there, you can see the intention there. And just like you rightfully said, it would be fittingly if Puran could reach to his milestone here. It's not impossible by any means. Looks a bit unlikely, but it can certainly happen.
Well, I'm going to telegraph that Darren Bravo is going to play out the next 2 deliveries without taking the without running any more runs, and allowing that opportunity for the skipper to finish this game. And
he goes for 1. The game is now tied. So there's one delivery remaining in this over. There's one to win. The game is tied. Nicholas Puran, he needs 2 for a century. And Mr. Adel Lakan, can we see Nicholas Puran finish it with a maximum?
Well, if I'm a betting man, I definitely will put my money where my mouth is. Nick Puran, I'll back him all the way to get that 2 runs to get to that magical figure of 100. And how fitting would it be for skipper Nick Puran to really usher TNT Red Force into the semi-finals come next week.
It's almost like Nicholas Puran was telling him, why did you give me 2 in the last over to make, rather than put all this pressure on me here right now.
But it has been a wonderful run chase from the TNT Red Force. They've really set up this game nicely and on the verge of crossing the line.
So here we go. 1 to win. Puran needs 2 for a century. And he scoops it. That ball goes high in the air. They go for 1, but that's all it'll be because this isn't a boundary. Yes, Puran runs 2, but he'll remain not out on 99 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago, they qualify for the semi-finals. But a bit of heartbreak there as well. But an excellent innings from the Red Force skipper.
Well, Darren Bravo is inconsolable here at the non-strikers end, and at the end of the day, it's about taking a team across the line. It's not about personal accolades. It's not about personal achievements. It's about getting your team across the line. And fittingly, they've done this in fantastic style here at the Brila Cricket Academy. And what a wonderful performance of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, having been under the pump during the first half of this game, with both Sunil Ambris and Andrew Fletcher really stitching a very fruitful partnership of 156. And we see that Nicholas Puran has gotten to the magical figure. So TNT finish on 250 for 3.
No.
So many congratulations to the TNT Red Force team here on playing a wonderful game of cricket here. Very well calculated by both these batters here, assessing the conditions and really accelerating at a critical juncture in this game. And I must admit that the Windward Islands team, you've got to feel for them here at the Brandler Cricket Academy. They're going to be left broken-hearted here, having missed out an opportunity to travel to Antigua. No.
It's certainly the Windward Islands team is one of those teams that they will fight from ball 1 straight to the end. They've done it here as well. Heartbreak, Nicholas Puran, yes, he's going to feel it now, but overall, he's going to be a happy captain carrying his team to that semi-finals in Antigua. They're going to be joined by the Guyana team who secured their spot earlier today. Nicholas Puran, he remained not out on 99 and supported by a very mature innings from an experienced campaigner in that of Darren Bravo.
So Darren Bravo providing that excellent support to skipper Nick Puran, and together they've done a wonderful job here in ushering Trinidad and Tobago into the semi-finals, which will take place next week in Antigua. So skipper Nick Puran not out on 99 from 73 deliveries, and Darren Michael Bravo scoring a polished 67 as well. So I welcome to the combox no other than Dave Tatpul Mohammed. Your thoughts on this victory by the TNT Red Force team?
It's always a pleasure for you. Thank you very much. I've been looking at this game for the past couple of hours, and I saw character with a Trinidad team like this, you could beat any opponents, but it's mind over matter. Is where common sense come in. Common sense is to prevail, right? And that's what they show tonight. They show a display tonight when no one can reach out touch, which means is that the caliber of players Trinidad and Tobago team have, right? It reminds me of the last 15 years, right? It reminds me of 10 to 15 years I played for Trinidad, right? And it coming back right here at the same present time whatsoever. And in terms of that, right, this team is a building team. This team is a winning team, right? They just have to get everything correct, right? And we move forward in terms of that.
So well said there by Dave Tatpol Mohammed. It's really refreshing, having been the winners of this tournament last year and now moving to the semi-final stage of this tournament, Dave. I'm quietly confident that this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team could continue their winning ways by bringing home in the very near future, that trophy back to Trinidad and Tobago, the silverware, and it will be fitting for a team that has worked tirelessly together with the support staff to bring the kind of performances and consistency, that we have seen thus far.
Right, I believe the coaching staff we have at this present time, Kelvin Williams, David Williams, down to the manager, work day and night with them players and them. So those players and them, come up trumps at big games. You have to go into a semi-final in Antigua. You have to come big in this game, and big players do it in big games.
Yeah, and skipper Nick Puran, a big occasion player, comes to the party, at the right time. And how fitting it was for him to get, to finish the game off for TNT Red Force. And many congratulations to TNT Red Force. But I must admit, Dave, that I feel a lot for this Windward Islands Volcano team. They fought tooth and nail. The rain in the first half really disrupted their batting plans when they were set for a huge score at 240 overs with both batters set. You would have thought that once the innings had continued, that they would have propelled themselves. We never know, maybe 275, 300. Unfortunately for them, the weather came in and there was no further batting from the Windward Islands team. But what had happened is that through Duckworth Lewis, right, Trinidad had to score 249 for victory. Okay, an additional 49 runs was added through Duckworth Lewis in order for TNT to cross the line. And I must say that it has been an excellent batting from this TNT Red Force team. And I tell you, there's so much depth and talent in this unit that I am quietly confident that it's going to take a lot, to keep this Trinidad and Tobago team from bringing the silverware back to home into TNT.
I think is a great pleasure being here to watch my team go over the line, right? And is that in terms of their ability, they have quality in that Trinidad and Tobago lineup. That Trinidad and Tobago lineup is a team for the future. In terms of when senior players go out to the senior teams, right? We always have places to fill their spots.
Yeah, well, when you look at the likes of Joshua De Silva, Anderson Phillip, Jadon Seals, who are on West Indies duty, and you have the likes of Jed Gooley coming into the team, Ami Jangu, just coming into the team, that this Trinidad and Tobago team, their bench is as strong as the first 11 players out there.
Yeah, but
they're able to fill those slots, in a seamless way, and still maintain that strength that this TNT team has.
Yeah, but I think, from my point of view, is that to give Jackie jacket, is that players come, players go. In terms of that, you have to put your best foot forward in terms of having the best team, and we did that tonight by running over the Windward Island team, but they played well, they fought well, they did well, right? You could see a brilliant game coming down to the end. I was calling it a T10 fight, right? And these guys, need to put their hands up and be counted in terms of any situation of the game, And West Indies cricket needs, to step forward and make sure the players them comfortable in terms of what I'm seeing here and what I'm hearing also, because in terms of that, every night I listen to cricket and watch cricket whatsoever. If they have test matches, if they have ODIs, if they have first class games and whatsoever, in terms of that, right, they have to come strong.
So just to give you a recap of what transpired today, Windward Islands losing the toss and being sent in by the TNT Red Force team. Sunil Ambris scoring a polished 90 from 101 delivery. Andre Fletcher, the skipper, came not out as well on 69 from 103 deliveries. Athanaze didn't get much today, just scoring 13 from 20 deliveries. Bowling for TNT, Akil Hosein finishing off with 2 for 37 from 10 overs. Shannon Gabriel getting 1 for 36 from 5. Jason Mohammed, the man with a golden arm, none for 11 from 2 overs. Jed Gooley getting another opportunity. He had the Brown Lake Cricket Academy 3 overs to 14. When TNT batted, Nick Puran, the captain of the TNT Red Force team, he finished on 99 from 73 deliveries. Darren Bravo scored a polished 67 from 63 deliveries. Kean Otley continued to be impressive at the top of the innings, giving TNT Red Force, very good opening partnership there between himself and Ami Jangu, and he continues to be very consistent. And, the evergreen Jason Mohammed scoring 25 from 43 deliveries. Bowling for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, Justin Greaves, he finishes with 2 for 55 from 8 overs. Preston Maxwell, 1 for 58 from 7 deliveries. Alec Athanaze, 2 overs, none for 16. And Kevin Hodge, 8 overs, no maintenance, 33 runs, no wicket. So we just about to say goodbye here from the Brown Lake Cricket Academy. I want to thank Dave Tatwal Mohammed for joining us in the com box here at the Brown Lake Cricket Academy and sharing his thoughts. And you could see the delight on the man's face, who have represented not only Trinidad and Tobago but the West Indies with distinction. And I'm sure it brings, a level of comfort in terms of the talent that we were just seeing displayed here at the Brown Lake Cricket Academy. It has been a masterclass on both these batters, both these left-handers here, showing, that West Indies cricket, has a lot still to offer on the global stage.
That's greatly said from you, boss. I think, it really have a lot to, West Indies have a long way to go. We have to climb up the ladder, because we have been 8 in the rankings at this present time, right? To do so, right, is 95% of 95% of brain and 5% of skill. We already have it. And thanks for the viewers, thanks for the listeners, and good night.
So it's good night and goodbye here from the Brown Lake Cricket Academy. Do join us for our next production in the very near future.